The public's intense fascination with what became known as the Styles case has, in time, faded. Yet, given the international scandal it provoked, I have been urged by my friend Poirot and the family involved to set down a complete narrative. We hope this account will finally put to rest the sensational rumors that continue to circulate. To that end, I will outline how I became entangled in the whole business. Having been invalided home from the front, I endured several dreary months in a convalescent hospital before being granted a month's sick leave. With no close family or particular plans, I was at a loss until a chance encounter with John Cavendish. We hadn't crossed paths in years and were never especially close. He was a good 15 years my senior, though he didn't look his 45. In my youth, however, I'd often visited Styles, his mother's estate in Essex. We reminisced about the old days, and by the end of our conversation, he'd invited me to spend my leave there. "Mother will be thrilled to see you after all this time," he added. "Is your mother well?" I inquired. "Oh, quite," he replied. "I suppose you heard she remarried." My astonishment must have been plain. The Mrs. Cavendish I remembered, who had married John's widowed father, was a handsome, strong-willed woman of middle age. She couldn't possibly be a day under 70 now. My memory painted her as a forceful, somewhat domineering personality with a taste for charitable celebrity, the sort who delighted in presiding over bazaars and acting the generous patron. She was immensely wealthy in her own right. Styles Court had been bought by old Mr. Cavendish early in the marriage, but he remained utterly under his wife's influence. Upon his death, he left the estate to her for life, along with the bulk of his income, an arrangement that seemed rather unfair to his two sons. Their stepmother, however, had always treated them with great liberality. Indeed, they were so young when their father remarried that they regarded her as their true mother. Lawrence, the younger brother, had been a sickly boy. He'd earned a medical degree but soon abandoned practice, residing at home while nursing literary aspirations, though his poetry never found much acclaim. John had tried his hand at law but ultimately embraced the more agreeable life of a country gentleman. He'd married 2 years prior and brought his wife to live at Styles, though I privately suspected he would have much preferred his mother to bolster his allowance, allowing him a home of his own. But Mrs. Cavendish was a woman who devised her own schemes and expected everyone else to comply, and in this matter she held the ultimate authority, the family finances. John saw my reaction to his mother's news and offered a grim smile. "A perfect little rotter too," he muttered with clear bitterness. "It's making everything dashed difficult for us, Hastings. I can tell you that. As for Evie, you recall Evie, don't you? I'm afraid not. Ah, she must have arrived after your time. She's mother's right hand, companion, general factotum, a real sport, old Evie. Not exactly a youthful beauty, but tough as nails and utterly reliable." "You were about to tell me something?" "Right, this man." He appeared out of thin air, claiming to be some sort of distant cousin to Evie, though she didn't seem eager to claim the connection. Anyone can see the fellow is a complete outsider. He sports this enormous black beard and wears patent leather boots in every kind of weather. But Mother took to him instantly, hired him as a secretary. You know how she's forever involved with countless committees. I nodded. Well, the war has only multiplied those committees tenfold. No question he made himself useful. But you could have knocked the whole household over with a feather when, 3 months back, she announced out of the blue that she and Alfred were engaged. The man must be a good 20 years her junior. It's blatant fortune-hunting, plain and simple. Yet there it is. She's her own woman, and she's gone and married him. That creates a rather awkward position for all of you. Awkward? It's downright intolerable. So it was that. 3 days later, I stepped off the train at Styles, St. Mary, a quaint and seemingly purposeless little station nestled among green fields and winding country lanes. John Cavendish was waiting on the platform and guided me to his motorcar. "Still managing a bit of petrol, you see," he noted. Largely thanks to the mater's various efforts, the village of Styles St. Mary lay roughly 2 miles from the station, with Styles Court another mile beyond. It was a still, warm day in early July. Gazing out over the tranquil, sun-drenched Essex countryside, it felt nearly impossible to believe that a great war was grinding on not so very far away. I had the distinct sensation of having wandered into another world entirely. As we passed through the lodge gates, John remarked, "I expect you'll find it terribly quiet here, Hastings." "My dear John, that is precisely what I'm after." "Oh, it's a pleasant enough existence if you fancy the idle life. I drill with the local volunteers twice a week and help out on the farms. My wife is a regular land girl. She's up at 5 each morning for milking and works straight through until lunch. It's a good life, all things considered, if it weren't for that bounder Alfred Inglethorpe." He abruptly slowed the car and checked his watch. "I wonder if we have time to collect Cynthia." "No, she'll have already left the hospital by now." "Cynthia? That's not your wife?" "No, Cynthia is a ward of my mother's. Her mother was an old-school friend who married a thoroughly disreputable solicitor. The man came to ruin, leaving the girl orphaned and penniless. Mother stepped in, and Cynthia has been with us for nearly 2 years now. She works at the Red Cross Hospital over in Tadminster, about 7 miles from here." As he finished speaking, we pulled up in front of the handsome old house. A woman in a sturdy tweed skirt, who had been bent over a flower bed, straightened up as we approached. "Hello, Evie. Here's our convalescent hero. Mr. Hastings, Miss Howard." Miss Howard shook my hand with a vigorous, almost punishing grip. My first impression was of very blue eyes and a sun-weathered face. She was a wholesome-looking woman of about 40, with a surprisingly deep, resonant voice and a solid, sensible frame, complete with substantial feet firmly planted in sturdy boots. I quickly discovered her conversation was delivered in a brisk, abbreviated style. "Weeds are growing like a house on fire. Can't possibly keep up. Shall enlist you, you'll regret it." "I'd be only too happy to make myself useful," I replied. "Don't commit. Never works. You'll wish you hadn't." "You're a dreadful cynic, Evie," John said with a laugh. "Where's tea today, indoors or out?" "It was far too lovely a day to remain indoors. You've certainly earned a break from the garden," I suggested. "Come and have some refreshment." Miss Howard considered this, peeling off her gloves. "I believe you're right." She guided us around the house to where tea was laid out beneath a sprawling sycamore tree. A figure rose from one of the wicker chairs and moved gracefully toward us. "My wife, Hastings," John announced. "My first impression of Mary Cavendish is something I will always carry with me." There she stood, her slender silhouette framed against the afternoon sun, with an air of contained vitality that seemed to glow most intensely in her remarkable tawny eyes unlike any I had ever seen. She possessed a profound stillness, yet it hinted at a spirited, untamed nature housed within a perfectly poised form. All of this struck me instantly and indelibly. She welcomed me with a few low, clear words, and as I settled into a chair, I felt profoundly glad I had come. Mary served the tea, and her quiet, perceptive comments only deepened my sense of her captivating presence. An engaged listener always encourages conversation, and I found myself recounting several amusing anecdotes from my time at the convalescent home, which seemed to entertain her greatly. John, ever the good sort, was not, shall we say, the most sparkling talker at the best of times. Just then, a familiar, carrying voice drifted through the nearby open French doors. "So you'll write to the princess after tea, Alfred? I shall write to Lady Tadminster about the second day. Or perhaps we should wait for the princess's reply? If she declines, Lady Tadminster could certainly open the event the first day, with Mrs. Crosby taking the second. Then there is the matter of the Duchess and the school fete." A man's murmur answered, followed by Mrs. Inglethorpe's clear reply. "Yes, that will do perfectly. You are so considerate, Alfred dear." The doors opened more fully, and a handsome, white-haired woman with a decidedly authoritative air stepped onto the lawn. A man followed her, his manner subtly deferential. Mrs. Inglethorpe greeted me with enthusiastic warmth. "Why, Mr. Hastings, how perfectly wonderful to see you again after so long. Alfred, my dear, this is Mr. Hastings, my husband." I observed Alfred dear with considerable curiosity. He certainly introduced a discordant note. Now I understood John's distaste for the beard. It was exceptionally long and jet black. His gold-rimmed pince-nez and curiously immobile features gave him the air of a stage actor, oddly out of place in a country garden. His voice was deep and somewhat oily. He extended a lifeless hand. "A genuine pleasure, Mr. Hastings." Turning to his wife, he added, "Emily, my love, I fear that cushion is slightly damp." She gazed at him with fond admiration as he fussily replaced it with another, demonstrating exaggerated solicitude. What a peculiar infatuation for an otherwise sensible woman. Mr. Inglethorpe's arrival cast a palpable chill over the gathering, a sense of stiff constraint and thinly veiled animosity. Miss Howard, in particular, made no effort to hide her feelings. Mrs. Inglethorpe, however, appeared blissfully unaware. Her famous talkativeness had not diminished over the years, and she launched into a steady stream of conversation. primarily concerning the upcoming charity bazaar she was organizing. She occasionally consulted her husband on a point of scheduling, to which he responded with unvarying watchfulness and attention. Right from that first meeting, I formed an intense and immediate dislike of the man, and I pride myself on those initial instincts being rather sharp. Inglethorpe turned to give Evelyn Howard some directions about the post, and her husband spoke to me in his careful, deliberate way. "Is the military your usual line of work, Mr. Hastings?" "Not at all. Before the war, I was with Lloyd's." "And you plan to go back once it's all finished?" "Maybe. It could be that, or perhaps something entirely new." Mary Cavendish leaned in, her expression curious. "If you could pick anything, just following your own interests, what would it be?" "I suppose that would vary." "Come now, no secret passions," she pressed. "There must be something that calls to you. Everyone has one, often something rather silly. You'll only laugh." She gave a slight smile. "I might. All right. I've always had this quiet dream of being a detective. The official sort like at Scotland Yard, or more like Sherlock Holmes." "Oh, Sherlock Holmes, without a doubt. But in all seriousness, I'm terribly attracted to the idea. I once met a man in Belgium, a very well-known detective, and he absolutely inspired me. He was a remarkable little person. He always said that all proper detective work was simply a question of method. My own approach is built on his principles, though naturally I've developed things a bit further. He was an odd little fellow, quite the peacock in his dress, but brilliantly sharp." "I enjoy a good detective story myself," remarked Miss Howard, "though a great deal of nonsense gets written. The criminal is revealed in the final chapter. Everyone is astonished. In a real crime, you'd know immediately." "I'd argue there are plenty of crimes that go entirely unnoticed," I said. "I don't mean by the police, but by the people who are right in the thick of it. The family, you couldn't truly deceive them, they would know." "Then," I replied, greatly entertained, "you believe that if you were involved in a crime, a murder for instance, you'd be able to identify the murderer straight away?" "Naturally, I would." "I might not be able to prove it to a room full of lawyers, but I'm sure I'd know. I'd feel it in my very bones if they came near me."
"It could be a she," I offered.
"It could," she conceded, "but murder is a violent act. One tends to associate it more with a man."
"Not in a poisoning case," said Mrs. Cavendish, her clear voice taking me by surprise. "Dr. Bauerstein mentioned just yesterday that because most doctors are so unfamiliar with the rarer poisons, there are likely countless cases of poisoning that go entirely unnoticed." "Goodness, Mary, what a macabre topic!" exclaimed Mrs. Inglethorpe.
"It gives me the feeling of a goose walking over my grave. Oh, look, here's Cynthia." A young woman in a VAD uniform came quickly across the grass. "Cynthia, you're late today. This is Mr. Hastings, Miss Murdoch." Cynthia Murdoch had a vibrant, healthy look about her, full of energy. She took off her small VAD cap, and I noticed the rich, loose waves of her reddish-brown hair and the delicate whiteness of the hand she extended for her tea. With her dark eyes and lashes, she would have been a true beauty. She dropped down onto the ground beside John, and as I passed her a plate of sandwiches, she smiled up at me. "Do sit down here on the grass, it's so much nicer." I obliged, settling down beside her. "You work at the hospital in Tadminster, don't you, Miss Murdoch?" She nodded. "For my sins. Do they give you a hard time, then?" I asked with a smile. "I should like to see them try," Cynthia declared with mock dignity. "I have a cousin who is a nurse," I mentioned, "and she is absolutely terrified of the ward sisters." "I don't blame her. Sisters are formidable, you know, Mr. Hastings. They simply are. You've no idea. But I'm not a nurse, thank heaven. I work in the dispensary." "How many people do you poison?" I asked, still smiling. Cynthia laughed. "Oh, hundreds," she said cheerfully. "Cynthia," called Mrs. Inglethorpe, "do you think you could write a few letters for me?" "Of course, Aunt Emily." She rose at once, and something in her quick obedience reminded me that her situation here was one of dependence, and that Mrs. Inglethorpe, however kind she might generally be, did not let her forget it. My hostess then turned to me. "John will show you to your room. Supper is at 7:30. We've done away with late dinners for the time being. Lady Tadminster, the wife of our local representative and daughter of the late Lord Abbotsbury, follows a similar practice. She shares my conviction that setting an example of frugality is essential. Ours is a household fully committed to the war effort. Nothing goes to waste here. Every last scrap of paper is saved and sent away in sacks." I voiced my admiration for such diligence, after which John escorted me inside and up the grand staircase. Midway, the staircase divided, leading to separate wings of the mansion. My assigned room was in the left wing, offering a peaceful view over the estate's parklands. John departed, and moments later, from my window, I observed him strolling slowly across the lawn, arm in arm with Cynthia Murdoch. The moment was broken by Mrs. Inglethorpe's impatient call for Cynthia, prompting the girl to startle and hurry back toward the house. Simultaneously, a man emerged from the shadow of an oak tree and began walking in the same direction. He appeared to be around 40, with a dark complexion and a clean-shaven face etched with melancholy. Some powerful emotion seemed to grip him entirely. As he passed below, he glanced up at my window, and despite the 15 years that had transformed him, I recognized John's younger brother, Lawrence Cavendish. I found myself briefly puzzling over what could have brought such a singular, troubled expression to his features before turning my thoughts back to my own situation. The evening passed agreeably, and that night I dreamed of the enigmatic Mary Cavendish. Morning arrived bright and clear, filling me with anticipation for a pleasant stay. I did not encounter Mrs. Cavendish until luncheon, when she kindly offered to take me for a walk. We spent a delightful afternoon wandering through the sun-dappled woods, not returning to the house until nearly 5 o'clock. As we entered the great hall, John motioned for us both to join him in the smoking room. His expression immediately signaled that something was amiss. We followed him in, and he closed the door. "Mary, we've a proper mess on our hands," he began. "Evie has had a terrible row with Alfred Inglethorpe, and she's leaving." "Evie leaving?" Mary echoed in disbelief. John confirmed with a grim nod. "Yes. She went to Mother, and, well, speak of the devil, here she is now." Miss Howard entered, her lips pressed into a firm line, a small suitcase in hand. She looked both resolute and agitated, poised for confrontation. "Well, at any rate," she declared. "I've spoken my mind, my dear Evelyn," cried Mrs. Cavendish. "This cannot be true." "Oh, it's true enough," Miss Howard asserted with a grim nod. "I'm afraid I said some things to Emily she won't soon forget or forgive. Not that I mind if any of it actually sank in. More likely it was water off a duck's back. I told her plainly, 'You're an old woman, Emily, and there's no fool like an old fool. That man is 20 years your junior, and don't deceive yourself about why he married you. Money? Well, don't let him get his hands on too much of it. Farmer Rakers has a very pretty young wife. Why don't you ask your precious Alfred how much time he spends over there?' She was furious, naturally. I continued, 'I'm going to warn you whether you like it or not. That man would just as soon murder you in your bed as look at you. He's a bad lot. Say what you will to me, but remember what I've told you. He's a bad lot.'" "What did she say?" Mary asked. Miss Howard made a most expressive face. "Darling Alfred, dearest Alfred, wicked slander, wicked lies, wicked woman, to dare accuse her dear husband. She said the sooner I left her house, the better, so I'm off. But not right now, surely. This very minute." For a moment we all simply stared at her in stunned silence. Finally, John Cavendish, seeing his attempts at persuasion were futile, went to consult the train schedules. His wife followed, murmuring something about trying to make Mrs. Inglethorpe reconsider. The instant Mary left the room, Miss Howard's demeanour shifted. She leaned toward me intently. "Mr. Hastings, you seem an honest man. Can I trust you?" I was somewhat taken aback. She placed a hand on my arm and lowered her voice to a fervent whisper. "Look after her, Mr. Hastings. My poor Emily. They're all sharks. Every last one of them. Oh, I know precisely what I'm talking about. Not a single one of them is in a good financial position, and they're all trying to get money from her. I've done my best to shield her. Now that I'm leaving, they'll take advantage of her." "Of course, Miss Howard," I replied, trying to sound reassuring. "I'll certainly do all I can, but I believe you might be a bit agitated and overstressed right now." She cut me off with a slow, deliberate wag of her finger. "Listen to me, young man. I've been around a good deal longer than you have. Just promise me you'll keep your eyes wide open. You'll understand exactly what I'm talking about soon enough." The low rumble of a car engine drifted in through the open window. Miss Howard stood up and walked toward the door just as we heard John's voice outside. With her hand on the doorknob, she glanced back over her shoulder and motioned for me to come closer. Her voice dropped to a tense whisper. "Most importantly, Mr. Hastings, keep a close watch on that devil, her husband." There was no opportunity to say another word. Miss Howard was immediately swept up in a flurry of emotional farewells and protests from the others. Notably, the Inglethorpes were absent. As the car began to pull away, Mrs. Cavendish suddenly stepped away from the group. She walked across the gravel drive toward the lawn to intercept a tall, bearded man who seemed to be heading for the house. A distinct flush colored her cheeks as she extended her hand to him. "Who is that?" I asked sharply, an instinctive distrust for the man stirring within me. "That's Dr. Bauerstein," John answered tersely. "And who exactly is Dr. Bauerstein?" "He's staying in the village, supposedly on a rest cure after a severe nervous collapse. He's a specialist from London, supposedly brilliant, one of the foremost experts on toxicology alive today, from what I hear. And he's a very good friend of Mary's." Cynthia chimed in, unable to resist. John Cavendish frowned and deliberately changed the subject. "Let's take a walk, Hastings. This whole affair has been thoroughly unpleasant. She always did have a sharp tongue, but you'd be hard-pressed to find a more loyal friend in all of England than Evelyn Howard." He led the way onto a path through the pine plantation, and we walked down toward the village through the woods that bordered the estate. It was a quiet, almost somber stroll, the tension from the house lingering in the air between us. On our way back, as we passed through one of the estate gates, we encountered a strikingly pretty young woman with a dark, gypsy-like appearance coming from the opposite direction. She gave a slight bow and a bright smile. "That's a very attractive woman," I remarked. John's expression turned stony. "That is Mrs. Raikes, the one Miss Howard mentioned." "Precisely," John said, with a curtness that felt unnecessarily harsh. I found myself thinking of the elderly lady with the white hair up at the great house, and then of that vivid, mischievous little face that had just smiled at us. An inexplicable sense of dread, a chill of premonition, crept over me. I shook it off, determined to lighten the mood. "Styles really is a magnificent old property," I said to John. He nodded, his demeanor still gloomy. "Yes, it's a fine estate. It will belong to me one day. By rights, it should be mine already, if only my father had made a proper will. If that were the case, I wouldn't be in such a desperately tight spot financially as I am now. Are things that difficult? My dear Hastings, I don't mind confessing that I am absolutely at the end of my rope when it comes to money."
"Couldn't your brother assist you?"
"Lawrence. He's blown through every last penny he ever had, publishing dreadful poetry in elaborately bound volumes. No, we're a thoroughly penniless bunch. I must say, my mother has always been extraordinarily generous to us. At least she was until recently. Since her marriage, naturally." He stopped abruptly, his brow furrowed. For the first time, I felt that with Evelyn Howard's departure, something intangible had vanished from the atmosphere of Styles. Her presence had been a guarantee of safety. Now that guarantee was gone, and the very air seemed thick with unease and latent suspicion. The sinister image of Dr. Bauerstein's face returned to my mind, causing a distinct feeling of discomfort. A formless distrust of everyone and everything began to cloud my thoughts. Just for a fleeting moment, I had a powerful and unsettling premonition that something terrible was on the horizon. Chapter 2, July 16th and 17th. I had come to Styles on the 5th of July. I now turn to the occurrences of the 16th and 17th of that month. To provide clarity for the reader, I will recount the incidents of those 2 days with as much precision as I can muster. These details were later painstakingly drawn out during the trial through an exhaustive and wearisome process of cross-examination. A few days after Evelyn Howard had left, a letter arrived from her. She wrote to say she had taken a nursing position at the large hospital in Midlingham, a factory town about 15 miles distant, and she earnestly asked me to send word if Mrs. Inglethorpe ever expressed a desire to mend their friendship. My otherwise tranquil days were only marred by what I found to be a baffling development: Mrs. Cavendish's clear preference for the company of Dr. Bauerstein. I could not fathom his appeal, yet she was constantly inviting him to the house and embarking on lengthy outings with him. The man held no charm for me whatsoever. Monday, the 16th of July, was a day of considerable commotion. The village bazaar had been held on Saturday, and that evening there was to be a charitable entertainment where Mrs. Inglethorpe was scheduled to deliver a wartime poem. We were all occupied that morning decorating the village hall for the event. After a late lunch, we spent a lazy afternoon in the garden. I observed that John seemed unusually agitated and could not settle. Following tea, Mrs. Inglethorpe retired to rest before her evening performance, and I persuaded Mary Cavendish to a game of tennis. At about 6:45, Mrs. Inglethorpe called to us, warning we would be late as supper was served early that night. We made a hurried dash to get ready, and the motor car was already waiting by the time we finished our meal. The entertainment proved a triumph, with Mrs. Inglethorpe's recitation earning particularly enthusiastic applause. There were also several tableaux vivants in which Cynthia participated. She did not return home with us, having accepted an invitation to a supper party and to stay the night with friends from the performance. The next morning, Mrs. Inglethorpe breakfasted in bed, pleading fatigue, but by 12:30 she was her most energetic self, sweeping Lawrence and me off to a luncheon. A perfectly charming invitation from Mrs. Rolleston, she declared. You know, she is Lady Tadminster's sister. The Rollestons have been here since the Norman Conquest, one of our most ancient families. Mary had begged off, citing a prior engagement with Dr. Bauerstein. We enjoyed a pleasant luncheon. As we drove back, Lawrence proposed a slight detour through Tadminster to call on Cynthia at her dispensary. Mrs. Inglethorpe thought it a capital idea, but, having correspondence to attend to, said she would drop us there and we could return later with Cynthia in the pony trap. The hospital porter regarded us with deep suspicion until Cynthia arrived to claim us, looking refreshingly cool and composed in her long white coat. She led us up to her little domain and introduced her fellow dispenser, a rather formidable person whom Cynthia addressed with cheerful irreverence as Nibs. My gaze swept the small room, lined with shelves. Good heavens, what a collection of bottles, I remarked. Do you actually know what everyone contains? Cynthia groaned. Do try to be original. Every single visitor says exactly that. We've half a mind to offer a prize to the first person who doesn't exclaim about the bottles. And I already know your next line will be to ask how many people I've poisoned. I laughed, admitting my guilt. If only people realized how terrifyingly simple it is to poison someone entirely by accident, they wouldn't make light of it. Now, come along, let's have tea. All our secret supplies are in that cupboard over there.
No, Lawrence, not that one. That's the poison cabinet, the large cupboard.
That's correct. We had a merry tea and helped Cynthia with the washing up afterwards. We were just putting away the final teaspoon when a knock sounded at the door. Instantly, the faces of Cynthia and Nibs transformed, assuming a stern, almost severe professionalism.
Come in,
Cynthia said, her tone clipped and official. A young nurse, her expression timid, approached with a bottle and offered it to Nibs. He gestured towards Cynthia instead, offering the cryptic explanation. I'm not entirely present today. Cynthia accepted the container, inspecting it with a judge's stern scrutiny. This was supposed to be delivered this morning. Sister is terribly sorry. It slipped her mind. Sister ought to review the regulations posted by the door. From the nurse's anxious look, it was clear she would never dare repeat that remark to the formidable sister. Consequently, it cannot be processed until tomorrow, Cynthia concluded. Then, softening her tone, she added, though I suppose if we find a spare moment this evening, we might manage it. The nurse departed, and Cynthia immediately fetched a jar from a shelf, refilled the bottle herself, and set it outside the door. I couldn't help but smile. Maintaining order, I see. Precisely. Step out onto our small balcony. You can view all the exterior wards from there. I followed Cynthia and her companion as they identified the various wards. Lawrence had lingered inside, but after a moment Cynthia glanced back and invited him to join us. She then checked her watch. Anything else pending, Nibs? Nothing. Very well. We can secure everything and leave. That afternoon had revealed a different side of Lawrence to me. Where John was open, Lawrence proved remarkably reserved and challenging to know, his shyness a stark contrast to his brother's demeanor. Yet he possessed an undeniable quiet charm, and I sensed that knowing him truly would inspire a profound fondness. I had previously thought his interactions with Cynthia were somewhat stiff, and that she in turn was a bit wary of him, but today they were both unexpectedly light-hearted, chatting with the ease of old friends. It was a pleasant shift to witness. As our carriage passed through the village, I recalled needing stamps and asked to stop at the post office. Upon exiting, I nearly collided with a small man entering. I stepped aside with an apology, only for him to suddenly exclaim, seize me in an embrace and plant a hearty kiss on my cheek. My friend Hastings, he cried. It is truly you, Poirot, I exclaimed. Turning to the trap, I said, this is a delightful surprise, Miss Cynthia. May I present my old friend, Monsieur Poirot? It has been years. Oh, we are acquainted with Monsieur Poirot, Cynthia replied cheerfully. But I had no idea he was a friend of yours. Indeed, yes, Poirot said gravely. I know Mademoiselle Cynthia. I am here owing to the kindness of Mrs. Inglethorpe. Seeing my curiosity, he explained, she has generously offered shelter to 7 of my countrymen who are, alas, refugees from our homeland. We Belgians shall always hold her in grateful memory. Poirot was a most distinctive figure. He stood barely over 5 feet 4 inches, yet carried himself with immense dignity. His head was quite egg-shaped, and he often tilted it slightly. His moustache was impeccably stiff and military in style. His attire was so fastidious that a single speck of dust would likely distress him more than a wound. This quaint, dapper man, who now, I noted with regret, limped quite badly, had once been among the most renowned detectives of the Belgian police. His instinct for solving the era's most perplexing cases had been legendary. He indicated the modest house he shared with his fellow Belgians, and I promised to visit soon. With a theatrical flourish of his hat to Cynthia, he departed, and we drove on. "He's a charming little man," Cynthia remarked. "I never realized you knew him. You've been hosting a veritable celebrity without knowing it," I told her. The rest of our journey home was filled with my enthusiastic recounting of Hercule Poirot's most brilliant cases. We arrived in high spirits, but the cheerful mood evaporated the moment we stepped into the hall. Mrs. Inglethorpe emerged from her boudoir, her face flushed and her manner distinctly agitated. "Is something wrong, Aunt Emily?" Cynthia inquired immediately. "Of course not," Mrs. Inglethorpe snapped, a little too sharply. "Why should there be?" Spotting Dorcas, the parlour-maid, she called out, asking her to fetch stamps to the boudoir. The elderly servant hesitated, her voice gentle with concern. "If you'll pardon me, ma'am, you're looking terribly worn out. Perhaps you should consider retiring for the evening." "Perhaps you're right. No, not yet. I have correspondence that must be finished for the post. Did you light the fire in my room as I asked?" "Yes, ma'am." "Then I shall go up directly after supper." With that, she retreated back into her private room. Cynthia stared at the closed door, her eyes wide. "Good heavens," she whispered to Lawrence. "What on earth has happened?" Lawrence offered no reply. He simply turned and walked out of the house without a word. Seeking distraction, I proposed a quick game of tennis before our meal. Cynthia agreed, and I dashed upstairs for my racket. On the staircase, I nearly collided with Mary Cavendish, who was descending. Perhaps it was my imagination, but she too appeared strangely unsettled. "Did you enjoy your walk with Dr. Bauerstein?" I asked, striving for a casual tone. "I didn't go," she replied curtly. "Where's Mrs. Inglethorpe?" "In her boudoir." I saw her hand tighten on the banister before she seemed to gather her resolve. She brushed past me swiftly, crossed the hall, and entered the boudoir, firmly closing the door behind her. A short while later, heading to the tennis court, my path took me past the open boudoir window. I couldn't help but catch a fragment of the heated conversation within. Mary Cavendish's voice was strained, tight with controlled emotion. "So you refuse to let me see it?" Mrs. Inglethorpe's reply was firm. "My dear Mary, it has no connection to that business at all. Then show it to me. I assure you it is not what you suppose. It does not concern you in the slightest." Mary's response carried a sharp, rising bitterness. Naturally, I might have known you would protect him. Cynthia was waiting for me on the court, practically buzzing with news. I say, there's been the most dreadful row. Dorcas told me everything.
What sort of row?
Between Aunt Emily and him. I do hope she's finally discovered his true character. Was Dorcas present for it?
Not officially. She just happened to be near the door. It was a proper, full-blown argument. I would give anything to know what it was about. My mind flashed to Mrs. Rakes's sharp, knowing eyes, and to Evelyn Howard's grave warnings, but I judged it wiser to stay silent.
Cynthia, meanwhile, cycled through every possible theory, ending with the cheerful hope that Aunt Emily will send him packing and never acknowledge him again. I was keen to find John and learn more, but he was conspicuously absent. Clearly, something of great significance had transpired that afternoon. I tried to dismiss the troubling words I'd overheard, but they clung stubbornly to my thoughts. What was Mary Cavendish's stake in this mysterious conflict? Mr. Inglethorpe was already in the drawing-room when I came down for supper. His face was its usual inscrutable mask, and I was struck anew by the man's peculiar, almost unreal quality. Mrs. Inglethorpe was the last to join us. She still seemed distressed, and a tense, uncomfortable silence hung over the meal. Inglethorpe himself was unusually subdued. Gone were his typical fussy little attentions, the proffered cushion, the performance of the doting husband. It was as if a stage actor had forgotten his lines. Immediately after supper, Mrs. Inglethorpe withdrew to her boudoir once more. "Bring my coffee in here, Mary," she called out. "I've only a few minutes to catch the post." Cynthia and I settled by the open drawing-room window. Mary Cavendish brought our coffee to us herself. She seemed oddly keyed up, her movements quick. "Do you two require lamps?" she asked. "Or do you prefer to sit in the gloaming? Cynthia, would you mind bringing Mrs. Inglethorpe her coffee?" "I can pour it for you," I offered. Alfred Inglethorpe interrupted gently. "No need, Mary. I'll take it to Emily myself." He carefully prepared the cup and left the room with it, followed shortly by Lawrence. Mary Cavendish settled beside us, and for a while the three of us sat in a comfortable silence under the heavy, still night air. She waved a palm leaf fan slowly. "It's positively oppressive," she whispered. "I feel a storm brewing." How fragile such peace can be. My contentment was abruptly broken by a familiar and unwelcome voice echoing from the hallway. "Dr. Bowerstein?" Cynthia said, surprised. What an odd hour for a visit. I couldn't help but glance at Mary Cavendish, searching for any reaction, but her composure was flawless, the pale elegance of her features unchanged. Moments later, Alfred Inglethorpe escorted the doctor into the room. Bowerstein was laughing awkwardly, insisting he was in no condition for company. He was, in fact, a complete mess, covered from head to toe in dried mud. "Good heavens, Doctor, what happened?" Mary Cavendish exclaimed. "My sincere apologies," Bowerstein replied. I hadn't intended to come inside, but Mr. Inglethorpe was quite insistent. John strolled in from the hall and gave a low whistle. "Bowerstein, you look like you've been wrestling a pig. Have some coffee and confess your crimes." "Thank you. I believe I will," the doctor said, accepting the cup. He explained with a rueful chuckle how he'd been hunting a rare fern in a treacherous spot, lost his footing and taken an undignified plunge into a murky pond. "The sun baked me dry," he added, "but I'm afraid I'm hardly presentable." Just then, Mrs. Inglethorpe's voice called for Cynthia from the hall, and the girl hurried out. "Be a dear and bring up my dispatch case, would you? I'm retiring for the night." The doorway to the hall was broad. I had stood when Cynthia did, and John was right beside me, so three of us could clearly attest that Emily Inglethorpe held her coffee, still full and untouched, in her hand. Dr. Bowerstein's lingering presence utterly ruined the evening for me. It felt as though he would never leave. He finally rose to go, and I breathed a silent sigh of relief. "I'll walk you to the village," Alfred Inglethorpe said. "I need to consult with our agent about the estate ledgers." He turned to John. "Don't wait up. I have the key." Chapter 3. The Night of the Tragedy. To clarify the events that followed, I should explain the layout of the first floor at Styles. The servants' quarters are accessed through door B and have no connection to the right wing, where the Inglethorpes had their rooms. I was jolted from a deep sleep what felt like the dead of night by Lawrence Cavendish. He held a candle, its flame trembling in sync with his visibly agitated expression. "What's wrong?" I asked, pushing myself up in bed, my mind struggling to catch up. "We fear Mother is terribly ill. She appears to be suffering some sort of seizure. The worst of it is, she's locked her door. I'm coming." Throwing on a dressing gown, I followed Lawrence down the passage and across the gallery to the right wing. John Cavendish met us there, and a small cluster of servants stood by, their faces etched with fear. Lawrence turned to his brother, his habitual uncertainty painfully clear. "What should we do?" John violently shook the handle of Mrs. Inglethorpe's door, but it was futile, obviously locked or bolted from within. The entire house was awake now, and from behind the door came the most dreadful, guttural sounds. Action was urgently needed. "Try through Mr. Inglethorpe's room, sir," the maid Dorcas sobbed. "Oh, the poor mistress!" It struck me then that Alfred Inglethorpe was conspicuously absent, the only one who hadn't appeared. John immediately moved to open the door to Alfred's room. The room was utterly dark, but Lawrence followed with a candle, its weak glow revealing an untouched bed, and no sign anyone had been there. We moved directly to the connecting door, only to find it locked or bolted from within. "What now?" Dorcas wrung her hands, her voice trembling. "Oh, sir, whatever shall we do?" "We'll have to break it down, I suppose, though it won't be easy. Send a maid to wake Bailey and have him fetch Dr. Wilkins immediately. Now, let's try this door. Wait. Isn't there a door that leads into Miss Cynthia's rooms?" "Yes, sir, but it's always bolted. It's never been opened. We should check, all the same." He hurried down the corridor to Cynthia's room, where Mary Cavendish was already trying to rouse the girl, who was sleeping unusually deeply. He returned moments later. "No use. It's bolted as well. We must break in. This door seems slightly less sturdy than the one in the passage." Together we strained against the solid frame. For a long while it resisted, but finally it yielded with a splintering crash, and we stumbled inside. Lawrence still held his candle. Mrs. Inglethorpe lay on the bed, her body seized by violent convulsions. One of these spasms must have knocked over the bedside table. As we entered, her limbs went slack and she fell back against the pillows. John strode across the room to light the gas lamp, then sent Annie, one of the housemaids, downstairs for brandy from the dining room. While he attended to his mother, I unbolted the corridor door. I turned to Lawrence, meaning to say my services were no longer needed, but the words died in my throat. His face was a mask of sheer horror, white as chalk. The candle trembled in his hand, wax sputtering onto the carpet, and his eyes, frozen with terror or some profound dread, were fixed on a point on the wall behind me as if he had seen a ghost. Instinctively, I looked where he was staring, but saw nothing alarming, just the dying embers in the fireplace and a row of ordinary ornaments on the mantel. Mrs. Inglethorpe's fit seemed to be subsiding. She spoke in ragged gasps. Better now, so sudden foolish of me to lock the door. A shadow fell across the bed. Looking up, I saw Mary Cavendish near the doorway, her arm around Cynthia, who appeared dazed and disoriented. Her face flushed as she stifled repeated yawns. "Poor Cynthia is quite shaken," Mary said softly. I noticed then that Mary was already dressed in her white linen smock. It must be later than I realized. A pale streak of dawn showed at the window edges, and the mantel clock read nearly 5 in the morning. A choked cry from the bed startled us all. Another wave of agony seized the elderly woman, convulsions racking her body with a terrible violence. The room descended into chaos as we crowded around, helpless to intervene. In a final, wrenching spasm, her body arched grotesquely from the mattress, supported only by her head and heels. John and Mary tried in vain to give her more brandy as the critical moment slipped away. Just as her body contorted again in that unnatural arc, Dr. Bauerstein pushed authoritatively into the room. He stopped dead for an instant, his eyes locked on the figure on the bed, and at that same moment Mrs. Inglethorpe. Inglethorpe's voice caught in her throat, her gaze locked desperately on the doctor. "Alfred! Alfred!" she gasped, before collapsing motionless against the pillows. Dr. Bauerstein was at her side in an instant, his hands gripping her arms as he began the rhythmic motions of artificial respiration. He barked sharp commands to the hovering servants, then, with an impatient wave, sent the rest of us from the room. We lingered at the door, transfixed, a shared, grim certainty settling in our hearts that it was already too late. The grim set of Bauerstein's own features confirmed he held little hope. After several tense minutes, he ceased his efforts, stepping back with a grave shake of his head. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the hall, and Dr. Wilkins, Mrs. Inglethorpe's usual physician, a portly, bustling man, hurried in. Bauerstein tersely explained he had been passing the estate gates as the car departed and had rushed to the house while it continued to fetch Wilkins. With a somber gesture, he indicated the bed. "A great tragedy! A very great tragedy!" Dr. Wilkins murmured, wringing his hands. "The poor dear lady? She consistently overexerted herself, entirely against my counsel. I warned her. Her constitution was not robust. You must rest, I told her. You must rest." But her dedication to her charities was relentless. The body, you see, can only endure so much. I observed Dr. Bauerstein studying the local doctor with an unnerving intensity, his eyes never leaving the man's face. "The convulsions were exceptionally violent, Dr. Wilkins," Bauerstein stated coolly. "A pity you missed them. Their character was distinctly tetanic." "Indeed," Wilkins replied with a knowing nod. "I require a word in private," Bauerstein announced abruptly, turning to John. "If you have no objection?" "None at all," John replied. We filed out into the corridor, and I heard the key turn in the lock behind us. As we moved slowly downstairs, a fierce excitement gripped me. My mind, prone to deduction, was racing with wild theories sparked by Bauerstein's severe demeanor. Mary Cavendish touched my arm, her voice a hushed plea. "What is happening? Why was Dr. Bauerstein so intense?" I met her anxious look. "Shall I tell you what I believe?" "Tell me." "Listen," I whispered, ensuring the others were ahead and out of earshot. "I believe she was poisoned. I am convinced Dr. Bauerstein suspects it." "What?" She recoiled as if struck, her eyes widening in horror. Then, with a sudden sharp cry that startled me, she gasped, "No, it cannot be. Not that." She pulled away and fled back up the staircase. I followed, fearing she might faint, and found her clinging to the banister, her face ashen. She waved me off impatiently. "Leave me, please. I need to be alone. Just a moment of quiet. Go back to the others." I obeyed, though reluctantly. John and Lawrence were in the dining room, a heavy silence hanging between them. I joined them, and it was I who finally gave voice to the question we all shared. "Where is Mr. Inglethorpe?" John shook his head, his expression troubled. "He is not in the house." Our eyes met, a silent communication of shared unease. "Where was Alfred Inglethorpe?" His absence was both strange and deeply suspicious. I recalled the strangled urgency of Mrs. Inglethorpe's final words. What dark truth lay behind them? What more might she have revealed, given just a few more seconds? Eventually we heard the doctors descending. Dr. Wilkins appeared importantly solemn, a poorly concealed excitement beneath his decorous calm. "Doctor." Bauerstein followed, his bearded face as inscrutable as ever. Wilkins acted as spokesman, addressing John with formal gravity. "Mr. Cavendish, I must request your permission for a post-mortem examination." "Is that truly necessary?" John asked, a spasm of pain crossing his features. "Absolutely imperative." Dr. Bauerstein interjected firmly. "You mean to imply," John began, "that neither Dr. Wilkins nor I can issue a death certificate under these circumstances," Bauerstein finished. John slowly bowed his head in acquiescence. "Very well, I suppose I must consent," I conceded. "Thank you," Dr. Wilkins replied with a clipped efficiency. "We suggest scheduling the procedure for tomorrow evening, or rather this evening." He glanced toward the fading daylight. "Given the situation, an official inquiry is almost inevitable. I know these formalities are unpleasant, but please try not to let them trouble you." A silence followed before Dr. Bauerstein produced 2 keys from his coat pocket, handing them to John. "These are for the 2 rooms. I've taken the liberty of locking them, and I believe they should remain so for the time being." With that, the 2 doctors took their leave. An idea had been forming in my mind, and I sensed the moment was right to voice it, though not without some hesitation. John, I was well aware, despised any sort of public attention and was an optimist by nature, one who preferred to avoid confronting trouble until it was absolutely necessary. Persuading him of my plan's merit might prove challenging. Lawrence, however, with his less conventional outlook and more vivid imagination, struck me as a potential ally. It was clear the situation demanded someone to step forward. "John," I began, "I need to ask you something." "What is it?" "You recall my mentioning my friend Poirot, the Belgian gentleman staying in the village? He has a considerable reputation as a detective." "I remember. I wish to send for him to have him look into this. Now, before the examination?" "Precisely. Time is of the essence if the circumstances are not what they seem." "What absolute nonsense," Lawrence interjected, his voice uncharacteristically sharp. "This is all Bauerstein's invention, if you ask me. Wilkins wouldn't have dreamed of it otherwise, but Bauerstein, like all specialists, has a fixation. Poisons are his pet subject, so naturally he imagines them everywhere." I must admit, Lawrence's vehement reaction took me aback. He was rarely so passionate. John deliberated. "I can't share your view, Lawrence," he said finally. "I'm inclined to let Hastings proceed, though I'd rather we waited a little. We must avoid any unnecessary gossip." "There's no need for concern on that front," I assured him eagerly. "Poirot is the soul of discretion." "Then have it your way. I leave it in your hands. Though if our suspicions are correct, it appears a straightforward enough matter. God help me if I'm misjudging the man." I checked my watch. It was 6 o'clock. Resolved to waste no time, I nevertheless allowed myself a brief 5-minute delay, which I spent searching the library shelves until I located a medical text with an entry on strychnine poisoning. The cottage the Belgians had rented stood near the park gates. A narrow footpath through the tall grass offered a shortcut, bypassing the winding drive, and I chose this route. I was almost at the lodge when the sight of a man running toward me caught my attention. It was Mr. Inglethorpe. Where on earth had he been? How did he plan to account for his absence? He hailed me with apparent distress. "My God, this is dreadful, my poor wife. I've only just been told." "Where have you been?" I inquired. Denby kept me terribly late. We didn't finish until 1 in the morning. Then I realized I'd forgotten my key again. I didn't want to disturb the entire house, so Denby kindly offered me a bed for the night. "How did you receive the news?" I asked. "Wilkins roused Denby to tell him." My poor Emily. She was so selfless, such an exemplary woman. She simply pushed herself beyond her limits. A powerful surge of disgust washed over me. The man was a complete and utter fraud. "I must be on my way," I said, relieved he did not ask my destination. A few minutes later, I was rapping on the door of Leastways Cottage. Receiving no reply, I knocked again, more insistently. A window above creaked open cautiously, and Poirot himself peered out. He uttered a small exclamation of surprise upon seeing me. In a few hurried sentences, I explained the tragedy that had unfolded and my urgent need for his assistance. "Hold on, my friend. I'll let you in, and you can tell me everything while I get dressed." In a moment he had unlatched the door, and I trailed him up to his room. He settled me into a chair, and I began recounting the entire episode, leaving nothing out and skipping no detail, no matter how minor, all while he conducted a meticulous and unhurried morning routine. I described my rude awakening, Mrs. Inglethorpe's final gasping words, her husband's mysterious absence, the bitter argument from the previous day, the snippet of charged conversation between Mary and her mother-in-law. I'd accidentally caught the older feud between Mrs. Inglethorpe and Evelyn Howard, and all of Evelyn's pointed hints. My narrative was far from smooth. I found myself backtracking, repeating points and pausing to recall forgotten specifics. Poirot offered a patient smile. "The mind, it is a jumble. No, do not rush, my friend. You are agitated, you are excited. This is only natural. Later, when we are more composed, we will arrange the facts neatly. Each in its proper drawer, we will examine and we will discard. The significant ones we place here," he gestured to one side of an imaginary table, "and the insignificant ones, poof." He contorted his round face comically and blew a puff of air. "We send them flying." "That's easy for you to say," I protested. "But how do you decide what's significant? That's always the tricky part for me." Poirot shook his head vigorously, his attention now on meticulously grooming his moustache. "Not tricky, observe. One fact connects to another, so we go. Does the next piece fit with the first?" "Marvelous," we continue. "This next little fact, no, now, that is interesting. Something is absent, a link in our chain has gone missing. We inspect, we hunt, and that curious little fact, that seemingly trivial detail which refuses to align, we place it right here." He made a dramatic, sweeping motion. "It becomes significant. It is monumental. I suppose so." "Ah!" Poirot wagged a stern finger at me, making me shrink back. "Beware. Danger awaits the detective who says it is too small, it does not matter, it does not fit. I will ignore it. That path leads only to chaos. Everything matters. I know you've always said that. It's why I've included every detail of this business, whether they seemed relevant to me or not, and I am pleased with you. You have a faithful memory and have reported the facts accurately. As for the order in which you presented them, I say nothing. Truly it was a disaster. But I make allowances. You were distressed. To that I attribute your omission of one fact of supreme importance." "What did I miss?" I asked, bewildered. "You did not tell me whether Mrs. Inglethorpe ate a good dinner last night." I gaped at him. Surely the strain of the war had finally addled the little man's brain. He was intently brushing his jacket before putting it on, seemingly absorbed in the task. "I don't recall," I said, irritation creeping into my voice. "And anyway, I fail to see." "You fail to see? But it is of the utmost importance." "I can't imagine why," I retorted, feeling nettled. "As far as I remember, she didn't eat much. She was visibly upset. It had stolen her appetite. That was perfectly natural." "Yes," Poirot mused, his tone thoughtful. "It was perfectly natural." He opened a drawer, retrieved a small dispatch case, and turned to me. "Now I am ready. We will go to the house and inspect matters on the scene." "Forgive me, mon ami. You dressed in haste. Your necktie. It is at a regrettable angle. Allow me." With a deft flick of his wrist, he straightened it. "There. Now, shall we depart?" We hastened through the village and entered through the estate gates. Poirot paused, casting a sorrowful look across the stunning grounds, still sparkling with the morning's dew. So beautiful, so very beautiful, and yet the poor family, submerged in sorrow, utterly prostrated by grief. He shot me a penetrating look as he spoke, and I felt my cheeks grow warm under his steady scrutiny. Was the family truly prostrated by grief? Was the sorrow over Mrs. Inglethorpe's death genuinely that profound? The question, once asked, seemed to hang heavily in the crisp morning air. I became aware of a certain emotional void in the air. The deceased woman had never possessed the ability to inspire deep affection. Her passing was a shock and a sorrow, yet it would not be met with passionate grief. Poirot appeared to track the direction of my thoughts. He gave a solemn nod. "You are correct," he stated. "The bond is not one of blood. She was generous and kind to the Cavendish family, but she was not their birth mother. Blood will always assert itself. Never forget that." "Poirot," I began, "I must ask why you were so interested in whether Mrs. Inglethorpe ate a hearty supper last night. I've been puzzling over it, but I fail to see the relevance to the case." He was quiet for a moment as we continued our walk. Finally, he replied, "I do not object to telling you, though you know I prefer to withhold explanations until the conclusion. The prevailing assumption is that Mrs. Inglethorpe died from strychnine poisoning, most likely delivered in her evening coffee." "Go on. Consider the timing. When was the coffee served?" "Approximately 8 o'clock. So she consumed it between then and 8:30. Strychnine acts with relative speed. Its effects typically appear quite soon, often within an hour. Yet, for Mrs. Inglethorpe, the symptoms did not emerge until 5 o'clock the following morning, a gap of 9 hours. Now, a substantial meal taken around the same time as the poison could delay its action, though hardly to such a dramatic degree. It remains a possibility. However, you report she ate very little at supper. And still the symptoms waited until dawn. That, my friend, is a peculiar detail. The autopsy may provide an answer. For now, keep it in mind. As we approached the house, John Cavendish emerged to meet us. His face was drawn and tired. "This is a terrible affair, Monsieur Poirot," he said. "Hastings has made it clear we wish to avoid any publicity?" "Perfectly clear. You understand it is only suspicion at this stage. We have no concrete evidence." "Precisely. It is merely a precaution." John then turned to me, fetching his cigarette case and lighting one. "You're aware that Inglethorpe has returned?" "Yes. I encountered him." John tossed the spent match toward a nearby flower bed, an action which visibly pained Poirot. The detective retrieved it and disposed of it properly. "It's deuced hard to know how one should act toward him now." "That particular difficulty will not linger," Poirot remarked calmly. John looked confused, not grasping the implication of this cryptic comment. He handed me the 2 keys Dr. Bauerstein had provided. "Please show Monsieur Poirot anything he wishes to examine." "The rooms are secured?" Poirot inquired. Dr. Bauerstein deemed it prudent. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. "Then he is quite certain. That simplifies our task considerably." We went upstairs together to the room where the tragedy occurred. Poirot locked the door from the inside and began a meticulous examination. He moved from object to object with a grasshopper's quickness. I stayed near the doorway, anxious not to disturb any potential evidence. Poirot, however, did not appreciate my caution. "But what is the matter with you?" he exclaimed. "You stand there like, how do you say?" "Ah, yes, a sack of potatoes," I explained. I was wary of obscuring any footprints. "Footprints? What a notion. The room has practically hosted a regiment by now. What footprints could we hope to find?" "No! Come here and assist me. I will set my case down for the moment." He placed it on the round table by the window, but the table's loose top tilted, sending the dispatch case clattering to the floor. "What a table!" Poirot cried in exasperation. "My dear fellow," Poirot observed, setting down the key he had just removed from the small purple case on the writing desk, "a grand home does not guarantee a peaceful heart." He handed the key to me. It was a standard Yale type, unremarkable except for a loop of bent wire through its bow. I saw nothing unusual in it. He turned his attention to the splintered doorframe we had forced, confirming the bolt had indeed been thrown. Next, he approached the door to Cynthia's room, which I had already found secured. With meticulous, silent care, he drew back its bolt and tested its movement several times. Abruptly, he froze, his focus narrowing on the bolt mechanism itself. After a close inspection, he produced a pair of fine forceps from his pocket and extracted a nearly invisible speck, which he promptly sealed in a small envelope. My gaze then fell upon the chest of drawers where I had utterly failed to notice a spirit lamp and a small saucepan resting on a tray. A dark residue coated the bottom of the pan, and an empty cup and saucer sat beside it. Here was a glaring oversight on my part, a genuine clue. Poirot, with fastidious care, wet a fingertip in the dregs and gave it a tentative taste, his face contorted. "Cocoa," he announced, fortified, I believe, with rum. He moved to the disorder near the overturned bedside table, where a fallen lamp, some books, matches, a key ring, and the utterly pulverized remains of a coffee cup lay scattered. Now this, Poirot murmured, is most instructive. I fail to see what's so instructive about a mess, I replied. Weary observe. The lamp chimney is broken in 2 clean pieces, lying where they fell. But this cup, it is not merely broken. It has been crushed into fine powder. Someone must have trod on it, I suggested. Precisely, he said, his tone oddly weighted. Someone stepped on it. He rose and drifted to the mantelpiece, where he began nervously straightening the ornaments, a sure sign of his agitation. My friend, he said, turning to face me, that cup was deliberately ground underfoot. And the reason? Either because it contained strychnine, or, which is a far more troubling thought, because it did not contain strychnine. I was too perplexed to respond, knowing better than to press for an immediate explanation. After a moment's reflection, he resumed his work. Scooping up the keyring, he spun the keys before selecting one that shone with recent use. It unlocked the purple case perfectly. He opened it, hesitated, then closed and relocked it, depositing both the keyring and the original key into his own pocket. I lack the official warrant to peruse these documents, he stated, yet it must be done, and without delay. A rigorous search of the washstand drawers followed. Then, crossing to the left-hand window, he knelt by a faint, circular stain on the dark carpet, nearly invisible. He examined it minutely, even leaning close to catch its scent. Concluding his inspection, he carefully poured a sample of the cocoa residue into a test tube and sealed it. Finally, he produced his notebook. "We have in this room," he said, writing briskly, 6 points of interest. Shall I list them, or will you? You, by all means, I said hastily. Very well. First, a coffee cup reduced to powder. Second, a locked dispatch case. Third, a stain upon the floor. It could be an old stain, I interjected. No, he countered. It remains slightly damp, and it carries the distinct aroma of coffee. 4, a small piece of dark green fabric. Just a thread or two, but identifiable. Ah, I exclaimed. That's what you placed in the envelope. Indeed, it may prove to be from one of Mrs. Inglethorpe's own gowns, and therefore insignificant. We shall see. 5, this. He gestured dramatically toward a sizable splash of candle wax on the floor near the writing desk. This must have occurred since yesterday, otherwise a competent maid would have cleaned it promptly with blotting paper and a hot iron. I once lost a fine hat to a similar mishap, but that is beside the point. It probably happened last night. We were all terribly distressed. Or perhaps Mrs. Inglethorpe herself let her candle fall. You brought only a single candle into the room? Yes. Lawrence Cavendish was holding it. But he was deeply shaken. He appeared to see something over there. I pointed toward the mantel. That completely stunned him. That is most interesting, Poirot said swiftly. Yes, it is suggestive. His gaze travelled the length of the wall. But it was not his candle that created this large stain, for you observe this is white wax, whereas Monsieur Lawrence's candle, still on the dressing table, is pink. Mrs. Inglethorpe, on the other hand, had no candlestick here, only a reading lamp. So, I said, what do you conclude? My friend offered only a rather annoying response, encouraging me to employ my own powers of deduction. And the 6th point, I asked. I assume it's the sample of cocoa. No, Poirot replied thoughtfully. I might have counted that among the 6, but I did not. No, the 6th point I shall keep to myself for now. He scanned the room quickly. There is nothing more to do here, I think, unless... He stared intently at the cold ashes in the fireplace. Fire consumes, it obliterates, yet by chance there might be. Let us see. Nimbly, he got down on hands and knees and began sifting the ashes from the grate into the fender, handling them with extreme care. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry. The tweezers, Hastings? I passed them to him at once, and with deft skill he retrieved a tiny piece of partially charred paper. There, my friend, he declared. What do you make of that? I examined the fragment closely. It was unusually thick, not at all like common writing paper. An idea came to me abruptly. Poirot, I cried. This is a piece of a will.
Precisely.
I looked at him sharply. You aren't surprised? No, he said gravely. I anticipated it. I handed back the paper scrap and watched him store it in his case with the same meticulous care he applied to everything. My mind was reeling. What was this new complication of a will? Who had destroyed it? Presumably the same person who left the candle wax on the floor. But how had anyone gotten in? All the doors had been bolted from inside. Now, my friend, said Poirot briskly, we shall go. I wish to ask a few questions of the parlour maid, Dorcas. Is that her name? We passed through Alfred Inglethorpe's room, where Poirot lingered just long enough to conduct a brief but thorough inspection. We exited through that door, locking both it and Mrs. Inglethorpe's room as before. I led him down to the boudoir which he had wished to see, and then went off myself to find Dorcas. When I returned with her, however, the boudoir was empty. "Poirot," I called, "where are you?" "I am here, my friend." He had stepped out through the French doors and was standing, seemingly captivated, before the array of geometrically shaped flower beds. "Magnificent," he murmured. "Magnificent, such symmetry. Observe that crescent and those diamond shapes, their precision delights the eye. The spacing of the plantings is also flawless. This work was done recently, was it not?" "Yes, I believe the gardeners were at it just yesterday afternoon. But please come in, Dorcas is here." "Very well, very well. Don't begrudge me a moment of simple visual pleasure," he countered. "This is more urgent, and who's to say these magnificent begonias aren't equally vital?" I could only shrug. Arguing with him when he adopted that particular stance was futile. "You disagree? History suggests otherwise. Very well. Let us proceed and speak with the steadfast Dorcas." Dorcas awaited us in the boudoir, her posture erect, hands clasped formally before her. Her grey hair was arranged in precise waves beneath a crisp white cap, the very image of a traditional devoted servant. She regarded Poirot with an initial wariness, but his manner quickly disarmed her. He gestured to a chair. "Please, do sit down." "Thank you, sir." "You have been in your mistress's employ for many years, is that correct?" "A full decade, sir." "That is a significant period, denoting great loyalty. You were fond of her, I presume?" "She was always very fair to me, sir." "Then you will not mind answering some questions. I assure you Mr. Cavendish has sanctioned this entirely." "Of course, sir. Let us start with yesterday afternoon. Your mistress had a disagreement." "Yes, sir, though I'm not sure I should," Dorcas faltered. Poirot fixed her with an intent look. "My dear Dorcas, it is imperative I understand every particular of that argument. Do not view this as a betrayal of confidence. Your mistress is gone, and to find justice for her, we must know everything. We cannot restore her life, but if there was treachery, we can ensure the guilty party answers for it." "Amen to that," Dorcas said with sudden heat. "And without pointing fingers, there's one person in this house none of us ever took to. A black day it was when he first crossed the doorstep." Poirot allowed her simmering resentment to settle before resuming his practical tone. "Now, concerning this quarrel, what is the first you knew of it?" "Well, sir, I was passing through the hall yesterday." "At what time?" "I couldn't say precisely, sir. It was a good while before tea, perhaps around 4 or a little after. As I was passing, I heard raised, angry voices from in here. I didn't intend to eavesdrop, but there it is." I paused. The door was closed, but the mistress's voice was sharp and clear. "You have lied to me and deceived me," she said. I couldn't make out Mr. Inglethorpe's reply. He was speaking much lower. But she answered back, "How dare you? I have housed you, clothed you, fed you. Everything you have comes from me, and this is your repayment, bringing shame upon our family name." Again, his words were muffled, but she continued, "Nothing you say changes a thing. My duty is clear. My mind is decided. Do not imagine any fear of scandal or public gossip between a husband and wife will stop me." Then I thought I heard movement toward the door, so I left promptly. "You are certain the voice you heard was Mr. Inglethorpe's?" "Oh, yes, sir. Who else's could it possibly have been?" "Proceed. What followed?" "Later, I returned to the hall, but all was quiet. At 5 o'clock, Mrs. Inglethorpe rang and asked me to bring a cup of tea, nothing to eat, to the boudoir. She looked truly awful, terribly pale and shaken. "Dorcas," she told me, "I have suffered a severe shock." "I'm very sorry to hear that, ma'am," I replied. "A good hot cup of tea will help, ma'am." She was holding something in her hand. I couldn't tell if it was a letter or simply a slip of paper, but it had writing on it. She kept gazing at it with a kind of stunned disbelief, as if she could scarcely comprehend what was written there. It was then I noticed her hand trembled slightly, a detail that struck me as profoundly out of character for a woman usually so composed. She murmured the words softly, almost as if she'd forgotten I was in the room. Just a handful of words, and nothing is the same. Then she looked straight at me and said, "Dorcas, never put your faith in a man. They aren't worth the heartache." I rushed to fetch her a strong cup of tea, and she thanked me, saying it would help settle her nerves. I don't know what's to be done, she went on. A scandal between husband and wife is a terrible business, Dorcas. I'd give anything to keep it quiet. Just then, Mrs. Cavendish walked in, so she didn't say another word. Did she still have the letter or whatever it was in her hand at that moment? Yes, sir. What would she normally have done with it afterward? I suppose she would have locked it away in that purple case of hers, sir. Was that where she usually kept her important documents? Yes, sir. She brought it down with her each morning and carried it back upstairs every night. When did she first notice the key was missing? Yesterday at lunch, sir. She told me to search everywhere for it. She was quite upset. But she had a spare key. Oh, yes, sir. Dorcas was staring at him with open curiosity, and I admit I was doing the same. What was the significance of a lost key? Poirot gave a faint smile. Do not trouble yourself, Dorcas. It is my task to know such things. Is this the key that went missing? He produced from his pocket the key he had discovered in the lock of the dispatch case upstairs. Dorcas's eyes widened in surprise. That's the one, sir, without a doubt. But wherever did you find it? I turned the place upside down. Ah, but you understand, its location yesterday was not the same as its location today. Now, let us move to another matter. Did your mistress own a dark green dress in her wardrobe? The question seemed to startle her. No, sir. You are certain? Quite certain, sir. Does anyone else in the house possess a green dress? Dorcas thought for a moment. Miss Cynthia has a green evening gown. Light or dark green? A light green, sir. A chiffon fabric, I believe. That is not what I'm looking for. So no one else has anything green? Not that I'm aware of, sir. Poirot's expression gave nothing away, neither disappointment nor satisfaction. He simply said, Very well, we shall set that aside. Now, do you have reason to believe your mistress might have taken a sleeping powder last night? Not last night, sir. I'm sure she didn't. How can you be so positive? Because the box was empty. She took the last one 2 days ago and hadn't had any more prepared. You are absolutely certain? Positive, sir. Then that matter is settled. Incidentally, did your mistress ask you to sign any document yesterday? Sign a paper? No, sir. When Mr. Hastings and Mr. Lawrence returned yesterday evening, they found your mistress occupied with letter writing. Can you give me any indication of whom those letters might have been addressed to? I'm afraid I can't, sir. I was out for the evening. Perhaps Annie would know, though she's a careless girl. Didn't even clear away the coffee cups last night. That's what happens when I'm not here to manage things. Poirot raised a hand. Since they have been left, Dorcas, I beg you to leave them a little longer. I wish to examine them. Very well, sir. What time did you go out yesterday evening? Around 6 o'clock, sir. Thank you, Dorcas. That is all I need to ask. He stood and wandered toward the window. I have been admiring the flower beds. How many gardeners are employed here now? Only 3 at present, sir. We had 5 before the war, when the estate was kept as a proper gentleman's place should be. I wish you could have seen it then, sir. It was a beautiful sight. But now there's only old Manning, young William, and a modern woman gardener who wears trousers and such. Ah, these are dreadful times. Better times will return, Dorcas. At least, we must hope so. Now, would you please send Annie to me? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. How did you know that Mrs. Inglethorpe was... My curiosity was piqued as Dorcas left. Sleeping powders and the keys, I asked. Patience, Poirot replied, producing a small chemist's box. First, the powders. I found this in her washstand drawer. It was item 6 in my notes. But the last dose was taken 2 days ago, I observed. Surely it's irrelevant now. Perhaps, yet. Examine the box. Do you notice anything unusual? I looked it over. Nothing strikes me. Read the label. I did so. 1 powder to be taken at bedtime, if required. Mrs. Inglethorpe. It seems perfectly ordinary. No chemist's name is printed, Poirot pointed out. Ah, you're right, I exclaimed. That is odd. I've never seen a pharmacy dispense something so anonymous. My excitement was building, but Poirot, with his usual flair for the dramatic, immediately deflated it. The explanation is likely very mundane, my friend. Do not let your imagination run wild. The sound of approaching footsteps announced Annie's arrival, cutting off any reply. She was a robust young woman, and her demeanour mixed a nervous energy with a morbid fascination for the situation. Poirot addressed her with efficient directness. Annie, I understand you attended to Mrs. Inglethorpe's correspondence last evening. How many letters were written, and to whom? Annie thought for a moment. 4 letters, sir. 1 to Miss Howard, 1 to Mr. Wells the lawyer, and 1 to Ross's, the caterers in Tadminster. The 4th, I'm afraid I don't recall, sir. It's clean gone from my mind. Poirot showed no disappointment. Let us move to another matter, the cocoa. Was it her nightly custom? Yes, sir. I brought it up every evening. She would warm it herself later if she fancied it. And its composition? Cocoa made with milk, a teaspoon of sugar, and 2 teaspoons of rum, sir. You always prepared it? I fetched it from the kitchen, sir. Cook made it early before the supper vegetables as the stove got crowded. I would place it on the table by the swing door in the left wing and bring it into her room when I went to draw the curtains later. This table, Poirot pressed. On which side of the door is it? The main hall side or the servants' side? The main hall side, sir, and last night's timing. I brought it up about 7:15. I took it into her room when I went to shut up, near 8 o'clock. She had already retired. So, for roughly 45 minutes, the cocoa sat unattended on that table. Yes, sir. Annie's face, which had been growing flushed, suddenly contorted with defensive anxiety. And if there was salt in it, it wasn't me. I never brought the salt near that tray. Poirot's eyes gleamed. What salt? You saw salt on the tray? Yes, sir. Coarse kitchen salt, it was. I didn't see it when I first set the tray down, but I noticed it plain as day when I went to carry it in. I suppose I should have taken it back to the kitchen, but I didn't think. Her voice trailed off, heavy with a guilt she hadn't possessed until this very interrogation. I was in a rush because Dorcas wasn't there, and I figured the cocoa might still be fine. Maybe the salt had only spilled on the tray. So I brushed it off with my apron and brought it in. Containing my excitement was nearly impossible. Without realizing it, Annie had handed us a crucial clue. If she'd known that coarse kitchen salt was actually strychnine, one of the deadliest substances known, she would have been utterly shocked. I was amazed by Poirot's composure. His self-control was remarkable. I waited eagerly for his next question, but it let me down. When you entered Mrs. Inglethorpe's room, was the door to Miss Cynthia's room bolted? Oh, yes, sir. It always was. Never been opened. And the door into Mr. Inglethorpe's room? Did you happen to notice if that was bolted as well? Annie paused. I can't say for certain, sir. It was closed, but I couldn't tell if it was bolted. When you finally left, did Mrs. Inglethorpe bolt the door behind you? No, sir. Not right then, but I expect she did later. She usually locked it at night, the one to the hallway, I mean. Did you see any candle wax on the floor when you cleaned the room yesterday? Candle wax? Oh, no, sir. Mrs. Inglethorpe didn't use a candle. She had a reading lamp. So, if there had been a noticeable patch of candle grease, you believe you would have spotted it? Yes, sir. I would have cleaned it up with blotting paper and a hot iron. Then Poirot revisited a question he'd asked Dorcas. Did your mistress ever own a green dress? No, sir. Or a cloak, or a cape, or what you might call a sports coat? Not in green, sir? Anyone else in the house? Annie thought for a moment. No, sir. You're certain? Quite sure. Good, that's all I needed. Thank you very much. With a nervous laugh, Annie hurried out, her shoes faintly creaking. My bottled-up enthusiasm finally overflowed. Poirot, I exclaimed, I must congratulate you. This is a major breakthrough. What breakthrough is that? Why, that the cocoa was poisoned, not the coffee. It clarifies everything. Naturally, it didn't take effect until early morning, since the cocoa was only consumed late at night. So, you believe the cocoa? Pay close attention, Hastings. The cocoa contains strychnine. Obviously, what else could that substance on the tray have been? It might have been salt, Poirot replied calmly. I shrugged. If he was going to be that obstinate, arguing was pointless. For a moment, it crossed my mind, not for the first time, that the poor old fellow might be losing his edge. Secretly, I felt fortunate that someone with a more alert mind like myself was working alongside him. Poirot watched me with quietly amused eyes. You are not happy with me, my friend? My dear Poirot, I said coolly, it's not my place to instruct you. You're entitled to your opinion, just as I am to mine. A most admirable principle, Poirot remarked, springing nimbly to his feet. Now I am done with this room. By the way, who uses the smaller desk in the corner? Mr. Inglethorpe's. Ah! He tested the roll-top gently. Locked, but perhaps one of Mrs. Inglethorpe's keys might work. He tried several with a skilled twist, finally murmuring in satisfaction. There! It's not the exact key, but it does the trick. He slid the top back and gave the neatly organized papers a quick glance. To my surprise, he didn't inspect them, merely noting with approval as he relocked the desk. Decidedly, he is a man of order, this Mr. Inglethorpe. In Poirot's view, being a man of order was the highest compliment one could receive. I couldn't help feeling my friend wasn't quite himself as he wandered on, a bit disjointedly. No stamps in his desk, but there could have been, my friend? Could there have been something else? Yes, he murmured, his gaze drifting slowly around the chamber. This little room has no more secrets to share. It offered very little, only this. He drew a creased envelope from his pocket and flicked it toward me. It was a peculiar item, a plain, somewhat grubby old envelope with a handful of words hastily scribbled across its face, seemingly at random. Here is a reproduction of the writing. My curiosity was immediately piqued. Where did you come across this? I asked Poirot. In the wastepaper basket. Do you recognize the hand? It's Mrs. Inglethorpe's, certainly. But what on earth is it supposed to mean? Poirot merely gave an expressive shrug. I cannot tell you, yet it is suggestive, is it not? A sudden bizarre notion struck me. Could Mrs. Inglethorpe's mind have been unhinged? Did she harbour some strange fantasy about being possessed? And if that were true, was it not equally possible she had ended her own life? I was on the verge of laying out this theory when Poirot's own words broke my concentration.
Come,
he announced with sudden energy. Let us now give our attention to the coffee cups. My dear Poirot! What possible use is that? Now we are certain about the cocoa. Oh la la, that wretched cocoa, he cried with a flippant wave of his hand. He laughed, a sound of apparent delight, and raised his arms toward the ceiling in a gesture of mock despair I found to be in remarkably poor taste. Besides, I continued, my tone growing cooler, since Mrs. Inglethorpe took her coffee upstairs, I fail to see what you hope to discover unless you seriously expect to find a packet of strychnine sitting on the tray. This sobered Poirot at once. Come, my friend, he said, linking his arm through mine. Do not be cross, permit me my interest in the coffee cups, and I shall respectfully defer to your cocoa there. Is it a bargain? His manner was so oddly humorous that I couldn't help but laugh, and we proceeded together to the drawing-room where the cups and tray remained exactly as we had left them. Poirot had me recount the previous evening's scene in detail, listening with intense focus and confirming the position of each cup. So Mrs. Cavendish stood by the tray and poured. Yes, then she walked over to the window where you sat with Mademoiselle Cynthia. Yes, here are those 3 cups, and the half-finished cup on the mantelpiece that would belong to Mr. Lawrence Cavendish. And the one left on the tray? That was John Cavendish's? I saw him set it down. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then where is the cup of Mr. Inglethorpe? He does not drink coffee. Then all are accounted for. One moment, my friend. With meticulous care, he collected a drop or two from the dregs of each cup, sealing them into separate test tubes and tasting each in turn. His face underwent a curious transformation. An expression settled there that was both puzzled and oddly relieved. Good, he declared finally. It is clear. I had an idea, but plainly I was mistaken. Yes, completely mistaken, yet it is strange. But no matter. With a characteristic shrug, he dismissed whatever concern had been nagging at him. Honestly, I could have told him from the start that this fixation of his with the coffee would lead nowhere, but I held my tongue. After all, Poirot was getting on in years, but he had been a great detective in his time. Breakfast is ready, announced John Cavendish, entering from the hall. You will join us, Monsieur Poirot? Poirot assented. I observed John. He was already nearly restored to his usual self. The shock of the night's events had unsettled him temporarily, but his natural equanimity was reasserting itself. He was a man of limited imagination, a sharp contrast to his brother, who perhaps possessed too much. Since the early hours, John had been tirelessly busy dispatching telegrams. One of the first had gone to Evelyn Howard, drafting notices for the papers, and generally immersing himself in the sombre duties that follow a death. May I inquire about the progress of your investigation? John Cavendish asked. Does the evidence suggest my mother's death was natural, or must we brace ourselves for a more troubling conclusion? Poirot responded with a sombre tone. Mr. Cavendish, I advise you not to comfort yourself with unrealistic expectations. Could you share the perspectives of the rest of the household? My brother Lawrence believes we are worrying over nothing, John replied. He insists all signs point to a straightforward heart failure. Does he indeed? That is most intriguing, Poirot murmured thoughtfully. And your wife, Mrs. Cavendish? A shadow briefly crossed John's expression. I have no knowledge of my wife's thoughts on the matter. His answer created a palpable tension in the room. John broke the uncomfortable silence with a deliberate effort. I mentioned, didn't I, that Mr. Inglethorpe has come back? Poirot gave a slight nod. It creates a difficult position for everyone. Naturally, we must behave as if nothing is amiss, but it is profoundly unsettling to share a meal with a man who may be a murderer. Poirot offered a sympathetic gesture. I understand completely. It is an exceedingly trying situation for you, Mr. Cavendish. May I pose one question? I believe Mr. Inglethorpe claimed he did not return last night because he had forgotten his latchkey. Is that correct? Yes. Are you entirely certain the key was forgotten? Is it possible he took it after all? I wouldn't know. It never occurred to me to check. We always leave it in the hall drawer. I could look for it now. Poirot raised a hand with a faint smile. No, it is far too late for that. I am sure you would find it there now. If Mr. Inglethorpe did take it, he has had more than enough time to return it.
But you believe...
I form no beliefs. Had someone happened to look this morning before his return and seen the key, it would have been a significant point in his favour. That is all. John appeared confused, but Poirot continued smoothly. Do not trouble yourself over it. I assure you it is not worth your concern. Since you are so gracious, let us join the others for breakfast. The entire household was gathered in the dining room. Given the circumstances, it was hardly a cheerful gathering. The strain following a shock is always severe, and I sensed we were all feeling its weight. Propriety demanded we maintain our usual composure, yet I couldn't help questioning how difficult that facade truly was to uphold. There were no red-rimmed eyes, no visible signs of private sorrow. I remained convinced that Dorcas, the housekeeper, was the one most genuinely affected by the personal loss. I will not dwell on Alfred Inglethorpe, who played the part of the grieving widower with a hypocrisy I found utterly revolting. Did he realize we suspected him? He surely could not be ignorant of the suspicion hanging in the air, however much we tried to conceal it. Was he secretly afraid, or arrogantly confident his crime would go unpunished? The charged atmosphere must have signaled he was under scrutiny. But did everyone share this suspicion? What of Mary Cavendish? I observed her as she presided at the head of the table, graceful and composed, yet utterly inscrutable. Dressed in a soft grey gown, with white ruffles at the wrists that draped over her slender hands, she looked strikingly beautiful. Yet her face, when she wished, could become a sphinx-like mask, revealing nothing. She spoke very little, barely parting her lips, and yet I felt, in some indefinable way, the formidable force of her personality dominating the room. And young Cynthia? Did she harbour suspicions? She looked terribly weary and unwell, her usual vivacity replaced by a heavy languor. When I asked if she was feeling ill, she answered plainly, "Yes, I have the most dreadful headache." "Perhaps another cup of coffee, mademoiselle," Poirot suggested kindly. "It will restore you. It is unequalled for the mal de tête." He promptly stood and fetched her cup. "No sugar," Cynthia said, her eyes following his hand as he reached for the tongs. "No sugar? You gave it up during the war, perhaps?" he asked. "No, I never take it in coffee." "Mon Dieu," Poirot murmured under his breath as he returned with her refilled cup. I alone caught the whisper. Glancing at him, I saw his face alive with a suppressed energy, his eyes gleaming with an almost feline intensity. Something had struck him profoundly, but what? I would not normally consider myself an unobservant man, yet I could recall nothing unusual. Before I could ponder further, the door opened and Dorcas entered. "Mr. Wells is here to see you, sir," she told John. I recognized the name as that of the lawyer to whom Mrs. Inglethorpe had written. John stood at once. "Please show him into the study." He turned to us.
"My mother's solicitor,"
he explained, then added in a lower tone. "He also serves as the coroner, you understand. You may wish to accompany me." We agreed and followed him out. John walked ahead, and I seized the moment to whisper to Poirot, "So there will be an inquest?" Poirot gave an absent nod. He seemed deeply preoccupied, which only sharpened my curiosity. "What is it? You are not listening." "It is true, my friend. I am troubled." "Why?" "Because Mademoiselle Cynthia does not take sugar in her coffee." "What on earth? You cannot be serious." "But I am perfectly serious. There is a detail here that escapes me." My instinct was correct. What instinct? The instinct that compelled me to examine those coffee cups. Hush, no more for now. We entered the study, and John shut the door. Mr. Wells was a pleasant, middle-aged man with sharp eyes and the careful expression common to his profession. John made introductions and explained our presence. You will understand, Wells, he added, that this is entirely confidential. We still hope an investigation may prove unnecessary. Quite, Mr. Wells said in a calming tone. I wish we could spare you the distress and public attention of an inquest, but without a physician's certificate, it is unavoidable. Yes, I suppose so. Clever man, that Dr. Bauerstein, a leading authority on toxicology, I believe.
Indeed, John replied, a certain stiffness entering his manner. He then asked, somewhat hesitantly, Will all of us be required to give evidence? You certainly, and Mr. Inglethorpe. A brief pause followed before the lawyer continued smoothly. Any other testimony will be merely confirmatory, a simple formality. I see. A faint look of relief passed over John's face. It puzzled me, for I saw no cause for it. If you have no objection, Mr.
Wells went on. I thought Friday would suit. That allows ample time for the medical report. The post-mortem is to be conducted this evening. I understand? Yes. Then Friday is agreeable. Perfectly. I need hardly say, my dear Cavendish, how deeply grieved I am by this tragic event. Can you offer no assistance in shedding light upon it, monsieur? Poirot interjected, speaking for the first time since we had come in. I? Yes. We understand, Mrs. Inglethorpe wrote to you last night. You should have received the letter this morning. I did, but it contained no specifics. It was merely a note requesting I call on her this morning, as she wished my advice on a matter of great importance. She gave no indication of what that matter might be. Unfortunately, no. That is a pity, said John. A great pity. Poirot agreed gravely. Silence fell. Poirot remained wrapped in thought for several moments. Finally, he turned again to the lawyer. Mr. Wells, there is one thing I should like to ask, if it does not breach professional confidence. In the event of Mrs. Inglethorpe's affairs requiring clarification, who stood to inherit Mrs. Inglethorpe's money? Poirot inquired. The lawyer paused briefly before responding. This information will become public soon enough, so if Mr. Cavendish has no objection. None at all, John interjected. I see no reason to withhold an answer. According to her final will, which was dated last August, after several minor bequests to the household staff, she left her entire estate to me, her stepson, John Cavendish. Forgive the question, Mr. Cavendish, Poirot continued, but did that not seem rather unjust to your brother Lawrence? Not at all, John replied. You must understand, under our father's will, I inherited the estate itself, while Lawrence was to receive a substantial cash sum upon our stepmother's passing. By leaving her money to me, Mrs. Inglethorpe ensured that Styles could be properly maintained. In my view, it was a perfectly fair arrangement. Poirot gave a thoughtful nod. I comprehend. Yet, under English law, that will was automatically cancelled when she remarried, was it not? Precisely, Mr. Wells confirmed, as I was about to mention that document is now void. Ah, Poirot exclaimed. After a moment's reflection, he asked, was Mrs. Inglethorpe herself aware of this? I cannot say for certain. It is possible. She was, John stated unexpectedly. We actually discussed how marriage revokes a will just yesterday. Indeed. One further question, Mr. Wells. You referred to it as her last will. Does that imply Mrs. Inglethorpe had made several previous ones? On average, she drafted a new will at least once a year, the lawyer said calmly. She was rather prone to altering her testamentary wishes, favouring one family member than another. Poirot leaned forward. Suppose, unknown to you, she had recently made a new will benefiting someone entirely outside the family, Miss Howard, for example. Would that surprise you? Not in the slightest. Ah! Poirot appeared satisfied. As John and the lawyer began discussing the examination of Mrs. Inglethorpe's documents, I moved closer to my friend. Do you believe she made a will leaving everything to Miss Howard? I whispered, curious. Poirot offered a faint smile. No. Then why ask? Patience Hastings. John turned back to us. Will you join us, Monsieur Poirot? We are to go through my mother's papers. Mr. Inglethorpe has agreed to leave the matter entirely to Mr. Wells and myself. That certainly streamlines the process, the lawyer murmured. Legally, of course. He was entitled. He left the sentence unfinished. We shall start with the desk in her sitting room, John explained, then proceed to her bedroom. Her most important documents were kept in a purple dispatch case, which requires careful examination. Yes, Mr. Wells agreed. It is entirely possible a more recent will exists than the one I hold. There is a more recent will, Poirot announced. Both men stared at him. What? Or rather, my friend continued smoothly, there was one. What do you mean was? Where is it now? Burned. Burned? Indeed. Observed. He produced the charred paper fragment we had discovered in the fireplace grate of Mrs. Inglethorpe's room, handing it to the lawyer with a concise account of its discovery. But this could be from an older will, Mr. Wells suggested. I think not. In fact, I am nearly certain it was drafted no earlier than yesterday afternoon. What? Impossible, both men exclaimed at once. Poirot turned to John. If you would permit me to summon your gardener, I can demonstrate it to you. By all means, though I fail to see. Poirot raised a hand. Indulge me first, you may ask all the questions you wish afterward. Very well. John rang the bell, and in due course Dorcas appeared. Dorcas, please ask Manning to come and speak with me here. Yes, sir. Dorcas left. We waited in a strained quiet. Poirot alone appeared entirely unbothered, idly flicking dust from a neglected shelf. The heavy crunch of work boots on the gravel outside announced Manning's arrival. John glanced at Poirot for direction. Receiving a slight nod, John called out, Step inside, Manning. I need a word. Manning entered through the French doors with noticeable reluctance, positioning himself as close to the exit as possible. He clutched his cap, turning it over and over in his rough hands. Though his posture was stooped, giving an impression of greater age, his eyes were keen and alert, contradicting his deliberate, cautious manner of speaking. Manning, John began. This gentleman has some questions. I expect you to answer them fully. Yes, sir, Manning muttered. Poirot stepped forward with purpose. Manning's gaze swept over him, registering a hint of dismissiveness. You were engaged in planting begonias on the south side of the house yesterday afternoon. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Me and William. And Mrs. Inglethorpe came to the window and summoned you? That's right, sir. In your own words, please describe what occurred next. Well, sir, not much to tell. She instructed William to take his bicycle to the village and fetch a legal form, a will document, I believe. She wrote the instructions down for him. Continue. So he went, sir. And then? We carried on with the begonias, sir. Did Mrs. Inglethorpe call for you again later? She did, sir. Called for both of us. What happened when you went in? She had us come right into the study. There was a long document on the desk. She told us to sign our names at the bottom, beneath her own signature. Could you see what was written above her name? Poirot inquired sharply. No, sir. There was a sheet of blotting paper covering that section. And you signed where she indicated? Yes, sir. Me first, then William. What did she do with the document afterward? She slid it into a long envelope, sir, and then placed it inside a violet-coloured box that was sitting on the desk. What time was it when she first called to you? I'd say about 4 o'clock, sir. Could it not have been earlier, perhaps 3:30? No, sir. I'm fairly certain it was after 4, wouldn't have been before. Thank you, Manning. That will be all, Poirot said pleasantly. The gardener looked to his master, who gave a confirming nod. Manning touched his forehead with a faint mumble and carefully retreated through the doors. A heavy silence fell upon the room. Good heavens, John whispered. What an unbelievable coincidence. Coincidence? In what way? That my mother should have made a will on the very day she died? Mr. Wells cleared his throat, his tone dry and pointed. Are you entirely convinced it is a coincidence, Cavendish? What are you implying? You informed us your mother had a violent altercation with a certain individual yesterday afternoon. What exactly are you suggesting? John's voice wavered, his face pale. As a consequence of that quarrel, Wells continued steadily, your mother acts with sudden haste to draft a new will. We have no knowledge of its terms. She disclosed its contents to no one. Presumably, she intended to consult me on the matter this very morning, but that opportunity was lost. Now the will is missing, and its secret perishes with her. Cavendish, I fear this is no mere coincidence. Monsieur Poirot, you must agree the circumstances are deeply suggestive. Suggestive or not, John interjected, his composure fraying. We are indebted to Monsieur Poirot for uncovering this. Without his intervention, we would have remained in the dark about the will's existence entirely. I suppose I may not ask you, monsieur, what first made you suspect the truth? Poirot offered a knowing smile. A discarded envelope covered in scribbles and a freshly turned flower bed of begonias. I believe John would have pressed for more details, but just then the distinct hum of a motor car reached our ears, and we all turned toward the window as it sped by. "Evie!" John exclaimed. "You must excuse me, Wells." He hurried out into the hall. Poirot glanced at me with a question in his eyes. "Miss Howard," I explained. "Ah, I am pleased she has arrived," he murmured. "There is a woman, Hastings, who possesses both intellect and feeling, though the good Lord, alas, did not bless her with beauty." Following John, I stepped into the hall where Miss Howard was struggling to free herself from the tangle of veils swathing her head. When her eyes met mine, a sharp bolt of remorse struck me. This was the woman who had warned me so gravely, a warning I had foolishly, and with utter disregard, brushed aside. How quickly and arrogantly I had dismissed her words from my mind. Now, with events having unfolded in such a tragic vindication of her fears, I felt a deep shame. She had understood Alfred Inglethorpe all too well. I found myself wondering, had she remained at Styles, would this horror have occurred at all? Perhaps the man would have been too wary of her vigilant gaze. My tension eased somewhat when she seized my hand in her familiar, uncomfortably firm grip. Her eyes meeting mine were sorrowful, yet held no accusation. The redness of her eyelids betrayed recent, bitter tears, but her manner was as brusque as ever. "I left the moment I received the telegram, came straight off night duty, hired a car. It was the fastest way. Have you eaten anything this morning, Evie?" John inquired. "No. I thought not. Come along. Breakfast hasn't been cleared, and they'll make you a fresh pot of tea." He turned to me. "Look after her, Hastings, would you? Wells is waiting for me. Ah, and here is Monsieur Poirot. He is assisting us, you know, Evie." Miss Howard shook hands with Poirot but shot a suspicious glance over her shoulder at John. "What do you mean, assisting us? Helping with the investigation?" "There's nothing to investigate. Have they arrested him yet?" "Arrested whom?" "Whom? Alfred Inglethorpe, of course. My dear Evie, please be cautious. Lawrence believes my mother died of heart failure." "Then Lawrence is a greater fool than I thought," Miss Howard retorted. "Of course Alfred Inglethorpe murdered poor Emily, just as I always said he would." "My dear Evie, must you shout? Whatever we may privately think, it is wiser to say very little for now. The inquest isn't until Friday." "Not until fiddlesticks." The magnificent snort she emitted would have silenced a regiment. "You've all taken leave of your senses. That man will be halfway across the Atlantic by then. If he has a brain in his head, he won't linger here tamely waiting for the noose." John Cavendish looked at her helplessly. "I know exactly what's happened," she accused him. "You've been listening to those doctors? You should never listen to doctors. What do they know? Precisely nothing, or just enough to make them a menace. I should know. My own father was a physician. That little Dr. Wilkins is about the biggest fool I've ever laid eyes on. Heart failure. Exactly the sort of nonsense he would spout. Anyone with half a brain could see her husband poisoned her. I always said he'd murder her in her bed, poor dear, and now he's gone and done it, and all you can manage is to mutter idiotic things about heart failure and inquest on Friday. You ought to be thoroughly ashamed of yourself, John Cavendish." "What would you have me do?" asked John, unable to suppress a faint smile. "Good heavens, Evie, I can't very well march down and drag him to the police station by his collar." "Well, you might try doing something. Discover how he managed it. The man's a cunning beggar. I'd wager he used flypaper. Ask the cook if any have gone missing." It struck me with considerable force at that moment that housing both Miss Howard and Alfred Inglethorpe under the same roof while maintaining any semblance of peace was likely to be a task of Herculean difficulty. I did not envy John his role as peacekeeper in the slightest. I could tell from his expression that he fully grasped the awkwardness of the situation. For the moment he chose a strategic retreat, leaving the room in a hurry. Dorcas entered with a fresh pot of tea. Once she departed, Poirot moved from the window where he had been standing and took a seat opposite Miss Howard. "Mademoiselle," he said with great seriousness, "there is something I must ask of you." "Go ahead and ask," she replied, regarding him with distinct disapproval. "I need to know if I can rely on your assistance. I'd help you hang Alfred with the greatest pleasure," she answered bluntly. "Hanging is too merciful for the likes of him. He ought to be drawn and quartered just like in the old days." "Then we are in agreement," Poirot stated, "for I too seek to see the guilty party hang. Alfred Inglethorpe. Him or another. There is no another. Poor Emily was perfectly safe until he arrived. Not that she wasn't surrounded by opportunists, she certainly was, but they were only after her money. Her life was never in danger. Then along comes Mr. Alfred Inglethorpe, and within 2 short months, presto, the deed is done. Believe me, Miss Howard, Poirot said with intense earnestness, if Mr. Inglethorpe is the man, he will not evade me. On my honour, I will see him hang higher than Haman. Now that's more like it, Miss Howard responded, her tone warming. But you must allow me to trust my own methods. Your assistance could prove invaluable, and I will tell you why. In this entire house of grief, yours are the only eyes that have shed genuine tears. Miss Howard blinked, and a softer quality entered her rough voice. If you mean that I cared for her, yes, I did. You see, Emily could be a selfish woman in her own fashion. She was generous, but she always expected something in return. She never let anyone forget a kindness she had done, and in doing so, she often pushed love away. I don't believe she ever realized it, though, or felt its absence. I hope not, at any rate. My position was different. I made my terms clear from the beginning. I am worth a certain salary to you each year. Very well, but not a penny more. No extra gifts, no gloves, no theatre tickets. She never understood. She was often quite hurt by it, said I was foolishly proud. It wasn't pride, but I could never explain it properly. Still, I kept my self-respect, and because of that, I was the only one in the whole crowd who could afford to be truly fond of her. I watched over her. I protected her from all those hangers-on, and then a smooth-talking scoundrel waltzes in, and poof. All my years of devotion count for nothing. Poirot nodded in sympathy. I understand, mademoiselle. I understand your feelings completely. They are most natural. You may think we are proceeding too cautiously, that we lack passion and urgency, but I assure you that is not the case. At that moment, John appeared at the door and asked us both to come upstairs to Mrs. Inglethorpe's room, as he and Mr. Wells had finished examining the desk in the boudoir. As we ascended the stairs, John glanced back toward the dining room and lowered his voice to a confidential tone. Tell me, what's going to happen when those two finally come face to face? I could only shake my head. I've instructed Mary to keep them separated if at all possible. Do you think she'll manage it? Only heaven knows. One thing is certain. Inglethorpe himself won't be eager for the encounter. Poirot, you still have the keys, don't you? I asked as we arrived at the locked door. John took the keys from Poirot, unlocked the room, and we all entered. The lawyer went directly to the desk, with John close behind. I believe my mother kept her most important papers in this dispatch box, John said. Poirot produced the small key ring. Allow me. I locked it myself this morning as a precaution. But it isn't locked now. Impossible. See for yourself, John said, lifting the lid. Thunder and lightning, cried Poirot, utterly astonished, and I, who have both keys right here in my pocket. He hurried over to the box. Suddenly his posture stiffened. Ah, here is a matter indeed. This lock has been forced. What? Poirot set the case down again. But who forced it? For what purpose? And when? The door itself was locked. Our shocked questions tumbled out in a disjointed rush. Poirot responded to each question with a clipped, almost automatic precision. Who? That is the question. Why? If only I knew. When? Since I was last in this room. As for the lock, it is a common type. Any number of keys from other doors in this hallway would likely turn it. We exchanged bewildered looks. Poirot moved to the fireplace. Outwardly composed, I saw his hands trembling as they, by long habit, fussed with the arrangement of the mantelpiece ornaments. Consider the situation, he began, his voice tight. Something was inside that case, some fragment of evidence, perhaps minor on its own, but enough to link the killer to this crime. It was absolutely vital to him that it be destroyed before anyone found it and understood its meaning. So he took a tremendous risk by coming in here. Finding the case locked, he had to force it open, which is how we know he was here. For him to take such a chance, the item must have been of the utmost importance. But what could it have been? Ah! Poirot cried out, a flash of pure anger crossing his face. That, I do not know, a document of some sort, undoubtedly. Perhaps it was that scrap of paper Dorcas mentioned seeing yesterday, and his anger boiled over. What a miserable fool I have been, an imbecile. I should never have left that case here unattended. I should have taken it with me. Ah, I am a triple donkey. Now it is gone, likely destroyed. But is it truly? We must not give up. We must turn over every stone. He bolted from the room like a man possessed. I followed as soon as I gathered my wits, but by the time I reached the staircase landing, he was already out of sight. Mary Cavendish was standing there, gazing down into the hall after him. "What on earth has happened to your peculiar little friend, Mr. Hastings? He just shot past me like a runaway train." "He's a bit upset over something," I offered, weakly uncertain how much Poirot would want revealed. Noticing a faint, knowing smile touch her lips, I clumsily tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "They haven't run into each other yet, have they?" "Who do you mean, Mr. Inglethorpe and Miss Howard?" She looked at me in a way I found strangely disconcerting. "Do you truly believe it would be a catastrophe if they did?" "Well, don't you?" I asked, caught off guard. "No," she said, her quiet smile returning. "I think a good loud confrontation might clear the air. Right now, everyone is thinking far too much and saying far too little." "John doesn't share that view," I remarked. "He's very keen to keep them separated." "Oh, John?" Something in her dismissive tone sparked a defensive reaction in me. "John is a thoroughly decent fellow," I blurted out. She studied me with a curious intensity for a moment. "You're loyal to your friend. I respect that. Aren't you my friend as well?" "I am a terrible friend," she stated flatly. "Why would you say that?" "Because it's true. I can be wonderfully engaging one day and then completely forget a person exists the next." I don't know what prompted me. Perhaps it was a touch of pique, but I made a foolish and ill-considered remark. "You always seem perfectly engaging to Dr. Bauerstein, however." I regretted the words instantly. Her face went rigid as if a steel shutter had slammed down, hiding the woman I'd just been speaking with. Without a word, she turned and walked swiftly up the stairs, leaving me standing there like an idiot. My embarrassment was cut short by a tremendous commotion erupting downstairs. I could hear Poirot's voice raised in dramatic explanation. I was annoyed, thinking my attempt at discretion had been pointless. It seemed the little detective was now announcing his theories to the entire household, a strategy whose wisdom I deeply doubted. Once again, I found myself lamenting my friend's tendency to lose all composure when excited. With a sigh, I headed briskly down to see what fresh chaos he had created. My presence seemed to settle Poirot at once. I took him by the arm and led him a few steps away. "My dear man," I said, keeping my voice low, "is this prudent? You don't wish the entire household to learn of this event, do you? You are practically handing the advantage to the culprit. You believe so, Hastings?" "I am certain of it." "Very well, my friend. I shall defer to your judgment." "Good, though, regrettably, the damage is somewhat done now." "Indeed." He looked so thoroughly chastened and downcast that I felt a pang of sympathy, even though I remained convinced my warning was both sound and necessary. "Come," he said after a moment, "let us depart, my friend. Your work here is complete. For the present, yes. Would you accompany me back to the village?" "Gladly." He collected his small case, and we exited through the open drawing-room window. We nearly collided with Cynthia Murdoch, who was just entering. Poirot stepped aside. "Pardon, mademoiselle, one moment." "Yes." She turned, her expression questioning. "Did you ever prepare Mrs. Inglethorpe's medicines?" A faint blush coloured her cheeks as she answered, her tone somewhat stiff. "No. Only her powders, then?" The flush deepened. "Oh, yes, I did compound some sleeping powders for her on one occasion." "These?" Poirot produced the small, empty box. She nodded. "Can you recall their composition? Sulfonal? Veronal?" "No, they were bromide powders." "Ah, thank you, mademoiselle. Good day to you." As we set a brisk pace away from the house, I stole several glances at him. I had observed before that intense excitement caused his eyes to take on a feline, greenish hue. They were gleaming like polished jade now. "My friend," he exclaimed suddenly, "I have a notion, a very peculiar and perhaps entirely improbable notion, and yet it aligns." I gave a non-committal shrug. Privately, I considered Poirot somewhat overly fond of these elaborate theories. In this instance, the truth seemed painfully obvious. "So that explains the unmarked box," I commented. "Quite straightforward, as you said. I'm rather surprised I didn't deduce it myself." Poirot, however, seemed not to hear me. "They have made an additional discovery back there," he noted, jerking his thumb towards Styles St. Mary. "Mr. Wells informed me as we were ascending the stairs." "What was it?" "Locked within the desk in the boudoir, they found a will of Mrs. Inglethorpe's. It was dated prior to her marriage and bequeathed her entire fortune to Alfred Inglethorpe. It must have been executed just as they became engaged. It came as a complete surprise to Wells and to John Cavendish as well. It was drafted on a standard printed form and witnessed by 2 of the servants, though not Dorcas. Was Mr. Inglethorpe aware of its existence? He claims he was not. One might treat that claim with a degree of skepticism, I remarked dryly. A sudden, unbidden memory surfaced of a similar legal document causing a rift in my own family years prior, a tension that lingered for months. The entire matter of these wills is becoming exceedingly tangled. Explain to me, how did those scribbled words on the envelope lead you to conclude a will was written yesterday afternoon? Poirot permitted himself a small smile. My friend, have you ever, while composing a letter, found yourself halted because you were uncertain how to spell a particular word? Frequently. I imagine everyone has. Precisely. And in such a case, have you not tested the word once or twice on the corner of a blotter, or on a spare bit of paper to see if it appeared correct? Well, that is what Mrs. Inglethorpe did. You will note that the word possessed is first spelled with a single S and later with 2 correctly. To be certain, she then tried it within a sentence. I am possessed. Now, what did this indicate to me? It told me that Mrs. Inglethorpe had been writing the word possessed that very afternoon. With the fragment of paper discovered in the grate fresh in my thoughts, the possibility of a will, a document almost certain to contain that very word, immediately presented itself. This possibility was strengthened by another detail. Amid the general upheaval, the boudoir had not been cleaned that morning, and in the vicinity of the desk were a number of traces of brown mold and garden soil. The weather had been clear for several days, so ordinary boots wouldn't have left such a thick layer of dirt. I walked over to the window and immediately noticed the begonia beds had just been planted. The soil there matched what was on the floor of the sitting room, and I had already learned from you that the planting was done yesterday afternoon. This made me certain that one or both of the gardeners, since there were 2 sets of footprints, had actually entered the room. If Mrs. Inglethorpe had only wanted to speak with them, she likely would have remained at the window. They wouldn't have needed to come inside at all. I became convinced she had drafted a new will and called them in to witness her signing it. Later events confirmed my theory was correct. That was clever, I admitted, unable to hide my admiration. I must say my own interpretation of those scribbled notes was completely wrong. He gave a slight smile. You let your imagination run too freely. Imagination is a useful tool, but a dangerous master. The simplest answer is usually the right one. Another thing? How did you know the key to the dispatch box had been lost? I didn't know. It was a guess that happened to be right. You saw the piece of twisted wire through the handle that immediately suggested to me it might have been torn from a flimsy key ring. Now, if it had been lost and then found, Mrs. Inglethorpe would have promptly returned it to her keychain. But on her keychain I found what was clearly a duplicate, very new and shiny, which led me to suppose someone else had used the original key to open the dispatch box. Yes, I said. Alfred Inglethorpe, without question. Poirot looked at me with a curious expression. You are so certain of his guilt. It seems obvious. Each new detail makes it clearer. On the contrary, Poirot replied calmly, there are actually several points in his favor. Oh, come now. Indeed. I can see only one. And what is that? That he wasn't in the house last night. Bad shot. As you English say, you've picked the one point that, to my mind, works against him. How so? Because if Mr. Inglethorpe knew his wife was going to be poisoned last night, he certainly would have arranged to be away. His excuse was plainly fabricated. That leaves us with 2 possibilities. Either he knew what was going to happen, or he had his own private reason for being absent. And that reason? I asked skeptically. Poirot shrugged. How should I know? Something discreditable, no doubt. This Mr. Inglethorpe strikes me as something of a scoundrel, but that doesn't necessarily make him a murderer. I shook my head, still not convinced. We disagree then? Said Poirot. Very well, let us set it aside for now. Time will reveal which of us is correct. For the moment, let us consider another part of the mystery. What do you make of the fact that all the doors to the bedroom were bolted from the inside? Well, I paused to think. One has to approach it logically. True. I would reason this way. The doors were bolted, we saw that ourselves, yet the candle wax on the floor in the destroyed will prove someone entered the room during the night. Do you agree so far? Perfectly, stated with admirable clarity. Please continue. Well, I went on, feeling encouraged. Since whoever entered didn't come through the window, nor by some miraculous means, it follows that Mrs. Inglethorpe herself must have opened the door from inside. That supports the idea the person was her husband. She would naturally open the door for him. Poirot shook his head. Why would she? She had bolted the door connecting to his room, a most unusual action on her part, and she had a terribly violent quarrel with him that very afternoon. No, he was the very last person she would ever confess to. But you do agree the door must have been opened by Mrs. Inglethorpe herself. There is another possibility. She might have forgotten to lock the passage door before going to bed, only to rise later, perhaps near dawn, and secure it then. Poirot, can you honestly believe that? I do not say it is so, only that it could be. Now, let us consider another detail. What is your impression of that fragment of talk you overheard between Mrs. Cavendish and her mother-in-law? I had nearly forgotten that, I replied, thinking it over. It remains as puzzling as ever. It seems impossible that a woman of Mrs. Cavendish's pride and reserve would involve herself so fiercely in a matter that was clearly none of her concern. Exactly. For a woman of her upbringing, it was a shocking breach of decorum. It is certainly strange, I conceded. Still, it seems a minor point, hardly worth serious consideration. A groan escaped Poirot. What have I always said? Every detail must be weighed. If the fact contradicts the theory, discard the theory. We shall see about that, I said, somewhat irritated. Yes, we shall see. We had arrived at Leastways Cottage, and Poirot led me up to his private room. He offered me one of the slender Russian cigarettes he sometimes enjoyed. I noticed with amusement how meticulously he deposited the used matches into a small porcelain dish. My brief annoyance faded. Poirot had arranged our chairs before the open window, which overlooked the village lane. A warm, pleasant breeze drifted in, promising another scorching day. Suddenly, my attention was caught by a lanky young man sprinting down the street at a frantic pace. It was the look on his face that was remarkable, a peculiar blend of dread and extreme agitation. "Look, Poirot!" I exclaimed. He leaned forward. "Ah," he said, "it is Mr. Mace from the pharmacy. He is coming here." The young man skidded to a stop outside the cottage, and after a moment's hesitation began pounding urgently on the door. "One moment," Poirot called from the window. "I am coming." Signalling for me to follow, he hurried down the stairs and opened the door. Mr. Mace launched in immediately. "Mr. Poirot, forgive the intrusion, but I heard you had just returned from the hall." "We have indeed." The young man wet his parched lips, his features twitching nervously. "The whole village is talking about old Mrs. Inglethorpe passing so suddenly. They're saying," he dropped his voice to a cautious whisper, "that it was poison." Poirot's expression remained utterly unreadable. "Only a medical examination can determine that, Mr. Mace?" "Yes, of course, naturally," the young man faltered, his agitation overwhelming him. He seized Poirot's arm, his voice sinking to a hushed tremor. "Just tell me this, sir. It isn't strychnine, is it?" I barely caught Poirot's reply, something deliberately vague and non-committal. After the young man departed, Poirot met my gaze as the door shut. "Yes," he said with a grave nod. "He will have evidence to provide at the inquest." We returned slowly upstairs. I was about to speak when Poirot stopped me with a raised hand. "Not now, my friend. Not now. I require reflection. My thoughts are in disarray, which is not good." For a full 10 minutes, he sat in absolute silence, perfectly still, save for several eloquent twitches of his eyebrows, his eyes steadily taking on a greener hue. At last he released a deep sigh. "It is well. The difficult moment has passed. Now all is arranged and categorized. One must never allow confusion. The case remains unclear." "Oh, yes, for it is immensely complicated. It perplexes even me, Hercule Poirot. There are two facts of great significance." "And what are they?" "The first is the condition of the weather yesterday." "That is most important. But it was a perfectly beautiful day," I broke in. "Poirot, you are having fun with me." "Not in the least," he replied, his tone shifting to one of dry, almost sarcastic precision. "The weather, my dear friend, often holds the key to more than picnics and sunburns. In this heat, even the most careful plans can sweat through the seams. The thermometer read 80 degrees in the shade. Remember that, my friend? It is the essential clue to this entire puzzle." "And the second point?" I inquired. "The significant detail that Mr. Inglethorpe dresses in a very distinctive manner, sports a black beard and wears spectacles." "Poirot, you cannot possibly be serious." "I'm entirely serious, my friend. But that's absurd. On the contrary, it is profoundly important." And what if the coroner's jury returns a verdict of willful murder against Alfred Inglethorpe? Where would your theories be then? They would remain unshaken by the mistake of 12 confused men, but such an error will not happen. For one, a rural jury is reluctant to assume such responsibility, and Mr. Inglethorpe holds a position akin to the local squire, he added calmly. Besides, I would not permit it. You would not permit it? No. I studied the remarkable little man, caught between irritation and amusement. His confidence was absolute. As if sensing my thoughts, he gave a gentle nod. Oh yes, my friend. I mean every word. He rose and placed a hand on my shoulder, his expression shifting entirely. Tears welled in his eyes. You must understand, in all of this I think of that poor Mrs. Inglethorpe who is gone. She was not adored extravagantly. No, but she showed great kindness to us Belgians. I owe her a debt. I tried to interject, but Poirot continued fervently. Hear me, Hastings. She would never forgive me if I stood by while her husband, Alfred Inglethorpe, was arrested, when a single word from me could save him. Chapter 6. The Inquest. In the days leading up to the inquest, Poirot was tirelessly active. He held 2 private meetings with Mr. Wells and took several long walks into the countryside. I felt somewhat slighted that he did not confide in me, especially since I could not fathom his intentions. It struck me that he might be conducting inquiries at Rakey's farm, so when I found him absent from Leastway's cottage on Wednesday evening, I set out across the fields hoping to encounter him. There was no sign of him, however, and I hesitated to approach the farm directly. As I turned back, I met an elderly local who gave me a knowing, sly look. "You're from the Hall, aren't you?" he asked. "Yes, I'm searching for a friend I thought might have come this way." "A small fellow? Waves his hands about when he talks?" "One of those Belgians from the village?" "Yes," I said eagerly. "He has been here, then?" "Oh, aye, he's been here sure enough. More than once, too, friend of yours, is he?" "Ah, you gentlemen from the Hall, you're a colourful bunch." He leered even more broadly. "Do the gentlemen from the Hall visit here often?" I asked, as casually as I could manage. He winked knowingly. "One does, mister, naming no names, mind. And a very generous gentleman he is." "Oh, thank you, sir, I'm sure." I walked away quickly. Evelyn Howard had been correct, and I felt a sharp pang of disgust, thinking of Alfred Inglethorpe's generosity with another woman's money. Was that striking gypsy face the motive behind the crime, or was it the cruder lure of money? Likely a calculated blend of both. On one particular point, Poirot displayed a curious fixation. He remarked to me more than once that he believed Dorcas might have been mistaken about the timing of the quarrel. He suggested to her repeatedly that it was 4:30, not 4 o'clock, when she overheard the voices. But Dorcas remained adamant a full hour or even more had passed between her hearing the argument and 5 o'clock, when she brought tea to her mistress. The inquest was held on Friday at the Stylites Arms in the village. Poirot and I sat together, as we were not called to give evidence. The formalities proceeded. The jury viewed the body, and John Cavendish provided evidence of identification. Under further questioning, he recounted waking in the pre-dawn darkness and the grim discovery of his mother's passing. The atmosphere grew taut as the medical testimony began. All attention shifted to the celebrated London specialist, a towering figure in the field of toxicology. He delivered the autopsy findings in stark, plain terms. Stripped of its clinical jargon, the conclusion was unequivocal. Mrs. Inglethorpe had died from strychnine poisoning. Based on the amount found, she had ingested at least 3/4 of a grain, likely a full grain or more. Could this have been a tragic accident? The coroner pressed. "I find that highly improbable," the specialist replied. "Strychnine isn't a household substance like some other poisons, and its sale is heavily restricted. Did your examination reveal how the poison entered her system?" "It did not." "I understand you reached Styles before Dr. Wilkins." "Correct. A car met me at the lodge gates, and I proceeded with all haste." "Describe what you encountered upon arrival." "I entered Mrs. Inglethorpe's bedroom. She was in the throes of a severe convulsion. She turned her head toward me and managed to gasp out, Alfred. Is it feasible the strychnine was in her after-dinner coffee, which her husband brought to her?" "It is possible," the doctor conceded. "However, strychnine typically acts with speed, producing symptoms within 1 to 2 hours. While certain conditions can delay its effects, none seem applicable here. If she took her coffee around 8 in the evening, yet the crisis occurred in the early morning, It logically suggests the poison was ingested much later. She was known to take a cup of cocoa nightly. Could the drug have been in that? No. I personally collected a sample from the saucepan and had it analyzed. It contained no trace of strychnine. A soft, knowing chuckle came from Poirot beside me. How could you be sure? I whispered. Listen, he murmured. The doctor continued. I would have been profoundly surprised by any other result. Why is that? Simply because strychnine possesses a uniquely bitter taste. It's detectable in extremely dilute solutions and can only be masked by something with a powerful, overriding flavor. Cocoa would be utterly incapable of hiding it. A juror inquired if coffee presented the same problem. No. Coffee has its own inherent bitterness, which could likely conceal the taste of strychnine. Then you leaned toward the poison being in the coffee, but its action was strangely postponed. Yes, though with the cup shattered, we have no way to test its contents. This concluded the specialist's testimony. Dr. Wilkins affirmed all the points, and when questioned about suicide, he dismissed it entirely. He stated that while the deceased had a cardiac weakness, she was otherwise in good health and of a sanguine, stable temperament. She was the last person, he insisted, who would choose to end her own life. Next, Lawrence Cavendish took the stand. His account largely echoed his brother's, adding little new. As he prepared to step down, he hesitated. Might I offer a suggestion? He asked, glancing uncertainly at the coroner. By all means, Mr. Cavendish, the coroner replied briskly. Our sole purpose here is uncovering the truth. Any insight is welcome. It's merely an idea that occurred to me, Lawrence began. Of course, I could be mistaken, Lawrence Cavendish began, his tone measured. But I've considered whether my mother's passing might be explained through natural causes. The coroner leaned forward. How do you propose that, Mr. Cavendish? For some time leading up to her death, my mother was regularly taking a tonic that contained strychnine. A murmur rippled through the jury. Indeed? The coroner remarked. Lawrence continued. I understand there are documented cases where the prolonged cumulative effect of a drug has ultimately led to death. Could it also be possible she accidentally took too much of her own medicine? This is new information regarding the deceased's medication. We appreciate you bringing it forward. Dr. Wilkins was called back to the stand and dismissed the theory outright. What Mr. Cavendish suggests is medically implausible. While strychnine can accumulate in the system, it would not cause such a sudden demise. We would have observed a prolonged series of clear symptoms, which I certainly did not. The idea is frankly absurd, and the possibility of an accidental overdose. Even 3 or 4 doses wouldn't be fatal. Mrs. Inglethorpe had her prescriptions filled in large quantities at Cootes, the pharmacy in Tadminster. She would have needed to consume nearly the entire bottle to match the strychnine levels found during the post-mortem. Then you rule out the tonic as a contributing factor. Absolutely. It's a ridiculous supposition, one juror, persistent, wondered if the pharmacist could have made an error. That is always a possibility, the doctor conceded. Yet the next witness, Dorcas, eliminated even that doubt. The medicine wasn't a new preparation. Mrs. Inglethorpe had taken the last dose on the very day she died. With that, the line of inquiry was closed and the coroner moved on. Dorcas described being jolted awake by her mistress's bell, ringing frantically, and then alerting the house. The questioning shifted to the argument from the previous afternoon. Her account matched what Poirot and I had already overheard, so I won't repeat it here. Mary Cavendish took the stand next. She stood perfectly straight, her voice low, clear, and unnervingly composed. She explained that her alarm woke her at 4:30 as usual. While dressing, she heard a heavy thud. That would be the bedside table, the coroner noted. I opened my door and listened, Mary continued. Soon after, a bell rang violently. Dorcas ran down, woke my husband, and we all went to my mother-in-law's room, but it was locked. The coroner interrupted. We are familiar with the subsequent events. However, I must ask you to recount everything you overheard of the quarrel the day before. Me? Her voice held a trace of insolence. She raised a hand to adjust the lace at her neck, turning her head slightly. A thought struck me instantly. She's stalling? Yes, the coroner said deliberately. My understanding is you were seated on the bench outside the boudoir's long window, reading. Is that correct? This was news to me, and from the slight shift beside me, I suspected it was news to Poirot as well. There was the slightest hesitation, a mere flicker of time before her response came. Yes, that is correct. And the boudoir window stood open, did it not? A subtle pallor seemed to touch her features as she replied, Yes. In that case, you could not have avoided hearing the argument within, particularly as it grew heated. From your position, the voices would have carried more clearly than they would from the hallway. Perhaps. Will you recount for us what you overheard of that dispute? I truly cannot recall hearing anything of substance. Are you stating you did not hear voices at all? Oh, I heard voices, she admitted, a faint blush coloring her cheek. I simply did not catch the words. I am not accustomed to eavesdropping on private discussions. The coroner pressed on. And you remember nothing whatsoever? Not a single phrase, Mrs. Cavendish. That might have indicated the nature of the conversation. She paused, appearing to search her memory while maintaining her composed exterior. Yes, there was something. Mrs. Inglethorpe made a remark. I cannot recall the precise wording about creating a scandal between a husband and wife. Indeed, the coroner leaned back, satisfied. That aligns with Dorcas's testimony. But forgive me, Mrs. Cavendish, even realizing it was private. You did not withdraw? You remained in place? I caught the sudden, fierce glint in her tawny eyes as she lifted them. In that instant, I was certain she wished nothing more than to shred the insinuating little lawyer into pieces. Yet her voice remained steady. No, I was quite comfortable. I chose to focus my attention on my book. And that is all you have to tell us. That is all. Her examination concluded, though I suspected the coroner was not wholly convinced. He likely believed Mary Cavendish knew more than she was willing to share. Next was Amy Hill, a shop assistant, who testified to selling a will form on the afternoon of the 17th to William Earl, an undergardener at Styles. William Earl and a man named Manning followed, both affirming they had witnessed a document being signed. Manning placed the time around 4:30, while William thought it somewhat earlier. Cynthia Murdoch was called thereafter. She had little to contribute, having been unaware of the tragedy until Mrs. Cavendish woke her. You did not hear the table overturn? No, I was deeply asleep. The coroner offered a thin smile. A clear conscience makes for sound sleep, he remarked. Thank you, Miss Murdoch. That will be all. Miss Howard? Miss Howard produced the letter Mrs. Inglethorpe had written to her on the evening of the 17th. Poirot and I had already seen it. It revealed nothing new about the case. The text read, Styles Court, Essex, July 17th. My dear Evelyn, can we not bury the hatchet? I have found it difficult to forgive the remarks you made about my dear husband, but I am an old woman and very fond of you. Yours affectionately, Emily Inglethorpe. The jury examined the note carefully. I fear it offers us little assistance. The coroner sighed. There is no reference to the events of that afternoon. Seems perfectly clear to me, Miss Howard retorted briskly. It shows my poor old friend had finally realized she'd been made a fool of. The letter states nothing of the kind, the coroner pointed out. Of course not, because Emily could never bear to admit she was wrong, but I understood her. She wanted me to return. She just wasn't about to confess that I had been right all along. She took the indirect route. Most people do, though I've never held with it myself. Mr. Wells permitted himself a slight smile, as did several jurors. Miss Howard was clearly a familiar and forceful presence. Anyway, all this ceremonial fuss is a colossal waste of time, she continued, casting a dismissive glance along the jury box. Talk and more talk, when we all know perfectly well what happened. The coroner cut her off with a look of profound relief. Thank you, Miss Howard. That is sufficient. I imagine he breathed much easier once she finally complied. The day's most dramatic moment arrived when the coroner summoned Albert Mace, the assistant from the chemist's shop. He was the same pale, nervous young man we had seen before. Under questioning, he stated, he was a fully qualified pharmacist who had recently taken the position after the previous assistant left to join the army. After these formalities, the coroner got to the heart of the matter. Mr. Mace, have you recently sold strychnine to someone not authorized to purchase it? Yes, sir, I have. When did this transaction occur? Last Monday evening, sir. Monday. You're certain it was not Tuesday? Quite certain, sir. It was Monday the 16th. The atmosphere in the room grew so still you could have heard a feather drop. Please inform the court to whom you sold the poison. It was to Mr. Alfred Inglethorpe, sir. Every head turned as one toward where Alfred Inglethorpe sat, his expression carved from stone. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible start as the accusation landed, and for a fleeting second I thought he might leap to his feet. He remained seated, however, managing to conjure a look of profound shock that was almost convincing. You are absolutely sure of your identification? The coroner pressed, his tone severe. perfectly sure, sir. Is it your standard practice to sell a substance like strychnine so casually across the counter? The young man seemed to shrink under the official's glare. Oh, no, sir, never. But it was Mr. Inglethorpe from Styles Hall, you see. I thought it must be all right. He told me it was needed to put down a sick dog. I felt a pang of sympathy for him, trying to curry favour with the local gentry, hoping to steal business from a rival pharmacy in the next town over, was a very human impulse. Is there not a poison register that requires a signature for such sales? Yes, sir. Mr. Inglethorpe signed it. Do you have that register with you today? I do, sir. The book was entered into evidence. After delivering a stern reprimand about protocol, the coroner dismissed the thoroughly miserable Mr. Mace. A tense, breathless quiet filled the room as Alfred Inglethorpe was called forward. I found myself wondering if he had any real grasp of how the noose was tightening around him. The coroner wasted no time. Did you, on Monday evening last, purchase strychnine for the purpose of poisoning a dog? Inglethorpe answered with unsettling composure. No, I did not. The only dog at Styles is a sheepdog who lives outdoors and is in excellent health. You categorically deny purchasing strychnine from Albert Mace this past Monday? I do. Do you also deny this? The coroner presented the register open to his signature. Absolutely. That handwriting is nothing like my own. Here, allow me to demonstrate. He produced a used envelope from his pocket, wrote his name upon it, and passed it to the jury for comparison. The two samples were completely different. Then how do you explain Mr. Mace's statement? Inglethorpe remained unshaken. Mr. Mace must be mistaken. The coroner paused, his demeanour growing more serious. Mr. Inglethorpe, as a matter of procedure, would you be so kind as to account for your whereabouts on the evening of Monday, July the 16th? To be perfectly honest, I can't recall. Come now. That is not a credible answer, the coroner said sharply. Think harder. Inglethorpe merely shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot tell you. I have a vague notion I went out for a walk. In which direction? I really don't remember. The coroner's face darkened. Were you accompanied? No. Did you encounter anyone during this walk? No. What an unfortunate memory you have, the coroner remarked with dry sarcasm. Am I to understand, then, that you refuse to provide an alibi for the time when Mr. Mace swears he saw you enter his shop to buy poison? You may understand it however you wish. I would advise you to be careful, Mr. Inglethorpe. Beside me, Poirot was growing agitated. Sacre, he whispered. Does this fool have a death wish? He is practically begging them to arrest him. Inglethorpe was undeniably making a terrible impression. His weak, evasive denials wouldn't have fooled a child. Thankfully, the coroner moved briskly on to other matters, and I heard Poirot exhale a slow sigh of relief. You had a discussion with your wife on Tuesday afternoon? The coroner asked. You're mistaken. Alfred Inglethorpe cut in, his voice steady. There was no quarrel. The story is completely false. I was away from the house all that afternoon. Can anyone confirm your whereabouts? You have my word, Inglethorpe replied with a dismissive air. The coroner let the statement hang. We have two witnesses prepared to swear they heard you arguing with Mrs. Inglethorpe. Those witnesses are wrong. I was baffled. The man's calm certainty was unnerving. I glanced at Poirot and saw a flicker of triumph in his eyes I couldn't decipher. Was he finally persuaded of Inglethorpe's guilt? Mr. Inglethorpe, the coroner continued, you have heard your wife's final words repeated in this room. Can you offer any explanation for them? Easily. You can? It's perfectly straightforward. The room was poorly lit. Dr. Bauerstein is nearly my height and build, and he also wears a beard. In the gloom, and in her distressed state, my poor wife simply mistook him for me. Ah, Poirot murmured under his breath. Now that is an idea. Do you believe it? I whispered. I do not say what I believe, but it is undeniably an ingenious theory. You interpret my wife's last words as an accusation, Inglethorpe pressed on. But they were, in fact, an appeal to me. The coroner considered this briefly before posing another question. I understand, Mr. Inglethorpe, that you personally poured the coffee and intended to take it to your wife that evening. I poured it, yes, but I did not deliver it. I was on my way when I was informed a friend was at the front door. I set the tray down on the hall table. When I passed through the hall a short time later, it was gone. This account did little, in my view, to better his position. The opportunity to add poison had been wide open. Just then, Poirot gave me a subtle nudge, directing my attention to two men seated together near the door. One was a small, sharp-featured man with dark, watchful eyes. The other was tall and fair-haired. I looked a question at Poirot. He leaned close to my ear. "Do you recognize the smaller man?" I shook my head. "That is Detective Inspector James Japp of Scotland Yard. Jimmy Japp. The other is also from the Yard. Matters are progressing swiftly, my friend." I studied the pair intently. They bore no obvious mark of the police. I would never have guessed their profession. My scrutiny was broken by the sudden pronouncement of the verdict: willful murder by some person or persons unknown. As we left the Starlight's Arms, Poirot gently steered me aside with a touch on my arm. I understood. He was waiting for the Scotland Yard men. They emerged shortly, and Poirot immediately approached the shorter of the two. "I fear you may not recall me, Inspector Japp." "Well, if it isn't Mr. Poirot," the inspector exclaimed warmly. He turned to his companion. "You've heard me talk of Mr. Poirot? We worked together back in '04, the Abercrombie forgery affair." He tracked the principal to a little cafe in Brussels. Those were the days. And what about the so-called Baron Altara? A charming scoundrel who slipped through the fingers of half the police forces on the continent. We finally cornered him in Antwerp, all thanks to Mr. Poirot here. While these cordial memories were exchanged, I moved closer and was introduced to Detective Inspector Japp, who then presented us to his colleague, Superintendent Summerhay. "I need not inquire what brings you gentlemen here," Poirot remarked. Japp gave a knowing wink. "No, you needn't. Seems an open and shut affair to me." But Poirot responded with utter seriousness. "On that point I must disagree." "Oh, come now," said Summerhay, speaking for the first time, his tone dismissive. "The whole business is as plain as the nose on your face. The evidence points in one direction." He crossed his arms, a picture of official certainty, utterly blind to the subtle complexities Poirot was already turning over in his mind. The man was caught in the act. I can't fathom how anyone could be so foolish. Japp, however, was studying Poirot intently. "Easy now, Summerhay," he said with a chuckle. "The gentleman and I are acquainted, and there's no one's opinion I value more. Unless I'm very wrong, he's holding something back, isn't that right?" Poirot offered a faint smile. "I have formed some conclusions, it is true." While Summerhay remained doubtful, Japp kept his eyes fixed on the Belgian detective. "Here's the situation," Japp explained. "We've only viewed this case from a distance. That's always a disadvantage for the Yard in matters like this, where the murder only becomes clear, so to speak, after the official inquest. Being first on the scene is crucial, and that's where Mr. Poirot has had the advantage. We wouldn't have been here this quickly if not for a sharp local doctor who passed a tip through the coroner. But you've been present from the beginning, and you might have gathered some small clues, based on the inquest evidence, mister. Inglethorpe killed his wife as certainly as I'm standing here. If anyone else suggested otherwise, I'd laugh outright. Frankly, I was surprised the jury didn't return a verdict of willful murder immediately. I believe they would have if not for the coroner seeming to hold them back. "Perhaps you already carry a warrant for his arrest in your pocket?" Poirot suggested. A formal, unreadable mask settled over Japp's usually expressive face. "Perhaps I do, and perhaps I don't," he replied tersely. Poirot studied him. "I am most eager, gentlemen, that he should not be arrested." "I'm sure you are," Summerhay remarked with sarcasm. Japp looked at Poirot with amused bewilderment. "Can't you give us a bit more, Mr. Poirot? A hint from you goes a long way. You've been on the ground from the start, and the Yard certainly doesn't want to make an error." Poirot nodded solemnly. "That is precisely what I assumed." "Very well, I will tell you this. Execute your warrant. Arrest Mr. Inglethorpe. But it will bring you no credit. The case against him will be dismissed immediately. Just like that." He snapped his fingers for emphasis. Japp's expression turned serious, while Summerhay snorted in disbelief. As for me, I was utterly speechless, momentarily convinced Poirot had lost his senses. Japp took out a handkerchief and dabbed his forehead. "I can't risk it, Mr. Poirot. I take your word, but there are superiors above me who'll demand to know what on earth I'm thinking. Can't you provide a little more to go on?" Poirot considered for a moment. "It can be done," he finally conceded. "I admit I did not wish it. It forces my hand. I would have preferred to operate from the shadows a while longer. But your point is valid. The word of a retired Belgian policeman is not sufficient, and Alfred Inglethorpe must not be arrested. That I have sworn, as my friend Hastings here is aware. So then, my good Japp, you are going directly to Styles. in about half an hour. We're to see the coroner and the doctor first. Good. Stop for me on your way, the last house in the village. I will accompany you. At Styles, Mr. Inglethorpe will provide you, or if he refuses, as is likely, I will furnish you with such proof that you will be entirely convinced the case against him cannot possibly stand. Do we have an agreement? We have an agreement, said Japp earnestly. And on behalf of the Yard, I'm much obliged, though I must confess I still can't see the slightest hole in the evidence. But you always were remarkable. Goodbye for now. The two detectives walked away, Summerhay wearing a skeptical grin. Before I could utter a word, Poirot exclaimed, "Well, my friend, what do you think? Good heavens, I had some tense moments in that courtroom. I did not imagine the man would be so stubborn as to refuse to speak at all. Honestly, it was the strategy of a fool, perhaps, I suggested. But there are other possibilities beyond simple foolishness. If the accusations are accurate, what other defense did he have but to say nothing?" "1,000 cleverer ones," Poirot exclaimed. "Look, if it were I who had done this deed, I could invent 7 perfectly reasonable stories right now. Any of them would sound more believable than Mr. Inglethorpe's stubborn refusals." I couldn't suppress a smile. "My dear Poirot, I'm certain you could conjure 70, but joking aside, after what you said to the inspectors, you can't possibly still think Alfred Inglethorpe is innocent. Why shouldn't I? Nothing of substance has altered." "The proof seems undeniable." "Yes," he murmured, "too undeniable. We passed through the gate of Leastways Cottage and climbed the now well-known stairs. Precisely too undeniable," Poirot went on, almost to himself. "Authentic evidence is often messy and incomplete. It requires scrutiny, sorting through the wheat and the chaff. Here everything is presented neatly packaged. No, my friend, this proof has been artfully constructed, so artfully that it has tripped over its own cleverness. How do you figure? Because when evidence is hazy and indirect, it is terribly difficult to refute. But in his nervous haste, our criminal has drawn the rope so tight that a single clean snip will release Inglethorpe entirely." I fell quiet, and after a moment Poirot resumed. "Consider it this way. Here is a man who decides to murder his wife. He is, as the saying goes, a man who lives by his cunning. So, we assume he possesses some intelligence. He is not a complete simpleton. Very well, how does he proceed? He marches boldly into the local pharmacy and buys strychnine under his own name, using a fabricated tale about a dog that is guaranteed to be exposed as nonsense. He does not use the poison that evening. Oh no, he waits until after a spectacular public argument with her, witnessed by the entire house, which naturally paints a target on his back. He arranges no defense, not a hint of an alibi, even though he knows the chemist's assistant will undoubtedly come forward. Really. You cannot ask me to accept that any sane man would be so profoundly stupid. Only a madman seeking his own execution would behave in such a manner. Even so, I don't quite follow. I started, nor do I, Poirot declared, his tone shifting from analytical to one of theatrical exasperation. It confounds me. Me, Hercule Poirot. The whole affair is a ridiculous pantomime. Can you imagine the sheer, unadulterated gall of framing a man with such a clumsy, over-the-top performance? It's almost insulting, but if you believe him innocent, how do you account for him purchasing the strychnine? Quite simply, he did not purchase it, but Mace identified him. I beg to differ. He saw a man with a black beard similar to Mr. Inglethorpe's, wearing spectacles like Mr. Inglethorpe, and dressed in Mr. Inglethorpe's rather distinctive attire. He could not possibly recognize a man he had likely only glimpsed from afar, given that he himself had only been in the village for 2 weeks. Remember, Mrs. Inglethorpe did most of her business at Cootes in Tadminster. So you believe. My friend, recall the 2 points I emphasized. Leave the first for now. What was the second? The significant fact, I recited, that Alfred Inglethorpe wears distinctive clothes, sports a black beard, and uses glasses. Exactly. Now imagine if someone wished to impersonate John or Lawrence Cavendish. Would it be simple? No, I said, thinking it over. Of course, a skilled actor might. Poirot cut me off. And why would it not be simple? I will tell you, because they are both clean-shaven. To successfully disguise oneself as either of them in broad daylight would require a theatrical genius and some basic facial similarity. But with Alfred Inglethorpe, everything is different. His clothing, his beard, the spectacles that obscure his eyes, these are the defining features of his appearance. Now, what is the criminal's first instinct? To divert suspicion away from himself, correct? And what is the most effective method to achieve this? He paused, letting the question hang in the air. By casting it squarely upon another, the perfect suspect was already in place. Public opinion had already condemned Mr. Inglethorpe. It was inevitable he would be suspected, but to cement the case, concrete evidence was needed, like the purchase of the poison. With a man of Inglethorpe's distinctive look, arranging that was simple. Consider, this young clerk had never met Mr. Inglethorpe in person. How could he question whether the man wearing his clothes, sporting his beard and glasses, was anyone other than Alfred Inglethorpe? It's possible, I admitted, caught by Poirot's persuasive reasoning. A nagging thought surfaced. But if that's true, why won't he provide an alibi for Monday evening at 6 o'clock? Precisely the question, Poirot replied, his earlier intensity softening. Faced with arrest, he might break his silence, but I wish to avoid that extremity. I must convince him of the peril he is in. His refusal to speak points to some concealed disgrace. If he is not the murderer, he is certainly a rogue hiding a secret of his own, entirely separate from this crime. What could it possibly be? I wondered, momentarily swayed by Poirot's logic, though a part of me still clung to the simpler, obvious answer. Can you not surmise? Poirot asked with a slight smile. No, can you? Oh, indeed, I formed a small hypothesis some time ago, and it has proven accurate. You never mentioned it, I said, a touch of reproach in my voice. Poirot spread his hands in a gesture of apology. Forgive me, my friend. You were not, shall we say, entirely receptive. He leaned forward, his expression earnest. Tell me, you see now why an arrest would be premature. Perhaps, I conceded reluctantly, for I felt little personal concern for Alfred Inglethorpe's fate and privately thought a severe scare might do him some good. Poirot, studying my face closely, released a sigh. Very well, he said, shifting topics. Setting Mr. Inglethorpe aside, what was your impression of the inquest testimony? Oh, it matched my expectations for the most part. Nothing struck you as unusual. My mind immediately went to Mary Cavendish, and I deflected. In what sense? Take, for instance, the evidence given by Mr. Lawrence Cavendish? I felt a wave of relief. Lawrence? No, I don't believe so. He's perpetually a nervous sort. His suggestion that his mother could have been poisoned accidentally by her own tonic, that did not seem odd to you. No, I can't say it did. The medical experts dismissed it, of course. But for a non-professional, it was a natural enough assumption. But Monsieur Lawrence is not a non-professional. You yourself told me he began medical studies and earned his degree. Yes, that's true. I hadn't considered that. The realization jolted me. It is strange. Poirot gave a firm nod. From the outset, his conduct has been peculiar. Of everyone in that house, he alone possessed the knowledge to identify strychnine poisoning. Yet we find him as the sole family member vigorously arguing for a natural death. Had it been Mr. John, I could comprehend it. He has no technical background and is by nature rather literal. But Monsieur Lawrence? No, and today he proposes a theory he must have known was absurd. This gives us much to ponder, my friend. It is all very perplexing, I agreed. Then we have Mrs. Cavendish, Poirot continued. She is another who is withholding information. How do you interpret her demeanour? I cannot make sense of it. The idea that she would protect Alfred Inglethorpe seems unbelievable, yet all appearances point to exactly that. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Yes, it is curious. One fact is clear. She overheard significantly more of that private conversation than she chose to reveal, and yet she is the last person one would ever accuse of listening at doors. Exactly. Her testimony revealed one thing to me. I was mistaken. Dorcas was entirely correct. The argument, as she stated, had indeed occurred earlier that afternoon, around 4 o'clock. I studied him with interest, never fully grasping his fixation on that particular detail. Indeed, much that was unusual emerged today, Poirot went on. Consider Dr. Bauerstein, for instance. What possible reason could he have for being fully dressed and active at such an early hour? I find it remarkable that no one thought to question it. He suffers from insomnia, or so I've heard. I offered, though without much conviction. An explanation that is either very convenient or very telling, Poirot observed. It accounts for everything, yet clarifies nothing. I shall be watching our astute Dr. Bauerstein with considerable interest. Any other grievances with the testimony presented? I asked, a hint of sarcasm in my voice.
My friend?
Poirot replied solemnly. When you discover people are not being truthful with you, be vigilant. Unless I am greatly mistaken, during today's inquest, only one person, perhaps two at most, spoke without any reservation or deceit. Now, really, Poirot, I won't defend Lawrence or Mrs. Cavendish, but John and Miss Howard, certainly they were being honest. His response gave me a jolt. Miss Howard's testimony, while not central, had been delivered with such blunt conviction that doubting her had never crossed my mind, yet I held a deep regard for Poirot's insight, save for those moments I privately deemed him stubbornly obtuse. "Do you truly believe that?" I pressed. "Miss Howard has always struck me as fundamentally honest to an almost painful degree." Poirot shot me a look I couldn't decipher, seeming to start a sentence before stopping himself. "And Miss Murdoch," I continued. "There's nothing deceptive about her." Perhaps not. Yet it is peculiar that she heard nothing from the adjoining room, while Mrs. Cavendish, clear across the house, distinctly heard the table overturn. Well, she is young, and a heavy sleeper. Ah, yes, of course, she must be a champion sleeper, that one. There was an edge to his tone I didn't care for, but just then a sharp rap at the door interrupted us. Peering out the window, we saw the two detectives waiting below. Poirot snatched his hat, gave his moustache a fierce twist, and after meticulously brushing a non-existent speck from his sleeve, gestured for me to lead the way downstairs. We met the detectives and proceeded to Styles. The arrival of the two Scotland Yard men was undoubtedly a shock, particularly for John. Though he knew it was inevitable after the verdict, their physical presence made the situation brutally real in a way nothing else could. Poirot and Japp had conversed in hushed tones during the journey, and it was Japp who formally requested the entire household, servants excluded, to gather in the drawing room. I understood the implication. The moment had come for Poirot to substantiate his claims. Personally, I had my doubts. While Poirot might have compelling reasons for believing in Inglethorpe's innocence, a man like Inspector Summerhay would demand concrete evidence, which I suspected Poirot might struggle to provide. Soon we were all assembled in the drawing room, the door firmly closed by Japp. Poirot courteously arranged chairs for everyone. All attention was fixed on the Scotland Yard detectives. For the first time, it struck us that this was not some dreadful nightmare, but a chilling reality. We had only ever read about such events in the papers. Now we were unwilling participants in the drama. By tomorrow, newspapers across England would scream the news in bold headlines. Mysterious Essex tragedy, wealthy socialite poisoned. There would be photographs of Styles, candid snaps of the family leaving the inquest. The local photographer had certainly been busy. These were the sensational stories you read about, the things that happened to other people, never imagining they would crash into your own life. The ordinary quiet of the room now felt like a held breath before a storm. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, for a murder had taken place within these very walls. Before us sat the detectives assigned to the investigation. As we waited, the familiar dramatic language of such scenes flashed through my mind. It was a surprise to everyone when Hercule Poirot, not the official inspectors, began to speak. He addressed the assembled group with a formal bow, as if commencing a public address. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "I have gathered you all here for a purpose directly concerning Mr. Alfred Inglethorpe." Inglethorpe, who had been sitting somewhat apart, as if an invisible space had naturally formed around his chair, gave a slight jump at the sound of his name. Poirot turned his gaze directly upon him. "Mr. Inglethorpe," he stated, "a very dark cloud hangs over this house, the cloud of a violent death, with a sorrowful expression." Inglethorpe shook his head. "My dear Emily," he whispered, "my poor wife. It is an absolute tragedy. I do not believe, sir," Poirot said pointedly, "that you fully comprehend how tragic this situation could become for you personally." Seeing the man's confused look, he clarified, "Mr. Inglethorpe, you are standing in a position of the gravest peril." The two official detectives shifted uncomfortably in their seats. I could almost see the standard warning about anything said being used as evidence forming on Inspector Summerhay's lips. Poirot continued, "Do you grasp my meaning now?" "Certainly not. What are you implying?" "I am implying," Poirot stated with deliberate slowness, "that you are under suspicion for having poisoned your wife." A collective, sharp intake of breath circled the room at this blunt accusation. "Good God!" Inglethorpe exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "What a vicious, outrageous suggestion. I poison my beloved Emily." "I do not believe," Poirot said, watching him closely, "that you fully appreciate how damaging your own testimony at the inquest appeared. Now, knowing what I have just told you, Do you still refuse to account for your whereabouts at 6 o'clock on Monday afternoon?" With a pained groan, Alfred Inglethorpe collapsed back into his chair and buried his face in his hands. Poirot stepped forward, looming over him. "Speak!" he demanded, his tone threatening. Inglethorpe lifted his head with visible effort. Then, slowly and with clear intention, he shook his head. "You will not speak?" "No. I cannot believe anyone would be so monstrous as to level the accusation you suggest." Poirot nodded thoughtfully, like a man who has reached a firm conclusion. "So be it," he declared. "Then I must do the speaking for you?" Alfred Inglethorpe jumped up once more. "You? How can you possibly speak?" "You don't know." He stopped himself abruptly. Poirot turned to face the rest of us. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall speak. Listen carefully. I, Hercule Poirot, assert that the individual who entered the pharmacy and purchased strychnine at 6 o'clock last Monday was not Mr. Inglethorpe. For at that precise hour, Mr. Inglethorpe was accompanying Mrs. Rakes back to her residence from a nearby farm. I have at my disposal no fewer than 5 witnesses prepared to swear they observed them together at or just after 6 o'clock. As you may be aware, the Abbey Farm, where Mrs. Rakes lives, is a solid 2.5 miles from the village. The alibi is therefore utterly unassailable. A stunned silence followed this revelation. Jap, who seemed the least shocked among us, was the first to find his voice. "Well, I'll be," he cried out. "You really are something else, Mr. Poirot. No doubt about it. These witnesses of yours are reliable, I assume. Indeed, I have prepared a full list, names and addresses. You will, of course, wish to verify their statements, but you will find everything in order." "No doubt," Jap replied, lowering his voice. "I'm much obliged to you. Arresting him would have been a spectacular blunder." He then turned to Inglethorpe. "But if you don't mind my asking, sir, why on earth didn't you say any of this at the inquest?" "I will tell you why," Poirot interjected. "There was a particular piece of gossip, a malicious and completely false rumour." Alfred Inglethorpe cut in, his voice trembling with agitation. He had been desperate to avoid stirring up any old scandal, especially at such a sensitive time, fearing it would only cast a darker shadow over the household's grief. "Am I correct in that assumption?" "Absolutely correct." Inglethorpe gave a slow nod. "With my dear Emily not yet laid to rest, can you blame me for wanting to stop any more vicious gossip from spreading? Between us, sir," Jap said frankly, "I'd take a mountain of rumours over being arrested for murder any day, and I'd bet your late wife would agree. If it weren't for Mr. Poirot here, you'd be in handcuffs right now, plain as day." "I acted foolishly, I admit," Inglethorpe murmured. "But you have no idea, Inspector, how cruelly I've been slandered and harassed." He shot a venomous look toward Evelyn Howard. "Right then, sir," Jap said, turning to John with renewed energy. "I'd like to see the lady's bedroom, please, and then I'll have a word with the staff. Don't trouble yourself. Mr. Poirot can show me the way." As the group filed out, Poirot turned and subtly signalled for me to follow him upstairs. There he grasped my arm and pulled me aside. "Quickly go to the other wing. Position yourself just on this side of the green baize door. Do not move until I return." He then hurried off to rejoin the detectives. I did as instructed, stationing myself by the door and puzzling over the strange request. Why this specific spot? I studied the hallway before me. A thought occurred. Everyone's room was in this left wing, except for Cynthia Murdoch's. Was that significant? Was I meant to observe comings and goings? I remained steadfast at my post. The minutes dragged on. Nothing occurred. It must have been a full 20 minutes before Poirot returned. "You did not move?" "Not an inch. I've been rooted here. Nothing happened." "Ah, was he pleased or disappointed?" "You saw nothing at all." "Nothing? But perhaps you heard something. A loud thump." "Yes, my friend." "No. Is it possible? Ah, but I am annoyed with myself. I am not typically so clumsy. I made only a small gesture." I was well acquainted with Poirot's gestures, with my left hand, and over went the bedside table. He looked so genuinely irritated and dejected that I quickly tried to reassure him. "Don't worry about it, old fellow. What does it matter? You were excited after your success downstairs. That came as a shock to everyone, I can tell you. There must be more to this business with Inglethorpe and Mrs. Rakes than we realized, for him to stay silent so stubbornly." "What's your next move? Where are the Scotland Yard men?" "Gone downstairs to question the servants." "I showed them all our evidence. Jap disappoints me. He lacks any proper method." "Look there," I said, glancing out the window. "It's Dr. Bauerstein. I think you're onto something with that man, Poirot. He gives me a bad feeling. He is intelligent. Poirot observed thoughtfully. Intelligent as they come? I must confess I was rather delighted to see the state he was in on Tuesday. You've never seen such a sight. I recounted the doctor's misadventure. He was a complete mess, covered in mud from head to toe. You saw him then? Yes. Naturally, he didn't want to come inside. It was right after dinner, but Mr. Inglethorpe insisted. What? Poirot seized my shoulders forcefully. Dr. Barrowstein was here on Tuesday evening, here, and you never mentioned it. Why did you not tell me? Why? He seemed to be in a genuine frenzy. My dear Poirot, I protested, it never occurred to me that it would interest you. I didn't know it was important. Important? It is of the utmost importance. So Dr. Bowerstein was here on Tuesday night, the night of the murder. Hastings, do you not see? That changes everything. Everything. I had never seen him so disturbed. Releasing me, he absently straightened a pair of candlesticks, still muttering to himself, Yes, that changes everything. Everything. Abruptly, he seemed to reach a decision. Let's go, he said. We must act immediately. Where is Mr. Cavendish? John was in the smoking room. Poirot went directly to him. Mr. Cavendish, I have urgent business in Tadminster regarding a new lead. May I borrow your automobile? Certainly. Do you need it immediately? If it's not too much trouble. John rang for the car, and within minutes we were speeding down the drive toward the high road to Tadminster. Settling into the seat, I turned to Poirot. All right, out with it. What's this all about? My friend, you can deduce much yourself. With Mr. Inglethorpe cleared, the landscape has shifted entirely. We now confront a fresh puzzle. We know one person did not purchase the poison. The fabricated clues are swept aside. We hunt for the genuine article. I have confirmed that almost anyone in the house, except Mrs. Cavendish, who was occupied with tennis, could have impersonated Mr. Inglethorpe that Monday evening. Similarly, his statement about leaving the coffee in the hall takes on new weight. Who finally carried that tray to Mrs. Inglethorpe? Who passed through the hall while it sat there? By your own recollection, only two individuals can be placed definitively away from the coffee, Mrs. Cavendish and Mademoiselle Cynthia. That's true, I said, feeling an undeniable relief. Mary Cavendish was above suspicion. By exonerating Alfred Inglethorpe, Poirot continued, I have revealed my position prematurely. While the culprit believed me fixated on him, he grew careless. Now he will be vigilant, exceedingly vigilant. He pivoted sharply toward me. Tell me, Hastings, in your own mind, do you harbor suspicions of anyone? I paused. An outlandish notion had flickered through my thoughts more than once that morning. I dismissed it as nonsense, yet it lingered stubbornly. It's not really a suspicion, I muttered. It sounds utterly ridiculous. Come now, Poirot urged gently. Do not be afraid. Voice your thoughts. One should never ignore one's instincts. Very well, I blurted. It's absurd, but I wonder if Miss Howard is being entirely truthful. Miss Howard? Yes. You'll think me a fool. Not at all. Why would I? I can't shake the feeling, I stumbled on, that we've rather written her off as a suspect simply because she was away. But she was only 15 miles off. A fast car could cover that in 30 minutes. Can we be absolutely certain she was not at Styles on the night of the murder? Yes, my friend, Poirot replied to my surprise. We can. One of my first inquiries was to telephone the hospital where she was stationed, and I learned that Miss Howard was on afternoon duty that Tuesday. Due to an unexpected convoy arrival, she volunteered for the night shift, an offer which was gratefully accepted. That settles the matter. Oh, I said, somewhat deflated. It's just her fierce animosity toward Inglethorpe that made me wonder. I feel she would go to any length against him. I even considered she might know something about the will's destruction. Perhaps she burned the new one, mistaking it for the earlier version that favored him. Her bitterness is so extreme. You find her vehemence excessive? Yes, it's so violent. I've questioned whether she is entirely rational on the subject. Poirot shook his head emphatically. No, you are mistaken there. There is nothing weak or unbalanced about Miss Howard. She is a prime example of solid English vigour and sense. She is the picture of sanity, yet her hatred of Inglethorpe borders on obsession. My wild idea, undoubtedly foolish, was that she might have intended to poison him, and that somehow Mrs. Inglethorpe tragically became the victim instead. Inglethorpe must have taken it by accident. Yet I cannot conceive of a method. The entire affair is preposterous, utterly absurd to the extreme. You are correct on one point, however. It is prudent to suspect everyone until you can logically satisfy yourself of their innocence. So, what arguments exist against Miss Howard having intentionally administered poison to Mrs. Inglethorpe? But she was deeply attached to her, I protested. Bah! Bah! Poirot exclaimed with irritation. You reason like an infant. If Miss Howard were capable of such an act, she would be equally capable of feigning that devotion. No, we must search elsewhere. Your observation about her excessive vehemence toward Alfred Inglethorpe is sound. It is indeed too forceful to be genuine. Your conclusion from it, however, is entirely mistaken. I have formed my own deductions, which I believe to be accurate, but I shall not disclose them now. He paused briefly before continuing. To my mind, there exists one insurmountable obstacle to Miss Howard being the culprit. And what is that? That Mrs. Inglethorpe's death could in no way advantage Miss Howard. There is no murder without a motive. I pondered this. Could Mrs. Inglethorpe not have made a will in her favour? Poirot shook his head. But you yourself suggested that possibility to Mr. Wells? Poirot offered a faint smile. That was for a specific reason. I did not wish to name the individual actually in my thoughts. Since Miss Howard occupied a somewhat similar position, I used her name as a substitute. Nevertheless, Mrs. Inglethorpe might have done so. Why? That will executed the afternoon of her death could possibly. But Poirot's headshake was so vigorous I fell silent. No, my friend. I have certain small theories regarding that document. I can tell you this much, it was not in Miss Howard's favour. I accepted his assurance, though privately I wondered how he could be so certain. Very well, I said with a sigh. We shall acquit Miss Howard, then. It is partly your own fault I ever suspected her. It was your remark about her inquest testimony that started me down that path. Poirot looked perplexed. What did I say about her testimony at the inquest? Do you not recall, when I cited her and John Cavendish as being above suspicion? Ah, yes, of course. He seemed momentarily disconcerted, but quickly regained his composure. By the way, Hastings, there is a small service I require of you. Certainly. What is it? The next occasion you find yourself alone with Lawrence Cavendish, I wish you to deliver this message. I have a message for you from Poirot. He says, find the extra coffee cup and you can rest in peace. Nothing more, nothing less. Find the extra coffee cup and you can rest in peace. Have I got it right? I asked, thoroughly bewildered. Perfect. But what on earth does it mean? Ah, that I shall leave for you to discover. You have access to the facts. Merely say it to him and observe his reaction. Very well, but it's all profoundly mysterious. We were now approaching Tadminster, and Poirot directed the car to the premises of an analytical chemist. He stepped down briskly and disappeared inside, returning a few minutes later. There, he announced, my business here is concluded. What were you doing in there? I asked, my curiosity fully aroused. I left a sample for analysis. Yes, but what sample? The cocoa I took from the saucepan in the bedroom. But that has already been tested, I cried, astounded. Dr. Bauerstein had it analyzed, and you yourself dismissed the possibility of strychnine being present. I am aware Dr. Bauerstein had it tested, Poirot replied calmly. Well then? Well, I simply fancied having it analyzed again. That is all. And not another word on the subject could I extract from him. This action of Poirot's, concerning the cocoa, baffled me completely. I could discern neither method nor purpose in it. My faith in him, which had once faltered, was now completely restored after his belief in Alfred Inglethorpe's innocence proved correct. Mrs. Inglethorpe was laid to rest the next day, and on Monday morning, as I arrived late to breakfast, John pulled me aside to share that Mr. Inglethorpe was departing that very day. He intended to stay at the Stylites Arms while finalizing his arrangements. Honestly, Hastings, it's a relief to see him go. John admitted with his characteristic bluntness. It was awful enough when we suspected him, but somehow it feels even worse now, knowing we misjudged the man so badly. We've behaved terribly toward him. Granted, the evidence seemed stacked against him, anyone would have drawn the same conclusions. Yet here we are, knowing we were wrong, and now there's this wretched obligation to make it up to him. That's hard to do when you still can't stand the fellow. The entire situation is painfully awkward. I'm just grateful he had the sense to remove himself. Thank goodness Styles wasn't part of the inheritance left to him. The thought of him swaggering about here is unbearable. He's welcome to her money, as far as I'm concerned. I inquired whether he'd managed to maintain the estate. Oh yes, he replied. There will be death duties, naturally, but half of my father's fortune is tied to the property, and Lawrence plans to stay with us for the time being, so his portion helps as well. We'll feel the pinch initially, of course. I mentioned before that my own finances are in a bit of a bind. Still, the creditors can afford to wait a little longer now. With the shared relief over Inglethorpe's imminent exit, we enjoyed the most pleasant breakfast we'd had since the tragedy. Cynthia, whose youthful nature was resilient, had regained her cheerful demeanour, and everyone except Lawrence, who remained persistently sombre and tense, seemed quietly optimistic about the fresh start ahead. The newspapers, predictably, were saturated with coverage of the case. Sensational headlines were interspersed with detailed biographies of each household member, sly hints, and the usual line about the police following a lead. We were spared no detail. With the war at a temporary lull, the press eagerly latched onto this scandal in high society, making the mysterious affair at Styles the talk of the town. This relentless attention was, of course, a nuisance for the Cavendishes. Reporters constantly besieged the house, and though they were consistently turned away, they lingered in the village and the grounds, cameras at the ready, hoping to catch any unsuspecting family member off guard. We lived in a constant glare of publicity. Detectives from Scotland Yard came and went, observing, interrogating, their eyes sharp and their words few. What they were working toward remained a mystery to us. Did they possess a real clue, or would this case simply join the ranks of those never solved? After breakfast, Dorcas approached me with a somewhat secretive air, asking if she could speak with me privately. "Of course, Dorcas, what is it?" "Well, sir, it's just this," she began. "You'll likely be seeing that Belgian gentleman today?" I nodded. "You recall how he asked me so specifically if the mistress or anyone else owned a green dress?" "Yes, certainly." "Have you found one?" My curiosity was piqued. "Not exactly, sir, but it got me thinking about what the young gentleman to Dorcas, John and Lawrence would always be the young gentleman, referred to as the dressing-up box. It's stored up in the front attic, sir. A large trunk full of old clothes and costumes and such. And it struck me suddenly that there might be a green dress among those items. So, if you wouldn't mind telling the Belgian gentleman—" "I'll inform him, Dorcas," I assured her. "Thank you, sir. He's a very courteous gentleman. He is quite a different sort from those two detectives from London, always poking about and asking their endless questions. I generally don't have much time for foreigners, but according to the papers, these courageous Belgians seem to be a different sort altogether, and he is certainly a very polite gentleman." Dear old Dorcas, standing there with her sincere face looking up at me, I reflected on what a splendid example she was of the old-fashioned servant, a breed that's nearly vanished. I decided to head down to the village immediately to find Poirot, but I encountered him halfway coming up to the house and promptly relayed Dorcas's message. "Ah, the excellent Dorcas, we shall inspect the chest, although, never mind, we will examine it regardless." We entered through a window. The hall was empty, and we proceeded directly to the attic. There it was, just as described, a handsome old chest adorned with brass nails, crammed to the brim with every conceivable kind of costume. With little ceremony, Poirot dumped the entire contents onto the floor. We sifted through several green fabrics of different hues, but Poirot dismissed them all with a shake of his head. His search seemed almost lackluster, as if he anticipated no significant discovery. Then, abruptly, he let out a sharp cry. "What is it?" "Look." The chest was nearly empty, and there, resting right at the very bottom, was a splendid black beard. "Oh ho!" Poirot exclaimed. "Oh ho!" He turned it over in his hands, inspecting it minutely. "New," he observed. "Quite new, in fact." After a brief pause, he placed it back in the chest, piled everything else on top as before, and hurried downstairs. He went straight to the pantry, where we found Dorcas diligently polishing her silver. Poirot greeted her with his characteristic Gallic courtesy and continued, "We have been examining that chest, Dorcas. I am much obliged to you for mentioning it. There is indeed a remarkable assortment inside. Tell me, are these items used frequently?" "Well, sir, not so much these days, though. Every now and then the young gentlemen have what they call a dress-up night. It can be very amusing, sir. Mr. Lawrence is wonderful at it. Most comical. I shall never forget the evening he came down as the Shah of Persia, a sort of Eastern monarch, I believe. He had the large paper knife in his hand, and mind yourself, Dorcas, he says, you must be exceedingly respectful. This is my specially sharpened scimitar, and it's off with your head if I'm the least bit displeased. Miss Cynthia was what they call an Apache, a kind of Frenchified cutthroat, as I understand it. She was a real sight. You'd never believe a lovely young lady like that could transform herself into such a hardened rogue. No one would have recognized her. Those evenings must have been tremendous fun, Poirot said warmly. I suppose Mr. Lawrence wore that fine black beard from the chest upstairs when he portrayed the Shah of Persia. He did wear a beard, sir, Dorcas replied with a smile, and I know it well, for he borrowed 2 skeins of my black wool to make it. It looked wonderfully realistic from a distance, I'm sure. I had no idea there was a beard up there at all. It must have been acquired quite recently, I think. There was a red wig, I recall, but nothing else in the way of hair. They mostly use burnt cork, though it's a messy business getting it off again. Miss Cynthia was a Negro minstrel once, and oh, the trouble she had. So, Dorcas knows nothing about that black beard. Poirot mused thoughtfully as we stepped back into the hall. Do you think it's the one? I whispered urgently. Poirot gave a firm nod. I do. Did you notice it had been trimmed? No. Yes. It was cut to precisely the same shape as Mr. Inglethorpe's, and I discovered 1 or 2 snipped hairs. Hastings, this matter is profoundly complex. I wonder who put it in the chest. Someone with considerable intelligence, Poirot remarked dryly. You understand that they selected the one place in the house to conceal it where its presence would go entirely unnoticed. Yes, they are clever, but we must be cleverer. A sudden heavy rain began to drum against the windows then, as if the very house wished to obscure our thoughts, and I felt a cold certainty that we were only beginning to scratch the surface of a meticulously laid scheme. Our intelligence must be so seamless that he never suspects a thing. I agreed, and Poirot added, There, my friend, you will be of immense help to me. I was gratified by the praise. There had been moments when I doubted he fully recognized my value.
Indeed,
he went on, studying me with that thoughtful gaze. You will be indispensable. Naturally, this was pleasing to hear, though his following words were less so. I require an ally within the house itself, he mused. You have me, I objected. True, but you alone are not enough. I couldn't hide my wounded pride, and Poirot quickly clarified. You misunderstand. You are known to be my associate. I need someone with no visible connection to us. I see. What about John? I suggested. No, I think not, he replied. The good fellow may not be the sharpest, I admitted thoughtfully. Just then, Poirot perked up. Ah, here comes Miss Howard. She is precisely the person. Of course, I am in her disfavour since I cleared Mr. Inglethorpe. But we must try. Miss Howard agreed to a brief talk with a nod that was barely polite. We entered the small morning room, and Poirot shut the door. Well, Monsieur Poirot, she said impatiently. What is it? Be quick. I'm busy. Do you recall, mademoiselle, that I once asked for your assistance? Yes, I do, she nodded curtly. And I told you I'd help you with pleasure to see Alfred Inglethorpe hang. Ah. Poirot studied her intently. Miss Howard, I will ask you one question, and I beg you to answer truthfully. I never lie, she retorted. It is this. Do you still believe Mrs. Inglethorpe was poisoned by her husband? What are you implying? She shot back. Don't think your clever explanations sway me. I'll admit he didn't buy the strychnine himself. So what? I still say he soaked flypaper as I told you from the start. That would produce arsenic, not strychnine, Poirot corrected mildly. What difference does it make, she argued. Arsenic would have done the job just as well. If I'm convinced he's guilty, the method is irrelevant. Precisely. If you are convinced? Poirot said quietly. Let me phrase it differently. In your heart of hearts, did you ever truly believe he poisoned her? Good heavens, Miss Howard cried. Haven't I always said the man is a villain? Haven't I always warned he'd murder her in her sleep? Haven't I always hated him like poison? Exactly, said Poirot. That confirms my theory entirely. What theory? Miss Howard, do you remember a conversation on the day my friend arrived? He relayed it to me. One of your statements struck me deeply. You affirmed that if someone you loved were murdered, you would know the criminal by instinct, even without proof. Yes, I remember saying that. I believe it. I suppose you think it's nonsense. Not at all, he replied. And yet you ignore my instinct about Alfred Inglethorpe. Yes, Poirot said bluntly, because your instinct is not against Mr. Inglethorpe. What? No. You wish to believe he is guilty. You believe him capable of it, but your instinct whispers he did not do it. It whispers more. Shall I continue? She stared at him, captivated, and gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Shall I tell you why you have been so vehement? It is because you are trying to force yourself to believe what you desire. You are trying to silence that instinct which points to another name. No, 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 Miss Howard cried out wildly, throwing up her hands as if to ward off the words. "Don't say it! Oh, please don't! It isn't true! It can't be true!" A sudden heavy silence fell in the room, broken only by the distant sound of a car passing on the gravel drive outside, a mundane noise that felt utterly alien to the tension between us. "I can't imagine what planted such a reckless, such a terrible notion in my mind," she exclaimed. "You see the truth as I do you not?" Poirot inquired. Perhaps you would need supernatural insight to have deduced it. Yet it cannot be true. It's too horrible, too unthinkable. It must be Alfred Inglethorpe." Poirot gave a solemn shake of his head. "Do not question me further," Miss Howard went on, "for I will not say it. I refuse to acknowledge it, even in my own thoughts. I must be losing my reason to entertain such a possibility." Poirot nodded, appearing content. "I shall press you no more. It is sufficient that my suspicions align with yours, and I too feel a certain conviction. We are moving, you and I, toward the same resolution. Do not expect my assistance, for you will not have it. I would not lift a hand to... Her voice wavered. "You will assist me despite your intentions. I request nothing, yet you will become my confidant. You will find you cannot do otherwise. You will perform the single task I require. And what is that? You will observe." Evelyn Howard lowered her gaze. "Yes, I cannot avoid that. I am forever watching, forever hoping that I will be proven mistaken." "If we are wrong, all is well," Poirot stated. "No one should be more relieved than I, but if we are right, Miss Howard, where will your loyalties lie then?" I cannot say. Be honest, the matter could be quietly buried. There must be no burial of the truth." "But Emily herself—" She stopped abruptly. "Miss Howard," said Poirot with gravity, "this is beneath your character." Suddenly she lifted her face from her hands. "You are correct," she said, her voice steady. That was not the true Evelyn Howard speaking. She raised her chin with determination. "This is Evelyn Howard, and she stands on the side of justice, let the consequences be what they may." With those words she walked resolutely from the room. "There," Poirot said, watching her go, "departs a most useful ally. That woman, Hastings, possesses both intellect and principle." I offered no response. "Instinct is a remarkable force," Poirot mused. "It can be neither fully explained nor rightfully dismissed." "You and Miss Howard appear to understand each other perfectly," I remarked, a chill in my tone. "Perhaps you fail to realize that I remain entirely in the dark." "Truly, is that so, my friend?" "Indeed. Will you not enlighten me?" Poirot studied me carefully for a long moment. Then, to my great astonishment, he shook his head with finality. "No, my friend." "Oh, come now, why ever not?" "Two are sufficient to keep a secret." "Well, I consider it profoundly unjust to withhold facts from me. I withhold no facts. Every fact in my possession is also in yours. You may draw your own conclusions from them. Here it is a matter of intuition. Still, it would be interesting to know." Poirot looked at me with great earnestness and again shook his head. "You understand," he said, almost sorrowfully. "You lack the instinct. It was deductive reasoning you were praising earlier." I pointed out. "The two are frequently companions," Poirot replied cryptically. The comment seemed so entirely unrelated that I did not bother to acknowledge it, but I resolved then that if I made any significant discoveries, as I undoubtedly would, I would keep them to myself and startle Poirot with the final revelation. There are moments when one must assert one's own independence. My chance to pass on Poirot's message to Lawrence had not yet presented itself. Now, as I wandered out onto the lawn, still harboring some resentment over my friend's overbearing manner, I spotted Lawrence on the croquet court, idly tapping a pair of worn-out balls with a battered mallet. It occurred to me this was an ideal moment to deliver the message. Otherwise, Poirot might take it upon himself to do so. While I did not fully grasp its meaning, I prided myself that, from Lawrence's reaction, and with a bit of clever questioning on my part, its importance would soon become clear. I approached him. "I've been hoping to find you," I said, not entirely truthfully. "Have you?" he replied. "Yes. I had a message for you from Poirot. He instructed me to deliver it only when we were alone." I lowered my voice, watching him carefully from the side of my eye. I've always had a knack for setting a mood. His dark, somber face showed no reaction. Did he have any inkling of what was coming? "This is what he said," I whispered even quieter. "Find the extra coffee cup and you can rest in peace." "What in the world does that mean?" Lawrence stared at me with genuine, unfeigned surprise. You don't know? Not a clue, do you? I had to admit I didn't. What extra coffee cup? I haven't the faintest idea. He should ask Dorcas or one of the other staff about cups. It's their department. All I know is we have a set of unused ones that are absolute perfection. Old Worcester. You're not a collector, are you, Hastings? I shook my head. You're missing out. A truly flawless piece of old china is a joy to hold, even to look at. So, what should I tell Poirot? Tell him it's all Greek to me. I haven't the slightest idea what he's on about. All right. I was turning back toward the house when he suddenly called me back. Wait, how did that message end exactly? Repeat it for me, would you? Find the extra coffee cup and you can rest in peace. You're absolutely certain you don't understand it? I pressed him earnestly. He shook his head slowly. No, he said thoughtfully. I don't. I almost wish I did. The lunch gong echoed from the house, and we went in together. Poirot, at John's invitation, had stayed for the meal and was already at the table. By unspoken agreement, all talk of the tragedy was avoided. We discussed the war and other general topics. But after the cheese was passed and Dorcas had left the dining room, Poirot leaned suddenly toward Mrs. Cavendish. Forgive me, madame, for reviving painful memories, but I have a little notion. Poirot's little notions were becoming quite famous, and I wish to ask a question or two. Of me? Certainly. You are most kind. What I wish to know is this. The door connecting Mrs. Inglethorpe's room to Miss Cynthia's, you said it was bolted?
Yes, it was bolted, Mary Cavendish replied, looking somewhat puzzled. I said so at the inquest.
Bolted?
Yes. She seemed confused. I mean,
Poirot clarified. Are you sure it was bolted, not merely locked? Oh, I see. No, I don't actually know. I said bolted meaning it was fastened and I couldn't open it. But I believe all the doors were found bolted from the inside. So, as far as you are concerned, the door could just as well have been locked. Yes, exactly. You personally did not happen to notice, madame, when you entered Mrs. Inglethorpe's room, whether that particular door was bolted or not. I think it was, but you did not see it? No, I never looked. But I did, Lawrence interjected abruptly. I happened to see that it was bolted. Ah, that settles it. Poirot looked distinctly deflated. I couldn't help feeling a petty satisfaction that for once one of his celebrated little ideas had come to nothing. After lunch, Poirot asked me to walk back with him. I agreed, though somewhat coolly. You are displeased with me, is it not so? He asked with concern as we crossed the grounds. Not at all, I said stiffly. That is good. That relieves my mind greatly. This wasn't the reaction I'd hoped for. I'd expected him to notice my frosty tone. Still, the warmth of his relief began to soften my justified annoyance. I relented. I gave Lawrence your message, I said. And what did he say? He was completely bewildered? Yes. I was certain he hadn't grasped your meaning at all. I anticipated Poirot would be disheartened, but instead he seemed pleased, remarking that this was precisely what he had expected. My own pride prevented me from pressing him further. Poirot then shifted the subject entirely. Mademoiselle Cynthia was absent from lunch today. What was the reason? She has returned to the hospital. She resumed her duties this morning. Ah, she is a diligent young woman, and quite lovely. She reminds me of portraits I have seen in Italy. I should very much like to see her dispensary. Do you believe she would give me a tour? I'm sure she would be delighted. It is a fascinating little workspace. Does she go there every single day? She has Wednesdays entirely free and returns here for lunch on Saturdays? Those are her only times away from her responsibilities. I shall make a note of that. Women are accomplishing remarkable things these days, and Mademoiselle Cynthia is intelligent. Oh yes, that one has a keen mind. Indeed, I understand she passed a rather rigorous examination. Without question, it is, after all, a position of great responsibility. I imagine they keep very potent poisons there. Yes, she showed them to us. They are secured in a small locked cupboard. I believe extreme caution is required. They always remove the key when leaving the room. Is that so? And this cupboard, it is near the window? No, it is on the opposite wall. Why do you ask? Poirot merely shrugged. A passing curiosity, nothing more. Will you come inside? We had arrived at his cottage. No, I believe I shall head back. I'll take the longer route through the woods. The woods surrounding Styles were truly magnificent. After the walk across the open parkland, it was a relief to wander leisurely through the cool, shaded pathways. The air was utterly still, even the birdsong seemed muted and drowsy. I ambled further along before finally settling at the base of a majestic old beech tree. My thoughts toward humanity were benign and forgiving. I even pardoned Poirot for his frustrating secrecy. I was, in that moment, utterly at peace with the world. Then I yawned. I considered the recent crime, and it suddenly felt distant and unreal, like a story from another time. I yawned again. Perhaps, I mused, it never truly happened. It was all likely just a bad dream. The simple truth was obviously that Lawrence had murdered Alfred Inglethorpe with a croquet mallet. But it was ridiculous for John to make such a scene about it, shouting, "I tell you, I won't have it." I awoke with a jolt. I immediately understood my predicament. About 12 feet away, John and Mary Cavendish stood facing one another, clearly in the midst of a heated argument. They were utterly unaware of my presence, for before I could stir or make a sound, John repeated the very words that had roused me. "I tell you, Mary, I won't have it." Mary's voice was cool and clear. "Do you possess any right to criticize my actions? It will be the talk of the entire village. My mother was buried only on Saturday, and here you are flitting about with that man." "Oh," she gave a dismissive shrug, "if it is merely village gossip that concerns you. But it isn't. I have had quite enough of that fellow lurking about. He's a Polish Jew in any case." "A touch of Jewish blood can be a good thing," she replied, her gaze steady upon him. "It leavens the stolid predictability of the average Englishman." There was fire in her eyes, ice in her tone. I was not surprised to see the blood rise in a crimson wave to John's face. "Mary?" "Well." Her manner remained unchanged. The pleading faded from his voice, replaced by a strained formality. "Am I to understand that you intend to continue seeing Dr. Bauerstein directly against my wishes?" "If I choose to." "You defy me?" "No, I deny your authority to dictate my associations. Do you not have friends of whom I might disapprove?" John took a step back, as the color slowly drained from his face. "What are you implying?" he asked, his voice unsteady. "You see," said Mary calmly, "you do see, don't you, that you have no right to command me regarding the company I keep." John looked at her with a pleading, stricken expression. "No right? Don't I have any right, Mary?" he asked, his voice trembling. He reached for her. "Mary!" For a second I believed she might soften. Her expression seemed to melt, but then she spun away sharply. No right at all. As she moved to leave, John lunged forward and caught her arm. "Mary," he said, his tone now dangerously calm, "are you in love with Bauerstein?" She paused, and a peculiar look crossed her face, ancient and knowing, yet somehow vibrantly alive. It was the smile of an Egyptian sphinx. Gently, she pulled her arm free and spoke without turning back. "Maybe," she answered, and then she was gone, vanishing from the small clearing and leaving John rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. Making a deliberate noise, I stepped forward, snapping a few dry twigs underfoot. John whirled around. Fortunately, he assumed I had just arrived. "Hastings, did you get our odd little friend back to his cottage? He's a character, isn't he? But tell me honestly, is he actually any good? He was once regarded as among the very best in his field." "Well, I suppose there must be something to it then. What an absolutely wretched world this is." "Do you really think so?" I asked. "Good Lord, yes. To begin with, there's this awful mess, Scotland Yard detectives popping in and out of the house like a dreadful game. You never know where they'll appear next, and the papers, screaming headlines in every one across the country. I curse all journalists. Would you believe a whole crowd gathered outside the lodge gates this morning, gawking as if they were at some free sideshow attraction? It's utterly degrading, isn't it?" "Try to keep your spirits up, John," I said, attempting to soothe him. "It won't last forever. Won't it? It can last long enough to ruin our family name permanently. Now you're just being morbid about the whole affair. It's enough to make anyone morbid. To be hunted by vile reporters and stared at by slack-jawed fools wherever you go. But that's not even the worst of it. What is?" John dropped his voice to a whisper. "Have you ever stopped to think? Hastings, it's a living nightmare for me. Who could have done it? Sometimes I try to convince myself it was an accident, because when you consider it, who else was there? With Inglethorpe cleared, there's no one left. No one, I mean, except one of us. Yes, that was a nightmare indeed. One of us. It seemed the only dreadful conclusion, unless— Then a new thought flashed into my mind. I turned it over quickly. Things began to make sense. Poirot's strange behaviour, his cryptic comments, it all fell into place. I was a fool not to have seen it sooner, and what a relief it would be for everyone. "No, John," I said. "It isn't one of us. How could it be?" "I know, but then who else is there? Can't you imagine?" "No." I glanced around cautiously and lowered my voice. "Dr. Bauerstein," I whispered. "Impossible." "Not at all. But what possible motive could he have?" "That part I don't see," I admitted. "But I'll tell you this. Poirot believes it." "Poirot? Does he? How do you know?" I described Poirot's intense reaction upon learning Dr. Bauerstein had been at Styles that night and added, "He said twice. That changes everything. And I've been thinking. You recall Inglethorpe said he left the coffee in the hall? Well, that was precisely when Bauerstein arrived. Isn't it possible that as Inglethorpe escorted him through, the doctor slipped something into the cup?" John murmured. "That would have been incredibly bold. Bold but possible. And how would he have known it was specifically for her?" "No, old man, I don't think that theory holds up." But then I remembered another detail. "You're right. That wasn't the method. Listen." I began to tell him about the cocoa sample Poirot had sent for analysis. John interrupted me, just as I had interrupted Poirot. "But wait, Bauerstein had already sent it for analysis, hadn't he?" "Exactly. That's the crucial detail I missed until this moment, don't you see? The very fact that Bauerstein arranged the analysis is the key. If he is the killer, the simplest thing in the world would be for him to swap the actual cocoa with an ordinary sample before sending it off. Naturally, they'd find no trace of strychnine. Who would ever suspect Bauerstein or think to test it again?" "No one, except for Poirot," I added, realizing it belatedly. "All right, but what about the bitter taste? Cocoa couldn't hide that. We only have his word on the bitterness. And there are other explanations. He's recognized as one of the foremost toxicologists in the world." "One of the world's foremost, what?" "Say that again." "He has an exceptional knowledge of poisons," I clarified. "My theory is he might have discovered a method to render strychnine tasteless, or perhaps it wasn't strychnine at all, but some little-known substance that mimics the symptoms perfectly." Yes, that's plausible," John conceded. "But consider this. How did he access the cocoa? It wasn't kept downstairs." "No, it wasn't," I agreed reluctantly. Then a horrifying possibility struck me. I desperately hoped John wouldn't land on the same idea. I glanced at him. He was merely frowning in confusion, and I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The terrible thought was this. Dr. Bauerstein might not have acted alone, yet that seemed impossible. Surely someone as radiant as Mary Cavendish couldn't be involved in murder. But history showed beautiful women were not above poisoning. I recalled suddenly our first tea conversation on the day I arrived, and the sharp glint in her eyes when she remarked that poison was a woman's weapon. How distressed she had been on that dreadful Tuesday evening. Had Mrs. Inglethorpe uncovered something between her and Bauerstein and threatened to expose it to her husband? Was the crime committed to silence that threat? Then I remembered the cryptic exchange between Poirot and Evelyn Howard. Was this the monstrous possibility Evelyn had struggled to accept? It all aligned perfectly. No wonder Miss Howard had urged to hush it up. Now I understood her unfinished sentence, Emily herself. And privately, I agreed. Wouldn't Mrs. Inglethorpe have chosen to remain unavenged rather than let such a devastating scandal tarnish the Cavendish name? "There's another point," John said abruptly, making me start. "Something that makes me question your theory." "What is it?" I asked, grateful he'd moved away from the topic of how the poison was administered. "Why would Bauerstein insist on a post-mortem? He didn't have to. Dr. Wilkins would have been perfectly happy to settle on heart disease." "That's true," I said, hesitantly, "but we can't be sure. Perhaps he thought it was safer in the long run. If there was later talk, the Home Office might have ordered an exhumation. Everything would have come out then, and his professional reputation would have suffered. No one would believe a man of his standing could mistake poison for heart disease." "Maybe," John allowed. "But even so," he added, "I'll be damned if I can figure out what his motive could have been." I felt a tremor of anxiety. "Listen," I said, "I could be completely wrong about all of this, and remember, this is strictly between us." "Of course, that goes without saying." As we talked, we had continued walking and now passed through the small gate into the garden. The sound of voices reached us as tea was laid out under the sycamore tree, just as it had been on my first day. Cynthia had returned from the hospital. I took a chair beside her and mentioned Poirot's interest in seeing the dispensary. "Absolutely, I'd be delighted to show him," she replied warmly. "He really must come for tea sometime soon. I should arrange it. He is such a kind little man, though quite eccentric. Just the other day he insisted I remove the brooch from my tie and pin it back because, according to him, it was crooked. I couldn't help but laugh. He has a real fixation about that sort of thing. Doesn't he just?" After a brief silence, Cynthia lowered her voice and glanced toward Mary Cavendish. "Mr. Hastings, yes. I need to speak with you after tea." That look she gave Mary made me think. It seemed clear there was little warmth between them, and for the first time I wondered what would become of Cynthia. Mrs. Inglethorpe had left her no provision, though I assumed John and Mary would insist she stay with them, at least until the war was over. John was very fond of her and would hate to see her leave. Just then, John himself came out of the house, his usually pleasant face clouded with irritation. "Those detectives are infuriating. What on earth are they looking for? They've been through every room, pulling everything apart. It's absolutely unacceptable. They must have waited until we were all out. I have a few words for that Jap fellow when I see him next." "A bunch of busybodies," Miss Howard muttered. Lawrence suggested they merely had to appear busy, while Mary Cavendish remained silent. Later I asked Cynthia to join me for a walk, and we strolled into the shelter of the woods. "Well?" I prompted once we were hidden by the thick foliage. With a sigh, Cynthia settled on the ground and removed her hat. Sunlight filtering through the leaves turned her auburn hair into a shimmer of gold. "Mr. Hastings, you're always so kind and you understand so much." In that moment, it occurred to me that Cynthia was truly a delightful girl, far more so than Mary, who never offered such gracious words. "Well," I asked gently as she paused, "I need your advice. What should I do?" "About what?" "You see, Aunt Emily always said I'd be taken care of. I suppose she forgot or never imagined she might die so suddenly, but the fact is, I have nothing. I don't know what to do. Should I leave here immediately?" "Good heavens, no. I'm certain they don't wish you to go." Cynthia hesitated, nervously plucking at the grass with her slender fingers. Then she said, "Mrs. Cavendish does. She detests me." "Detests you?" I exclaimed, surprised. Cynthia nodded. "Yes. I don't know why, but she can't stand me, and he feels the same." "There you are mistaken," I said firmly. "John is actually very fond of you." "Oh, John, yes, I meant Lawrence. Not that I care whether Lawrence hates me or not, of course. Still, it's rather miserable when nobody loves you, isn't it?" "But they do, my dear Cynthia," I insisted earnestly. "I'm sure you're wrong. Consider John and Miss Howard." Cynthia gave a gloomy nod. "John likes me, I suppose, and Evie, for all her blunt manner, is kind at heart. But Lawrence avoids speaking to me whenever possible, and Mary can scarcely manage common politeness. She's begging Evie to stay on, but she doesn't want me here, and I simply don't know what to do." Suddenly, the poor girl began to cry. I'm not sure what came over me. Perhaps it was her beauty there in the dappled light, or the relief of speaking with someone so clearly removed from the recent tragedy, or simply honest pity for her youth and isolation. Whatever the reason, I leaned forward, took her small hand, and said clumsily, "Marry me, Cynthia." Unintentionally, I had discovered a perfect cure for her tears. She sat up at once, withdrew her hand, and replied with some sharpness, "Don't be absurd." I felt a touch of annoyance. "I'm not being absurd. I asked Cynthia to do me the honor of becoming my wife. To my utter astonishment, she laughed outright and called me a funny, dear thing. She said it was perfectly sweet of me, but insisted I didn't truly want to marry her. I protested that I did, that I had my reasons, but she cut me off. She told me to never mind what reasons I had, repeating that I didn't really want to, and that she didn't either. Well, that settled it. I said stiffly, though I failed to see anything humorous about a marriage proposal. Cynthia agreed there was nothing funny about it, adding with a wry smile that somebody might actually accept me next time. She thanked me for cheering her up, and then, with one last uncontrollable peal of laughter, disappeared among the trees. Reflecting on the whole exchange left me feeling profoundly dissatisfied. It was frankly a bit of a farce. Here I was attempting a grand romantic gesture, and she treated it like a delightful joke. The entire episode was absurd, and my pride was more than a little bruised. To shake off the mood, I decided to walk down to the village and look in on Dr. Bauerstein. Somebody needed to keep an eye on him, and it would also be wise to soothe any suspicions he might harbour about being watched. I recalled Poirot's faith in my diplomatic skills. I found the little house with an apartments card in the window and knocked. An elderly woman answered. I greeted her pleasantly and asked if the doctor was in. She stared at me. Haven't you heard? Heard what? About him. What about him? He's took. Took? Do you mean dead? No, took by the police. By the police, I gasped, asking if they had arrested him. She confirmed it and began to say more, but I waited no longer. I tore back up through the village to find Poirot. To my extreme frustration, Poirot was not in. The elderly Belgian man who answered the door believed he had gone to London. I was completely dumbfounded. What on earth could Poirot be doing in London? Was it a sudden decision, or had he planned it when we parted hours before? I walked back to Styles in a state of aggravated confusion. With Poirot absent, I was uncertain how to proceed. Had he foreseen this arrest? Had he, in fact, been the one to cause it? I couldn't answer those questions. My immediate dilemma was whether to announce the arrest at Styles or not. Though I wouldn't admit it to myself, my thoughts were heavy with concern for Mary Cavendish. Wouldn't this be a terrible shock for her? For the moment, I dismissed any suspicions of her involvement. She couldn't be implicated, or I surely would have heard a hint of it by now. Of course, Bauerstein's arrest couldn't be concealed from her permanently. It would be in every newspaper tomorrow. Still, I shrank from being the one to blurt it out. If only Poirot were here to advise me. What possessed him to dash off to London in such an unaccountable manner? Despite my annoyance, my opinion of his cleverness was immeasurably heightened. I never would have suspected the doctor if Poirot hadn't put the idea in my head. Yes, the little man was decidedly brilliant. After some thought, I decided to take John into my confidence and let him decide whether to make the matter public. When I told him, he let out a prodigious whistle. Great Scott, you were right then. I couldn't believe it at the time. I agreed it was astonishing until you saw how everything fit together. I asked what we should do, noting it would be common knowledge soon enough. John reflected and finally said, Never mind, we won't say anything at present. There's no need. As you say, it will be known soon enough. But to my intense surprise, when I got up early the next morning and eagerly opened the newspapers, there wasn't a single word about the arrest. There was a short, insubstantial column about the Styles poisoning case, but nothing more. It was rather inexplicable, but I supposed Inspector Japp, for reasons of his own, wished to keep it out of the papers for now. A slight unease settled over me, hinting that more arrests might be on the horizon. After finishing my breakfast, I intended to walk to the village to check if Poirot had come back. Before I could leave, however, a familiar silhouette darkened the window pane, and that unmistakable voice greeted me. Bonjour, mon ami! Poirot! I cried out, a wave of relief washing over me. I grasped both his hands and pulled him inside. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Listen, I've kept everything to myself, only confiding in John. Was that the correct course? My friend, Poirot replied calmly, I am afraid I do not follow your meaning. The arrest of Dr. Bauerstein. Naturally, I said, my impatience growing. Then Bauerstein has been arrested. You were not aware? I had not the slightest notion. He paused briefly, then added, although it does not shock me, we are, after all, merely 4 miles from the shoreline. The shoreline? I asked, thoroughly confused. What possible connection does that have? Poirot merely lifted his shoulders in a shrug. Surely it is clear. Not to me. I admit I may be obtuse, but I fail to see how our distance from the coast relates to the murder of Mrs. Inglethorpe. It has no relation whatsoever, naturally, Poirot said with a slight smile. But we were discussing the arrest of Dr. Bauerstein. Well, he was arrested for Mrs. Inglethorpe's murder. What? Poirot exclaimed, his astonishment seeming genuinely lively. Dr. Bauerstein arrested for that murder. Yes. Impossible, that would be a supreme farce. Who provided you with this information, my friend? Well, no one stated it explicitly, I admitted, but he is under arrest. Oh yes, very probably. But for espionage, mon ami. Espionage? I gasped. Precisely. Not for poisoning Mrs. Inglethorpe. Not unless our friend Inspector Japp has taken complete leave of his senses, Poirot replied placidly. But I was under the impression you suspected the same. Poirot fixed me with a look that blended wonder with pity, perfectly conveying his view of the idea's utter absurdity. Are you telling me, I asked slowly, adjusting to this new concept, that Dr. Bauerstein is a spy? Poirot gave a single nod. Did the possibility never cross your mind? It never once occurred to me. Did it not strike you as peculiar that a renowned London physician would bury himself in a tiny village like this, and make a habit of taking fully dressed walks at all hours of the night? No, I confessed, I never considered it. He is German by birth, of course, Poirot said thoughtfully. Though he has practiced here so long that most regard him as entirely English, he became a naturalized citizen some 15 years ago. A very clever man, a Jew, naturally. The scoundrel, I cried indignantly. Not in the least. On the contrary, he is a patriot. Consider all he stands to lose. I myself admire the man's dedication. I could not adopt Poirot's philosophical perspective. And this is the man with whom Mrs. Cavendish has been traipsing all over the countryside, I exclaimed, my indignation rising anew. Yes, I should imagine he found her presence quite useful, Poirot remarked. So long as local gossip was preoccupied with linking their names, any of the doctor's other vagaries went entirely unnoticed. Then you believe he never held any real affection for her? I asked, perhaps a touch too eagerly given the circumstances. That I cannot say with certainty. But shall I tell you my private opinion, Hastings? Yes. It is this: Mrs. Cavendish does not care and never has cared one jot for Dr. Bauerstein. Do you truly think so? I could not hide my pleasure. I'm quite convinced, and I will tell you why. Yes, because her affections lie elsewhere, mon ami. Oh, what did he mean? Despite myself, a pleasant warmth spread through me. I am not a vain man where women are concerned, yet I recalled certain hints, small gestures and glances I had perhaps too lightly dismissed at the time, which now seemed to suggest a clearer meaning. These agreeable reflections were abruptly cut short by the sudden and brisk entrance of Miss Howard. She quickly scanned the room to confirm they were alone, then produced a crumpled piece of brown paper from her pocket. She pressed it into Poirot's hands, whispering hurriedly. It was on top of the wardrobe before slipping out the door. Poirot unfolded the paper with keen interest, letting out a soft sound of triumph. He smoothed it on the table. Come, Hastings. Look closely. Tell me, what is that first initial? Is it a J or perhaps an L? The sheet was of average size, slightly dusty, as if it had been tucked away and forgotten. What captured Poirot's focus was the printed label at the top. It bore the insignia of Parkson's, the famous theatrical costume supplier, and was addressed to a Cavendish, Esquire, Styles Court, Styles St. Mary, Essex, though the first letter of the name was smudged and unclear. After a moment's study, I offered, "It could be a T or maybe an L. It's definitely not a J." "Excellent," Poirot said, carefully refolding the paper. "I'm in agreement. It is an L. I'm certain of it." "Where did this come from?" I asked, intrigued. "Is it significant?" "It has a certain importance, yes. It supports a theory I have been developing. I asked Miss Howard to locate it, and as you see, her search was successful." "What did she mean about the top of the wardrobe?" "Precisely what she said," Poirot replied without hesitation. "She discovered it on top of a wardrobe." "A strange spot for a piece of paper," I mused. "Not at all. The top of a wardrobe is a perfectly sensible place for storing paper and boxes. I have done so myself. When arranged neatly, it is quite unobtrusive." "Poirot," I said seriously, "have you reached a conclusion about this crime?" "I have, that is to say. I believe I understand the method behind it." "Really? Yet I lack concrete proof, only my deductions, unless suddenly animated." He grasped my arm and hurried me into the hall, calling out excitedly, "Mademoiselle Dorcas, a moment, if you please." Dorcas, looking rather flustered, emerged from the pantry. "My dear Dorcas, I have a notion, a small idea, and if it proves correct, what an opportunity. Tell me, on Monday, the day before the tragedy, was there any issue with Mrs. Inglethorpe's bell?" Dorcas appeared astonished. "Why, yes, sir, now that you mention it. The wire had been chewed through, likely by a mouse or a rat. The repairman fixed it on Tuesday morning." Poirot drew in a long, delighted breath and guided us back to the morning room. "You see, one should not always seek external confirmation. Reason alone should suffice. But we are human, and it is a comfort to know one is on the correct path. Ah, my friend, I feel revived. I could run and leap." And to my amazement, he did just that, bounding energetically across the lawn beyond the long window. "What on earth is your remarkable friend doing?" A voice inquired behind me. I turned to find Mary Cavendish at my side, a smile touching her lips. "What's all this about?" I truly couldn't say. He asked Dorcas about a bell, and her answer pleased him so much he's celebrating, as you see. Mary laughed softly. How absurd! He's headed for the gate. Is he not returning today? I've no idea. I've stopped trying to predict his next move. Is he entirely mad, Mr. Hastings? I often wonder. Sometimes I'm convinced he's completely eccentric. Then, at his most peculiar, I realize there's sharp reasoning behind it all. I understand. Despite her light tone, Mary seemed pensive that morning, her expression sober, almost melancholy. It struck me as a suitable moment to gently broach the subject of Cynthia. I began as tactfully as I could, but I had scarcely started before she stopped me firmly, her manner leaving no room for further discussion. You are a truly persuasive advocate, Mr. Hastings, and I have no doubt of your skill, but in this particular matter your efforts are entirely unnecessary. You can be certain that Cynthia will face no harsh treatment from me. I started to mumble something feeble about hoping she hadn't taken any offense, but she interrupted me again. What she said next was so startling that it completely pushed all thoughts of Cynthia and her problems from my mind. Mr. Hastings, she asked, her voice steady, in your opinion, are my husband and I happy together? I was thoroughly taken by surprise and muttered something about it not being my place to have an opinion on such a private matter. Well, she continued calmly, whether it is your place or not, I will tell you that we are not happy at all. I remained silent, sensing she had more to say. She began to pace slowly, her head slightly bowed, her slender form moving with a gentle rhythm. Abruptly, she halted and looked directly at me. You know nothing about me, do you? She inquired. Where I come from, who I was before I married John, nothing at all. I intend to tell you. I am going to make you my confessor. I believe you are a kind man, yes, I feel sure of your kindness. Strangely, I did not feel the sense of honor I might have expected. It reminded me uncomfortably of how Cynthia had begun her own revelations. Besides, the role of a father-confessor seemed better suited to someone older, not a young man like myself. My father was English, Mrs. Cavendish stated, but my mother was Russian. Ah, I said, that explains it. Explains what? That subtle quality of something different, something foreign that I have always sensed about you. I'm told my mother was extraordinarily beautiful. I wouldn't know, as I never really knew her. She died when I was very small. I believe there was some tragedy surrounding her death. She accidentally took too much of a sleeping draught. Whatever the truth, my father was shattered. Not long after, he joined the consular service. I went with him everywhere he was posted. By the time I was 23, I had seen nearly every corner of the globe. It was a magnificent life. I adored it. A smile touched her lips, and she lifted her chin, as if vividly reliving those bright, adventurous days. Then my father passed away. He left me with very little. I had to go live with some elderly aunts in Yorkshire. She gave a visible shudder. You will understand when I say it was a suffocating existence for a girl raised as I had been. The pettiness, the relentless, soul-crushing monotony of it all nearly drove me to despair. She paused, and her tone shifted when she added, "And then I met John Cavendish." Yes. From my aunt's perspective, it was a brilliant match for me. But I can say honestly that this was not what influenced my decision. No, he represented simply an escape route from the unbearable dullness of my life. I offered no comment, and after a moment she continued, "Please do not misunderstand. I was entirely truthful with him. I told him, which was true, that I liked him a great deal, and that I hoped my affection for him would grow, but that I was not, in the common phrase, in love with him. He said that was enough for him, and so we were married." She fell silent for a long while, a small frown creasing her forehead, her gaze turned inward, earnestly examining those bygone days. I am certain he cared for me at first, but I suppose we were fundamentally ill-suited. We began to drift apart almost immediately. He, and it does nothing for my pride to admit this, but it is the truth, grew bored with me very quickly. I must have made some sound of protest, because she went on swiftly. "Oh yes, he certainly did. It doesn't matter now, not now that we've reached the end of the road." "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice low. "I mean I won't be staying at Styles any longer," I replied. "You and John aren't going to live here together." "John might choose to, but I will not. Are you leaving him?" "Yes, but why?" There was a long silence before she finally spoke. "Perhaps because I need to be free. As she said it, I pictured vast open landscapes, untouched forests, and uncharted territories. I understood then what freedom would truly mean for a spirit like Mary Cavendish. For a moment, I saw her as she really was, a proud, untamed being, no more subdued by society than a wild hawk from the mountains. A soft, anguished cry escaped her. You have no idea how this dreadful place has felt like a prison to me. I do understand, I said gently, but please, don't act recklessly. Reckless. Her tone was sharp, mocking my caution. Then, without thinking, I blurted out something I instantly regretted. You do know Dr. Bauerstein has been taken into custody, don't you? Instantly, a chill mask seemed to settle over her face, erasing all emotion. John was kind enough to inform me of that this morning. Well, what are your thoughts? I asked weakly. On what? On his arrest? What should I think? According to the gardener who told John, he is apparently a German spy. Her voice and expression remained utterly detached. Did she care, or didn't she? She took a step back, her fingers lightly tracing the edge of a flower vase. These are completely wilted. I must replace them. Would you excuse me, Mr. Hastings? With a cool, dismissive nod, she walked calmly past me and out through the window. Surely she couldn't have feelings for Bauerstein. No woman could maintain such icy composure if she did. Poirot did not appear the next morning, and there was no word from the Scotland Yard detectives. However, by lunchtime, a new development emerged, or rather, a continued absence of evidence. We had tried in vain to locate the fourth letter Mrs. Inglethorpe had written on the night before her death. Having given up the search, we hoped it might surface on its own. And so it did, in the form of a letter delivered by the afternoon post from a French music publisher. They acknowledged receipt of her check, but regretted they had been unable to locate a particular set of Russian folk songs she had inquired about. With that, our last hope of unraveling the mystery through her final correspondence faded away. Just before tea, I walked down to Leastways Cottage to inform Poirot of this latest setback, only to find, much to my irritation, that he was out once more. Gone back to London. Oh, no, sir. He merely took the train to Tadminster, his landlady informed me. To visit a young ladies' dispensary, he said. What a fool, I muttered. I specifically told him Wednesday was the one day she wouldn't be there. Well, please let him know to come see us tomorrow morning. Certainly, sir. Yet the next day there was still no sign of Poirot. My annoyance was growing. His casual disregard was becoming intolerable. After lunch, Lawrence took me aside, his manner unusually jittery and eager. Are you planning to go down to see him? No, I don't believe I will. He can come up here if he wishes to speak with us. Oh, Lawrence murmured, looking uncertain. His nervous excitement piqued my curiosity. What is it? I asked. If it's important, I could go. It's nothing major, but if you do go, would you tell him? He lowered his voice to a whisper. I believe I've found the extra coffee cup. I had nearly forgotten Poirot's cryptic remark about that, but now my interest was fully reignited. Lawrence would say no more, so I decided to swallow my pride and seek out Poirot at his cottage once again. This time I was greeted with a smile. Monsieur Poirot was in. Would I come upstairs? I did so, finding him seated at the table, his head buried in his hands. He leapt to his feet as I entered the room. What's the matter? I inquired with concern. You're not feeling unwell, I hope? No, not unwell. I'm weighing a decision of the utmost importance. Whether to apprehend the culprit or not? I joked. To my astonishment, Poirot gave a solemn nod. To speak or not to speak, as your illustrious Shakespeare put it. That is indeed the question. I let the misquotation pass. You can't be serious, Poirot. I am entirely serious. The most grave of all consequences hangs in the balance. And what is that? A woman's happiness, my friend, he stated gravely. I was at a loss for words. The critical moment has arrived, Poirot mused, and I find myself uncertain. You see, the stakes for which I play are tremendously high. No one but I, Hercule Poirot, would dare such a gamble. He punctuated this by tapping his chest proudly. After allowing a respectful pause to let his declaration settle, I relayed Lawrence's message. Aha! He exclaimed. So he has discovered the additional coffee cup. Excellent. He possesses more intelligence than his long, solemn face suggests. You're Monsieur Lawrence. Personally, I held no particularly high opinion of Lawrence's intellect, but I chose not to argue and instead gently reminded Poirot of his mistake regarding Cynthia's schedule. It is true. My head is like a sieve. Nevertheless, the other young lady was most gracious. She sympathized with my disappointment and kindly showed me everything. Well, that's settled then. You shall have to take tea with Cynthia another time. I proceeded to tell him about the letter. A pity, he remarked. I had held some hope for that letter, but it was not to be. This mystery must be unravelled from within. He tapped his temple. It is up to these little grey cells, as you say here. Abruptly, he changed the subject. Tell me, are you knowledgeable about fingerprints? Not particularly, I admitted, somewhat surprised. I know no two are alike, but that's the extent of my expertise. Precisely. Unlocking a small drawer, he produced several photographs and laid them on the table. I have labelled them 1, 2, and 3. Describe them for me. I examined the images closely. They're all greatly enlarged, I see. Number 1 appears to be a man's prints, thumb and forefinger. Number 2 are a woman's. They are much smaller and entirely different. Number 3. I studied it for a long moment. Shows a jumble of marks, but here quite distinctly are the same prints as in number 1. Overlapping the others? Yes. You are certain of the match? Absolutely. They are identical. Poirot nodded, gathered the photographs, and locked them away again. I suppose, I said, you're not going to explain as per usual. On the contrary. Number 1 belongs to Monsieur Lawrence. Number 2 are Mademoiselle Cynthia's. They are merely for comparison and are not significant. Number 3, however, is more complex. Go on. As you observed, it is highly magnified. You may have noted a sort of smeared area across the image. I will not bore you with the technical details. The special powder and apparatus, it is a standard police technique for obtaining a fingerprint photograph from any object quickly. So, my friend, you have seen the marks. It remains only to reveal the object on which they were found. Don't keep me in suspense. Very well. Photograph number 3 shows the magnified surface of a small bottle. This bottle was located in the top poison cupboard of the dispensary at the Red Cross Hospital in Tadminster, a description which is becoming quite a mouthful. Good heavens, I cried. But how did Lawrence Cavendish's fingerprints get on it? He never went near that cupboard when we were there. Oh, but he did. Impossible. We were all together the entire time. Poirot shook his head. No, my friend. There was a moment when you were not. There was a brief moment when you could not have all been present on the balcony together. Otherwise, there would have been no need to call for Monsieur Lawrence to join you. I had forgotten that detail, I confessed, but it was only a fleeting moment. Long enough, Poirot replied. Long enough for what? I pressed. His smile turned enigmatic. Long enough for a gentleman with a past medical education to satisfy a very human curiosity. Our gazes locked, though his own eyes took on a deliberately vague and pleasant expression. He stood and began to hum a quiet tune. I watched him with growing suspicion. Poirot, I asked, what exactly was in that particular bottle? Still looking out the window, he answered over his shoulder, never breaking his hum. Hydrochloride of strychnine. I said nothing for a moment, absorbing the information. I realized I wasn't truly surprised. Some part of me had been expecting that very answer. The pure hydrochloride form is rarely used, mostly reserved for pills. It's the official solution, leek, strychnine, hydrochlor. That appears in most medicinal preparations. That explains why the fingerprints remained undisturbed all this time. How did you manage to photograph it? I inquired. I accidentally dropped my hat from the balcony, Poirot explained with a shrug. Since visitors were not allowed below at that hour, despite my profuse apologies, Mademoiselle Cynthia's colleague was obliged to retrieve it for me. So you knew what you would find? Not at all. I merely deduced from your account that Monsieur Lawrence had the opportunity to access the poison cupboard. That possibility required confirmation or elimination. Poirot, I said, your cheerful demeanour doesn't fool me. This is a significant discovery. Perhaps, he mused, but one thing strikes me as it must also strike you. What's that? Why, that there is a preposterous amount of strychnine littering this affair. This marks the third encounter. First, it was in Mrs. Inglethorpe's tonic. Then we have strychnine sold over the counter in Styles St. Mary by Mace. And now more strychnine handled by a member of the household. It is bewildering, and as you're aware, I have a profound distaste for bewilderment. Before I could respond, the door opened, and one of our Belgian colleagues peered in. A lady is downstairs asking for Mr. Hastings. A lady? I rose quickly, with Poirot following me down the narrow staircase. Mary Cavendish was waiting in the doorway. "I've been visiting an elderly woman in the village," she explained, a faint, nervous energy in her voice. "Lawrence mentioned you were with Monsieur Poirot, so I thought I'd call for you." "Alas, madame," Poirot said with a theatrical sigh, "I had hoped you were here to honour me with a visit." "I shall, one day, if you invite me," she promised, offering a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "That is good. Should you ever require a father confessor, madame?" She gave an almost imperceptible start. "Remember Papa Poirot is always at your service?" She studied him for a long moment, as if trying to decipher a hidden meaning behind his words. Then, turning abruptly, she asked, "Will you walk back with us, Monsieur Poirot?" "Enchanted, madame." The entire walk back to Styles, Mary spoke rapidly and with a feverish intensity. It occurred to me that she seemed somehow uneasy under Poirot's quiet observation. The weather had turned sharply. A biting wind carried an unseasonable chill, whispering through the trees, like a discontented sigh. Mary shivered and fastened her black sports coat tighter. As we approached the great door of Styles, an immediate sense of wrongness settled upon us. Dorcas came rushing out, her face streaked with tears, wringing her hands. I was aware of other servants clustered in the background, all eyes and ears. "Oh, ma'am, oh, sir, I don't know how to tell you." "What is it, Dorcas?" I asked, my impatience rising. "Out with it. It's those detectives. They've arrested him. They've arrested Mr. Cavendish." "Arrested Lawrence?" I gasped. A strange, almost pitying look flashed in Dorcas's eyes. "No, sir. Not Mr. Lawrence. Mr. John." The words hung in the air for a fraction of a second before a sharp cry broke the silence. Mary Cavendish stumbled backward, her weight falling against me. As I turned to steady her, my gaze met Poirot's. There was no shock in his eyes, only a quiet, settled certainty. The trial of John Cavendish commenced 2 months later. The weeks in between were a blur of dread and preparation, during which my respect for Mary grew immensely. She stood fiercely by her husband, dismissing any notion of his guilt with a ferocity that was both moving and formidable. When I mentioned my admiration to Poirot, he gave a slow, thoughtful nod. "Yes, she is one of those whose character is forged in fire," he remarked. "Adversity strips away the lesser things, pride, resentment, and leaves only the core of devotion. She thinks of nothing now but him and the shadow that threatens to consume him." He spoke with genuine feeling, and I studied his face, recalling that tense afternoon when the choice to speak had been wrested from him. I was quietly grateful for that intervention. Even now it feels unreal, I confessed. Until the final moment, I was convinced it was Lawrence. Poirot offered a faint smile. "I am aware, but John, my old friend John, every murderer is, at some point, an old friend to someone," Poirot observed with a philosophical air. "Sentiment and logic are poor travelling companions." I felt a sting of reproach. "You might have given me some hint." "Perhaps, my friend. I withheld precisely because he was your old friend," he replied, his words leaving me momentarily unsettled. I remembered then how eagerly I had relayed to John my own mistaken interpretations of Poirot's suspicions regarding Bauerstein. Bauerstein himself, incidentally, had been cleared of the formal charges against him, though his future movements would now be watched with far greater scrutiny. When I pressed Poirot on whether John would be convicted, his answer astonished me. He believed, on the contrary, that an acquittal was distinctly possible. "But Poirot," I began to protest. "Ah, have I not repeated that I possess knowledge, but not proof? To know a thing and to demonstrate it are two separate battles. Here, the evidence is threadbare. That is the agony of it. I, Hercule Poirot, know, yet the final, conclusive link in my chain is missing. Without it—" He finished the thought with a grave shake of his head. "Tell me," I asked after a pause, "when did you first suspect John Cavendish? Did you not suspect him at all?" He countered. "Not in the slightest. Not even after you overheard that heated exchange between Mrs. Cavendish and her mother-in-law, and then witnessed her less than candid performance at the inquest?" "No." "Then you did not add the facts together. If it was not Alfred Inglethorpe who argued with his wife, and he denied it most strenuously, you recall then it must have been either Lawrence or John. If it were Lawrence, Mary Cavendish's subsequent protectiveness makes no sense. But if it were John, well, then every action, every evasion snaps neatly into place." A sudden cold clarity washed over me. So it was John who quarrelled with his mother that afternoon. Precisely. And you've known this all along? It was the only explanation for Mrs. Cavendish's conduct. And yet you say he may walk free? Poirot gave an eloquent shrug. The preliminary hearing will present the prosecution's case. His counsel will likely advise him to reserve his full defense for the trial itself, a strategy designed to surprise. And he added, his tone shifting to one of pointed instruction. A word of caution, I must have no official role in the proceedings. What do you mean? Just that. Officially, I'm not involved. Until I locate that final piece of the puzzle, I must stay out of sight. Mrs. Cavendish needs to believe I'm assisting her husband, not working against him. That seems a bit underhanded, I objected. Not in the least, he replied. We are facing a brilliant and ruthless opponent. We must use every tool at our disposal, otherwise he will escape us entirely. That is precisely why I have kept to the shadows. Every breakthrough has been credited to Japp, and Japp will receive all the acclaim. Should I be summoned to testify? He added with a broad smile. It will likely be for the defense. I was stunned. It is entirely proper procedure, Poirot continued. Ironically, I can provide testimony that will dismantle a key claim from the prosecution. Which claim? The one concerning the destroyed will. John Cavendish did not burn that document. Poirot's prediction proved accurate. I will spare you the tedious repetitions of the preliminary hearing and simply note that John Cavendish reserved his defense and was committed for trial. By September, we were all in London. Mary secured a house in Kensington, with Poirot included as part of the household. Having taken a position at the War Office myself, I was able to visit them often. As the weeks dragged on, Poirot's anxiety became palpable. That final piece he spoke of remained elusive. Secretly, I almost wished it would stay missing, for what future could Mary have if John were not cleared? On September 15th, John Cavendish stood in the dock at the Old Bailey, charged with the wilful murder of Emily Agnes Inglethorpe, and pleaded not guilty. The renowned King's Counsel, Sir Ernest Heavyweather, had been retained for his defence. Mr. Phillips, K.C., opened for the Crown. He described the murder as a calculated, cold-blooded act, nothing less than the deliberate poisoning of a devoted and trusting woman by the stepson she had raised as her own. From his youth she had supported him. He and his wife had lived in luxury at Styles Court, beneficiaries of her constant care and generosity. Witnesses would show, he said, how the prisoner, a reckless spendthrift, had reached his financial limit and was conducting a secret affair with a Mrs. Rykes, the wife of a local farmer. When Mrs. Inglethorpe learned of this, she confronted him on the afternoon before her death, leading to a heated argument that was partly overheard. The day before that, counsel continued. The prisoner had purchased strychnine from the village pharmacy while in disguise, hoping to pin the crime on another, specifically Mrs. Inglethorpe's husband, for whom he harboured a bitter jealousy. Fortunately for Mr. Inglethorpe, he possessed an unshakable alibi. On the afternoon of July 17th, immediately after the quarrel with her son, Mrs. Inglethorpe drafted a new will. This will was found burned in her bedroom grate the next morning, but evidence indicated it had been made in her husband's favour. The deceased had already made a will in his favour prior to her marriage, but, and here Mr. Phillips raised a meaningful finger, the prisoner was unaware of that fact. Why she would make a new will with the old one still in effect, he could not definitively say. She was an elderly lady and might have forgotten the earlier document, or, as he found more plausible, she may have believed it was nullified by her marriage, a topic that had been discussed. Ladies, he noted dryly, were not always experts in legal matters. Approximately a year earlier, she had executed a will in the prisoner's favour. He would present evidence to prove it was the prisoner who finally handed his stepmother her coffee on the fateful night. As evening fell, he had requested entry to her private chamber, an occasion he undoubtedly used to locate and destroy the existing will, thereby ensuring the one that benefited him would stand unchallenged. His arrest followed the discovery by Detective Inspector Japp, an exceptionally sharp officer, of the very bottle of strychnine in the prisoner's quarters. This poison had been purchased from the local pharmacy by an individual posing as Mr. Inglethorpe just a day prior to the crime. It would fall to the jury to determine if this chain of evidence presented an insurmountable case for guilt. With a tone that subtly suggested any other verdict was inconceivable, Mr. Phillips concluded and mopped his brow. The prosecution began by recalling many of the same witnesses from the inquest, starting once more with the medical testimony. Sir Ernest Heavyweather, notorious across England for his ruthless badgering of witnesses, confined himself to just two queries. Doctor? Bauerstein, is it correct that strychnine typically acts with swiftness? It is. And you cannot provide any explanation for the delayed reaction observed here? I cannot. Thank you. The chemist, Mr. Mace, identified the vial presented by the prosecution as the one he sold to Mr. Inglethorpe. Under pressure, he conceded he knew the man only by sight and had never exchanged words with him. His testimony was not challenged. Alfred Inglethorpe himself took the stand, firmly denying both the purchase of the poison and any serious quarrel with his late wife. Several other witnesses supported these denials. After testimony regarding the will's signing from the Gardiners, Dorcas was summoned. Loyal to the core to her young gentleman, Dorcas vehemently insisted the voice she overheard could not have been John's, and held firm against all contrary evidence that it was Mr. Inglethorpe who was with her mistress in the boudoir. A faint, sorrowful smile touched the prisoner's lips in the dock. He understood the tragic futility of her brave defiance, as his own defence strategy did not hinge on disputing that particular point. Naturally, Mrs. Cavendish could not be compelled to testify against her spouse. Moving to other matters, Mr. Phillips inquired, "Do you recall a parcel arriving for Mr. Lawrence Cavendish from Parkson's around last June?" Dorcas shook her head. "I don't remember specifically, sir. It's possible, but Mr. Lawrence was away for part of that month. And if a parcel arrived during his absence, what was the usual procedure? It would be placed in his room or forwarded to him. By you personally?" "Oh, no, sir. I would leave it on the hall table. Miss Howard was the one who managed such deliveries. Evelyn Howard was then called. After preliminary questions, she was asked about the parcel. I don't remember. We received many parcels. One doesn't stand out. Could you say if it was sent on to him in Wales or left in his room?" "I don't believe it was sent on. I think I would have remembered that. If a parcel addressed to Mr. Lawrence arrived and then later went missing, would you have noticed?" "Probably not," she replied with a dismissive shrug that seemed to say the entire line of questioning was trivial. "I'd assume someone else had taken care of it."
Miss Howard, I believe it was you who discovered this sheet of brown paper."
Counsel held aloft the same dusty piece, Poirot, and I had scrutinized in the Styles morning room. "Yes, I did," came the reply. "How did you know to search for it?" "The Belgian detective working the case requested that I look." "And where did you finally locate it?" "It was on top of a wardrobe." "The prisoner's wardrobe? I believe so, yes." "You found it yourself, correct?" "Yes." "Then you must be certain of its location." "Yes, it was on the prisoner's wardrobe." Much clearer. An employee from Parkson's theatrical costumiers then testified. He stated that on June 29th, they had mailed a black beard to a Mr. L. Cavendish, as per a written request. The order, accompanied by a postal money order, had been sent to L. Cavendish, Esquire, Styles Court. The company had not retained the original letter, but the transaction was recorded in their ledger. Sir Ernest Heavyweather rose, his presence imposing. "From where was this letter sent?" "Styles Court? The identical address to which you mailed the parcel?" "Yes." "And the letter originated from there?" "Yes." Then, like a predator seizing its moment, Heavyweather pounced. "How can you be sure?" I don't follow. How do you know it came from Styles? Did you observe the postmark?" "No, but—" "Ah, you did not observe the postmark. Yet you state with such confidence it was from Styles. Could the postmark not have been from anywhere?" "I suppose so. In fact, a letter on Styles' notepaper could have been mailed from any location. From Wales, for instance." The witness conceded the possibility, and Sir Ernest, with a nod, indicated his satisfaction. Next, Elizabeth Wells, the second housemaid at Styles, took the stand. She recounted that after retiring she remembered bolting the front door, contrary to Mr. Inglethorpe's instruction to leave it latched. She returned downstairs to correct her mistake. Hearing a faint sound from the west wing, she glanced down the corridor and saw Mr. John Cavendish knocking at Mrs. Inglethorpe's door. Sir Ernest made quick, brutal work of her testimony. Under his relentless pressure, she became hopelessly tangled in contradictions. He resumed his seat wearing a distinctly pleased expression. Following Annie's statements about noticing candle grease on the floor and witnessing the prisoner carry coffee into the boudoir, the court adjourned for the day. Walking home, Mary Cavendish was seething. "That detestable man! What a web he's weaving around my poor John. He takes every tiny fact and twists it until it means something entirely different." "Well," I offered, trying to sound hopeful, "the tide may turn tomorrow." "Perhaps," she murmured. Then her voice dropped to a whisper. "Mr. Hastings?" You don't think... It couldn't have been Lawrence, could it? Oh, no, that's impossible. Yet her own doubt lingered in the air, a new and unsettling detail in the day's events. Her uncertainty mirrored my own confusion. As soon as I was alone with Poirot, I asked what he believed Sir Ernest's strategy to be. "Ah," Poirot said with clear admiration, "he is a clever man, that Sir Ernest. Do you think he actually believes Lawrence is guilty?" "I do not think he believes or cares about guilt at all. No, his aim is to sow such confusion in the minds of the jury that they cannot agree on which brother is responsible. He is striving to present an equal amount of evidence against Lawrence as against John, and I am not at all convinced he will fail." When the trial resumed, Detective Inspector Japp was called first. He delivered his evidence in a crisp, efficient manner. After summarizing the initial investigation, he continued. Acting upon received information, Superintendent Summerhay and I conducted a search of the prisoner's room during his brief absence from the house. Tucked away in a chest of drawers, concealed beneath a stack of winter underclothing, the detectives made two critical discoveries. The first was a pair of gold-rimmed pince-nez, identical to those worn by Mr. Inglethorpe, which were promptly held up for the court to see. The second item was a small blue glass phial, already identified by the chemist's assistant. It contained a few grains of a white crystalline powder and was clearly labeled strychnine hydrochloride, poison. A new piece of evidence uncovered after the initial police proceedings was a nearly pristine sheet of blotting paper. Found tucked within Mrs. Inglethorpe's personal checkbook, it revealed its secret when held before a mirror. The reversed impression showed the damning phrase, "Everything of which I die possessed, I leave to my beloved husband, Alfred Ing." This erased any doubt that the destroyed will had named Alfred Inglethorpe as the sole beneficiary. Inspector Japp then presented the charred paper fragment from the fireplace grate, combined with the false beard discovered in the attic. This concluded his testimony. Yet Sir Ernest Heavyweather's cross-examination was just beginning. He began with the detective. "You conducted this search of the prisoner's room on what date?" "Tuesday, July the 24th. "A full week after the tragic event, correct?" "Yes, sir." "And you claim these two objects were in an unlocked drawer?" "That is correct." "Does it not seem profoundly illogical to you?" Heavyweather pressed, his tone dripping with skepticism. "That a man guilty of murder would casually store the very evidence of his crime in an unlocked drawer, accessible to anyone, for an entire week." "The items might have been placed there in a moment of panic," the detective offered. "A moment of panic lasting 7 days?" Heavyweather retorted, his voice sharpening. "He had more than enough time to dispose of them permanently. Would you not agree he had ample opportunity?" "I suppose so," the witness conceded. "Let us be precise. The undergarments hiding these objects, were they heavy or light?" "They were on the heavier side." "Winter weight, in other words," Heavyweather stated, turning to the jury with a meaningful look. "In the midst of the hottest week of summer, is it remotely plausible that the prisoner would have any reason to rummage through a drawer full of winter clothing? A simple yes or no will suffice." "No, he would not," the detective admitted. "Then is it not a distinct possibility," Heavyweather concluded triumphantly, "that these items were planted by another party and that Mr. Inglethorpe was completely unaware of their existence?" "It seems unlikely, but it is possible." "Yes, it is possible. Thank you. That is all." Further evidence painted a picture of the prisoner's dire financial straits by late July. Then came the painful testimony regarding his secret involvement with Mrs. Raikes, a bitter revelation for a woman of her pride to endure in a public courtroom. It appeared Evelyn Howard had been correct in the facts, though her personal animosity had led her to a premature conclusion. Lawrence Cavendish was then called to the stand, speaking softly in response to Mr. Phillips. He denied placing any order with Parkson's in June. In fact, he stated he had been away in Wales on the 29th of that month. Sir Ernest Heavyweather's chin jutted forward aggressively. "You deny ordering a black beard from Parkson's on June 29th? "I do."
Ah,
Heavyweather said, shifting gears with brutal efficiency. "Now, should anything befall your brother, who stands to inherit the Styles Court estate?" The cruelty of the question brought a flush to Lawrence's pale cheeks. A murmur of disapproval rippled from the judge's bench, and the prisoner in the dock leaned forward, his face etched with anger. Unfazed, Heavyweather pressed on. "Please answer the question." "I imagine that I would," Lawrence replied quietly, a subtle defiance in his tone. "What do you mean, you imagine? Your brother has no children. You are the heir, are you not?" Yes. Much better, Heavyweather said with a ferocious sort of cheer. And you'd inherit a considerable fortune as well, wouldn't you? The judge interjected, Sir Ernest, these questions are not relevant to the matter at hand. With a slight mocking bow of acquiescence, Sir Ernest Heavyweather had already launched his arrow. He moved on, leaving the implication hanging heavily in the air of the courtroom. On Tuesday, July 17th, you accompanied another visitor to the dispensary at the Red Cross Hospital in Tadminster. Is that correct? Yes. While momentarily alone, did you unlock the poison cabinet and inspect some of the bottles? It's possible I did. I suggest to you that you did exactly that. Yes. Ernest launched the next question like an arrow. Was there one specific bottle you examined? No, I don't believe so. Be very careful, Mr. Cavendish. I am speaking of a small bottle labelled hydrochloride of strychnine. Lawrence's face took on a pallid, greenish hue. No, I am certain I did not. Then how do you explain the fact that your fingerprints were found upon it, clear and unmistakable? This aggressive tactic worked powerfully on a man of his nervous temperament. I suppose I must have picked it up. I suppose so as well. Did you remove any of the substance from the bottle? Absolutely not. Then why handle it at all? I once pursued medical studies. Such items naturally capture my attention. Ah, so poisons naturally capture your attention, do they? Yet you waited until you were entirely alone to indulge this curiosity. That was mere coincidence. Had the others been present, my actions would have been no different. Nevertheless, the fact remains they were not present. No, but, to be precise, you were alone for only a brief span that entire afternoon. And it was during those exact moments, I say it was during those moments, that you chose to explore your natural interest in hydrochloride of strychnine. Lawrence's words dissolved into a pitiful stammer. I, with an expression of profound satisfaction, Sir Ernest concluded, I have no further questions for you, Mr. Cavendish. This line of questioning sent a palpable thrill through the courtroom. The elegantly dressed women in attendance bent their heads together, their whispered speculations growing so audible that the judge, with visible irritation, threatened to clear the gallery if silence was not restored. The remaining evidence was scant. Handwriting experts were summoned to give their opinion on the signature Alfred Inglethorpe in the chemist's poison register. They were unanimous. It was definitely not his writing, and they suggested it could be the prisoner's hand, deliberately disguised. Under cross-examination, they conceded it might also be a clever forgery of the prisoner's script. Sir Ernest Heavyweather's opening statement for the defence was concise, yet delivered with his full, formidable emphasis. He declared that in his long career he had never encountered a murder charge supported by flimsier evidence. Not only was it entirely circumstantial, but much of it was essentially unsubstantiated. He urged the jury to impartially sift through the testimony. The strychnine had been discovered in an unlocked drawer in the prisoner's room. He stressed it was unlocked, and he argued there was no proof the prisoner had placed it there. It was, he submitted, a malicious act by some unknown party to frame his client. The prosecution, he noted, had failed to provide a single shred of proof that the prisoner had ordered the black beard from Parkson's. The admitted quarrel between the prisoner and his stepmother, along with his financial troubles, had been wildly exaggerated for dramatic effect, addressing his learned friend Mr. Phillips with a careless nod. Sir Ernest countered the claim that an innocent man would have come forward at the inquest to clarify his role in the argument. The facts, he insisted, had been twisted. The truth was this: returning home that Tuesday evening, the prisoner had been definitively informed of a violent altercation between Mr. and Mrs. Inglethorpe. The news had shaken him deeply, casting a shadow of dread over his thoughts for the rest of the night, a detail of inner turmoil not previously captured in the proceedings Inglethorpe. It had never crossed the prisoner's mind that anyone might have confused his voice with that of Mr. Inglethorpe. He naturally assumed his stepmother had engaged in two separate arguments. The prosecution claimed that on Monday, July 16th, the prisoner had visited the village chemist's shop while disguised as Mr. Inglethorpe. The prisoner asserted he was, at that very hour, at an isolated location known as Marston's Spinney. He had been lured there by an anonymous letter worded in terms of blackmail, which threatened to disclose certain secrets to his wife unless he obeyed its instructions. Accordingly, he went to the designated spot, waited there for a futile half-hour, and then returned home. Regrettably, he encountered no one during his journey who could corroborate his account, but he had wisely preserved the note, which would be entered as evidence. Regarding the allegation about the destroyed will, the prisoner, having once practiced law, was fully aware that the will made in his favor a year prior was automatically invalidated by his stepmother's remarriage. He intended to present evidence showing who actually destroyed the document, which might, he suggested, reveal an entirely new perspective on the case. He would further remind the jury that suspicion rested on others besides John Cavendish. He would direct them to consider that the evidence implicating Mr. Lawrence Cavendish was, if anything, even more compelling than that against his brother. He then called the prisoner to testify. John conducted himself admirably in the witness box. Under Sir Ernest's adept guidance, he recounted his story with credibility and clarity. The anonymous note he received was presented for the jury's inspection. His frank admission of his financial troubles and his strained relationship with his stepmother lent weight to his subsequent denials. As his examination concluded, he hesitated, then added firmly, "I wish to state one thing plainly. I completely reject and condemn Sir Ernest Heavyweather's insinuations concerning my brother. I am convinced my brother had no more connection to this crime than I did." Sir Ernest responded with a mere smile, shrewdly observing that John's declaration had made a distinctly positive impression on the jury. The cross-examination commenced. "You state it never occurred to you that witnesses at the inquest could have mistaken your voice for Mr. Inglethorpe's. Do you not find that astonishing?" "No, I do not. I was informed there had been a quarrel between my mother and Mr. Inglethorpe. The possibility that this was not the true situation simply did not strike me. Not even when the servant Dorcas repeated specific phrases from that conversation, phrases you must have recognized. I did not recognize them. Your memory appears remarkably deficient." "Not at all. We were both speaking in anger, and I believe said things we did not wholly mean. I paid little heed to the precise words my mother used." Mr. Phillips's sceptical expression was a masterpiece of legal theatrics. He then turned to the subject of the note. "You have produced this document at a most convenient moment. Does anything about the handwriting look familiar to you?" "Not that I'm aware of. Would you agree it bears a striking resemblance to your own, only hastily disguised?" "No, I would not. I suggest to you that this is, in fact, your own handwriting." "It is not." "I further suggest that, desperate to establish an alibi, you invented this unlikely appointment and wrote the note yourself to support your story. That is false. Is it not true that, during the time you claim to have been waiting alone in that remote location, you were actually inside the pharmacy in Styles, St. Mary, purchasing strychnine under the name Alfred Inglethorpe?" "No, that is a lie. I put it to you that you wore Mr. Inglethorpe's suit, altered a black beard to mimic his, entered that pharmacy and signed the register in his name." "That is completely untrue. Then I will leave the jury to consider the remarkable similarity between the handwriting on the note, the register, and your own," declared Mr. Phillips, sitting down with the air of a man who had done his duty, yet was appalled by such brazen dishonesty. With the hour growing late, the proceedings were adjourned until Monday. I noticed Poirot looking deeply troubled, that familiar furrow etched between his brows. "What is it, Poirot?" I asked. "Ah, my friend, things are progressing poorly, very poorly." Despite myself, I felt a surge of relief. It seemed John Cavendish might yet be cleared. Back at the house, my companion declined Mary's offer of tea. "No, thank you, madame, I will retire to my room." I followed him upstairs. Still frowning, he went to the desk, drew out a small deck of cards, pulled a chair to the table, and to my astonishment began solemnly constructing a house of cards. My jaw dropped. He responded at once. "Do not worry, my friend. I have not lost my senses. I am steadying my nerves, nothing more. This task demands precision of the fingers, and where the fingers are precise, the mind follows. Never have I needed clarity more than now." "What's troubling you?" I asked. With a heavy thump, Poirot knocked over his carefully built structure. "This is the trouble. I can build a card tower 7 stories tall, yet I cannot thump. Locate thump that final link I mentioned, unsure how to respond. I stayed quiet. He began rebuilding, placing each card with deliberate care. It is done so by setting one card upon another with mathematical exactness." I watched the fragile tower rise steadily under his hands, each level perfectly aligned. It was almost like a magic act. "Your hands are remarkably steady," I remarked. "I believe I've only seen them shake once." "Undoubtedly on an occasion when I was furious," Poirot observed placidly. "Indeed, you were in a towering rage, remember? It was when you found the lock on Mrs. Inglethorpe's despatch case had been forced. You stood by the fireplace, fiddling with the mantelpiece ornaments as you often do, and your hand trembled like a leaf. I must say, but I broke off abruptly. Poirot let out a choked, wordless cry, demolished his card masterpiece once more, and pressed his hands over his eyes, rocking back and forth as if in acute distress. "Good heavens, Poirot," I exclaimed. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" "No, no," he gasped. It is. I have had an idea." "Oh," I said, relieved. "One of your little ideas?" "Ah, my friend, no," Poirot replied earnestly. "This time it is colossal, monumental, and you, my friend, have given it to me." He suddenly threw his arms around me, planting enthusiastic kisses on both my cheeks, and before I could even react, he was already sprinting out of the room. Mary Cavendish walked in just then. "What on earth is wrong with Monsieur Poirot?" He flew past me shouting, "A garage, for mercy's sake, direct me to a garage." And before I could get a word out, he'd vanished into the street. I rushed to the window. Sure enough, there he was, racing down the sidewalk without his hat, waving his arms wildly as he went. I turned back to Mary with a hopeless shrug. "He's going to get stopped by an officer any second. Look, he's already turning the corner." We exchanged a long, bewildered glance. What could possibly be the matter? "I have no idea," I admitted. "He was stacking cards, then suddenly announced he'd had a revelation and bolted just as you saw." "Well," Mary said, trying to sound reassuring, "I'm sure he'll be back before supper." But evening came and went with no sign of Poirot. Chapter 12. The Final Piece. Poirot's sudden disappearance left everyone deeply curious. Sunday morning dragged on, and he still hadn't returned. Then, around 3 o'clock, an insistent and prolonged honking outside drew us to the window. We watched Poirot step out of a car, accompanied by Inspectors Japp and Summerhay. The little detective was utterly changed, glowing with unmistakable satisfaction. He offered an overly formal bow to Mary Cavendish. "Madame, would you permit a small gathering in the parlour? It is essential that everyone be present." Mary gave a faint, tired smile. "Monsieur Poirot, you know you have complete freedom here. You are most gracious." Beaming, Poirot herded us all into the drawing-room, arranging chairs as he went. "Miss Howard here, please, Mademoiselle Cynthia. Mr. Lawrence, Dorcas, and Annie. Good, we must pause briefly until Mr. Inglethorpe arrives. I have sent him a message." Miss Howard shot up from her seat. "If that man sets foot in this house, I walk out. Please, no." Poirot hurried over, speaking to her in hushed, earnest tones. Eventually, Miss Howard relented and sat back down. Minutes later, Alfred Inglethorpe entered. With everyone finally assembled, Poirot stood up with the polished air of a seasoned speaker and gave a polite nod to the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I was engaged by Mr. John Cavendish to look into this matter. My first step was to examine the bedroom of the deceased, which on the doctor's advice had been kept locked and was therefore exactly as it had been on the night of the tragedy. There I discovered 3 things. First, a scrap of green fabric. Second, a damp stain on the carpet near the window. And third, an empty box that had contained bromide powders. Taking the green fragment first, I found it snagged on the bolt of the connecting door between that room and the one occupied by Mademoiselle Cynthia. I gave this piece to the police, who did not deem it significant, nor did they identify it correctly. It was a torn piece from a green agricultural armband. A ripple of murmurs moved through the room. Now, only one person at Styles worked on the land, Mrs. Cavendish. It follows, then, that it must have been Mrs. Cavendish who entered the victim's room through that connecting door from Mademoiselle Cynthia's chamber. "But that door was bolted from the inside," I protested. "It was bolted when I examined it." "Yes, but initially we have only her word that it was fastened, since she was the one who tested it and reported it locked. In the commotion that followed, she would have had plenty of time to slide the bolt across. I made it my business to confirm my theory. To start, the fragment matches a tear in Mrs. Cavendish's own armband perfectly. Moreover, during the inquest, Mrs. Cavendish stated that she heard the table beside the bed overturn from her own room. I seized an early chance to verify that claim. I positioned my associate, Mr. Hastings, just outside Mrs. Cavendish's door in the left wing. Meanwhile, I accompanied the police to the victim's chamber. While there, I contrived to knock over the bedside table, seemingly by accident. As anticipated, Mr. Hastings reported hearing nothing. This proved Mrs. Cavendish had not been truthful about dressing in her room during the critical moments. I became certain she was not in her own quarters at all, but was actually inside the deceased's room when the commotion began. I glanced swiftly at Mary. Her face was pale, yet she managed a faint smile. I built my theory from that premise. Suppose Mrs. Cavendish was in her mother-in-law's room, searching for something she had yet to find. Suddenly, Mrs. Inglethorpe awakens, gripped by a violent seizure. Her arm flails, knocking over the table, and she desperately yanks the bell pull. Startled, Mary drops her candle, splattering wax onto the rug. She retrieves it and retreats hastily to Cynthia's room, shutting the door. She must get into the hallway. The servants cannot find her there. But it's already too late. Footsteps are thudding along the gallery linking the two wings. What can she do? Thinking fast, she darts back to the girl's room and begins shaking her awake. The roused household comes pouring down the passage. Everyone is frantically trying to break into Mrs. Inglethorpe's room. Nobody notices Mrs. Cavendish didn't arrive with the others, and tellingly, I could not find a single soul who saw her emerge from the opposite wing. He turned to Mary Cavendish. Is that not correct, madam? She inclined her head. It is correct, sir. You must understand, had I believed revealing this would help my husband's case, I would have spoken. It simply did not seem relevant to the question of his guilt. In one regard, you are right, Poirot conceded. Yet it swept the cobwebs from my mind, allowing me to view other facts in their proper light. The will! Lawrence burst out. Then it was you, Mary, who destroyed the will? She shook her head, and Poirot did the same. No, he stated calmly. Only one person could possibly have destroyed that document, Mrs. Inglethorpe herself. Preposterous, I interjected. She had only signed it that very afternoon. Nevertheless, my friend, it was Mrs. Inglethorpe. How else do you explain that? On one of the hottest days of the year, she demanded a fire be lit in her room. I caught my breath. How foolish we had been, never to question the absurdity of that fire. Poirot continued, a hint of sarcasm now colouring his tone. The temperature that day, gentlemen, was over 80 degrees, yet Mrs. Inglethorpe calls for a fire. Why? Because she needed to dispose of something and saw no better method. Recall that, due to wartime frugality at Styles, no scrap of paper was ever discarded. Therefore, destroying a substantial document like a will presented a problem. The instant I learned of that fire, I jumped to the conclusion it was meant to burn a vital paper, likely a will. Finding the charred fragment in the grate came as no shock. I admit, when I discovered the will was freshly made, I fell into a serious error. I assumed her desire to burn it stemmed directly from the quarrel that afternoon, meaning the argument must have occurred after the will was signed. He paused, his expression turning wry. Here, as we now know, I was entirely mistaken, and I was compelled to discard that notion entirely. The truth, as is often the case, was waiting patiently for me to stop chasing the wrong scent. I approached the issue from a fresh perspective. At 4 o'clock, Dorcas heard her employer declare angrily, "Do not imagine that a fear of scandal between a husband and wife will stop me." I deduced, correctly, that this was directed not at her husband, but at John Cavendish. By 5 o'clock, an hour later, she used nearly identical words, yet her entire position had shifted. She confessed to Dorcas, "I am at a loss. A scandal between spouses is a terrible thing." At 4 she was furious, but in full command of herself. By 5 she was in a state of extreme distress, speaking of a profound shock. Analyzing this psychologically, I reached one firm conclusion. The second scandal she mentioned was entirely different from the first, and it involved her directly. Let us piece the timeline together. At 4, Mrs. Inglethorpe argues with her stepson and threatens to expose him to his wife, who incidentally overheard most of it. By 4:30, following a discussion about the legality of wills, she executes a new will in her husband's favour, witnessed by the two gardeners. At 5, Dorcas discovers her mistress deeply agitated, clutching what she thought was a letter, and then ordering the fire in her room to be lit. Therefore, between 4:30 and 5, something must have happened to cause a complete reversal of her intentions, making her now desperate to destroy the document she had just created. What was it? As far as the evidence shows, she was entirely alone during that half hour. No one entered or left the boudoir. So what prompted this sudden change of heart? We can only speculate, but I believe my theory is sound. Mrs. Inglethorpe had no stamps in her own desk. We know this because she later asked Dorcas for some. Across the room stood her husband's desk, which was locked. Needing stamps, she likely tried her own keys in his desk. I'm certain one of them fit. Upon opening it and searching, She discovered something else entirely, that slip of paper Dorcas saw, which was never intended for her eyes. Ironically, Mrs. Cavendish was convinced this paper was proof of her own husband's unfaithfulness. She demanded it from Mrs. Inglethorpe, who truthfully insisted it was unrelated. Mrs. Cavendish, consumed by jealousy beneath her composed exterior, did not believe her, thinking she was protecting her stepson. She became determined to obtain that paper at any cost. Chance then intervened. Mrs. Cavendish found the key to Mrs. Inglethorpe's dispatch case, misplaced that morning. She knew her mother-in-law kept vital papers there. Driven by a desperate jealousy, she formulated her plan. That evening she unbolted the door connecting to Cynthia's room, perhaps oiling the hinges as I found it opened silently. She waited until the early morning hours, when the household was accustomed to her movements. Dressed in her outdoor clothing, she moved quietly through Cynthia's room to reach Mrs. Inglethorpe's. He paused briefly, and Cynthia interjected, "But I would have awakened if someone came through my room." "Not if you were drugged, mademoiselle." "Drugged? But yes, you recall," he continued, addressing us all, "that throughout the commotion next door, Miss Cynthia remained asleep. This presented two possibilities. Either her sleep was an act, which I doubted, or her unconsciousness was chemically induced. With the latter theory in mind, I examined every coffee cup with great care, mindful that it was Mrs. Cavendish who had brought Miss Cynthia her coffee the previous evening. I took a sample from each and had them analyzed, but found nothing. I had even counted the cups, considering one might have been removed. 6 people had taken coffee, and 6 cups were accounted for. I was forced to admit my error. Then I realized I had committed a serious oversight. Coffee had been prepared for 7 people, not 6, as Dr. Bauerstein had been present that night. This altered everything, for now a cup was missing. The servants noticed nothing. Annie, the housemaid who brought in the tray, carried 7 cups, unaware Mr. Inglethorpe never drank coffee, while Dorcas, who cleared them the next morning, found the usual 6, or more precisely 5, with the 6th being the one shattered in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room. I became convinced the missing cup belonged to Miss Cynthia. My belief was strengthened by the fact that every recovered cup contained sugar, which Miss Cynthia never used. My attention was then caught by Annie's account of something like salt on the tray of cocoa she delivered each night to Mrs. Inglethorpe's room. I secured a sample of that cocoa and sent it for a different analysis, but Dr. Bauerstein already had that done. Lawrence interjected quickly. "Not in the same way," Poirot replied. "He requested the analyst check only for strychnine. I had it tested for a narcotic." "For a narcotic? Precisely. Here is the report. Mrs. Cavendish administered a safe but effective narcotic to both Mrs. Inglethorpe and Miss Cynthia. One can only imagine her dreadful moment of panic afterward. Picture her state when her mother-in-law falls violently ill and dies, and she immediately hears the word poison. She had believed the sleeping draught was harmless, but for one terrible instant she must have feared Mrs. Inglethorpe's death was her fault. Seized by this panic, she rushed downstairs and hastily disposed of Miss Cynthia's used coffee cup and saucer, hiding them in a large brass vase where Mr. Lawrence later found them. The cocoa remnants she dared not touch. Too many eyes were upon her. Consider her immense relief when strychnine was mentioned, and she realized the tragedy was not her doing. This now explains why the symptoms of strychnine poisoning were so delayed. A narcotic taken concurrently with the poison postpones its effects for several hours. Poirot paused. Mary looked up at him, colour rising in her cheeks. "It's all true, Monsieur Poirot. It was the most horrible hour of my life. I shall never forget it, but you are remarkable now, I understand. What I meant when I said you could confess safely to Papa Poirot, yet you would not trust me." "I see it all now," Lawrence said. "The drugged cocoa following the poisoned coffee fully accounts for the delay." "Exactly. But was the coffee actually poisoned? Here we encounter a small puzzle, since Mrs. Inglethorpe never drank it." "What?" The surprise was unanimous. No, she did not. You will recall my mention of a stain on the carpet in her room. There were several peculiar aspects to that stain. The carpet was still slightly damp, releasing the heavy, unmistakable scent of coffee. My fingers brushed against the nap and discovered several tiny fragments of porcelain. The sequence of events became clear to me. Only moments earlier, I had set my own small case upon the table by the window. The unstable piece of furniture had tilted, sending the case tumbling to the floor in that exact location. Mrs. Inglethorpe, upon retiring the previous night, had evidently done the same with her coffee cup, and the same treacherous table had betrayed her. What followed is my own reconstruction. I believe she gathered the broken pieces and set them on her bedside table. Craving something warm and fortifying, she then reheated her evening cocoa and drank it right there. This presents us with a fresh puzzle. We have established the cocoa contained no poison. The coffee was never consumed, yet the strychnine was unquestionably ingested between 7 and 9 that evening. What then was the third vehicle? A medium so perfectly suited to masking the bitter taste of strychnine that it's astonishing no one considered it. Poirot's gaze swept the room before he delivered his own answer with grave emphasis. Her medicine. Are you suggesting the killer added the strychnine to her tonic? I exclaimed. There was no need for addition, Poirot corrected. It was already present within the mixture itself. The strychnine that killed Mrs. Inglethorpe was the very same strychnine prescribed by Dr. Wilkins. To clarify, I shall read you a passage from a pharmaceutical text I located in the dispensary of the Red Cross Hospital. He produced the book. It references a notorious prescription, strychnine sulfate and potassium bromide in solution. This mixture, after standing, deposits most of the strychnine salt as an insoluble sediment. A tragic case in England involved a woman who lost her life by consuming the final dose of a similar preparation, swallowing nearly the entire precipitated poison. Now, Dr. Wilkins' prescription contained no bromide. However, you will recall my mentioning an empty box of bromide powders. Introducing 1 or 2 of those powders into a full bottle of the medicine would effectively cause the strychnine to precipitate, exactly as described. You will later hear testimony that the individual who habitually administered Mrs. Inglethorpe's medicine was meticulously careful never to shake the bottle, thus leaving the sediment wholly undisturbed at the bottom. Every clue has pointed toward the tragedy being intended for Monday evening. On that day, the bell wire in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room was severed. Furthermore, Mademoiselle Cynthia was away overnight with friends, leaving Mrs. Inglethorpe entirely isolated in the right wing, utterly cut off from assistance. She would likely have perished before any doctor could have been called. But, in her rush to attend the village concert, Mrs. Inglethorpe neglected her medicine. The following day, she took luncheon away from the house. Consequently, the final and fatal dose was taken a full 24 hours later than the murderer had planned. It is due solely to that unforeseen delay that the conclusive evidence, the last definitive link, is now in my possession. In the tense, breathless quiet, he extended 3 slender strips of paper. A letter, my friends, in the murderer's own hand. Had its wording been less ambiguous, Mrs. Inglethorpe might have been warned in time and saved. As it was, she sensed her peril, but not its precise mechanism. Amid the deathly stillness, Poirot carefully assembled the slips. Clearing his throat, he read aloud. Dearest Evelyn, you will be worried at the silence. All is arranged, only it will be tonight instead of last night, you understand? Once the old woman is gone, our time will come. No one could ever connect me to the crime. Your suggestion regarding the bromides was truly inspired. However, we must proceed with the utmost caution. A single misstep could be our undoing. My friends, the letter ends there. The writer was clearly interrupted, but there can be no doubt as to the author. We all recognize this handwriting and... A guttural cry, almost a shriek, shattered the quiet. You fiend. How did you get that? A chair clattered to the floor. Poirot deftly sidestepped the lunge. With a swift motion of his own, he sent his attacker sprawling. Ladies and gentlemen, Poirot announced with a theatrical wave, allow me to present the murderer, Mr. Alfred Inglethorpe. Poirot explains. Poirot, you old scoundrel, I exclaimed. I have a good mind to throttle you. What is the meaning of this elaborate deception? We were seated in the library. Several frantic days were now behind us. Downstairs, John and Mary were reunited, while Alfred Inglethorpe and Miss Howard were in police custody. Finally, I had Poirot to myself and could satisfy my burning curiosity. He remained silent for a long moment before responding. I did not deceive you, my friend. At most, I allowed you to deceive yourself. But why would you do that? It is difficult to explain. You possess a character of such honesty, and a face so remarkably clear that concealing your thoughts is an impossibility. Had I shared my suspicions, the very first time you laid eyes on Mr. Alfred Inglethorpe, that shrewd man would have, in your vivid idiom, smelled a rat, and then farewell to any chance of apprehending him. I believe I possess more subtlety than you credit me with. My friend, Poirot entreated. I beg you, do not upset yourself. Your assistance has been invaluable. It is precisely your admirably straightforward nature that gave me pause. Well, I grumbled, somewhat placated. I still think you could have given me a clue. But I did, my friend. Several clues, you refused to accept them. Consider, did I ever state that I believe John Cavendish guilty? Did I not, instead, repeatedly tell you he would almost certainly be acquitted? Yes, but... And did I not immediately afterwards speak of the immense difficulty in bringing the true culprit to justice? Was it not evident I was referring to two entirely separate individuals? No, I admitted. It was not evident to me at all, then consider further, Poirot continued. From the very beginning, did I not say to you, multiple times, that I did not wish Mr. Inglethorpe arrested at that moment? That alone should have told you something. Do you mean to tell me you suspected him that early? Indeed. To start, regardless of who else might profit from Mrs. Inglethorpe's death, her husband stood to gain the most. That was an inescapable fact. When I accompanied you to Styles that first day, I had no conception of how the crime was executed, but from what I knew of Mr. Inglethorpe, I suspected it would be exceedingly difficult to link him to it. Upon arriving at the estate, I immediately deduced it was Mrs. Inglethorpe who had burned the will, and there, incidentally, you cannot fault me, for I endeavoured to impress upon you the peculiar significance of a bedroom fire in the middle of summer. Yes, yes, I said impatiently. Continue. Very well. As I said, my conviction of Mr. Inglethorpe's guilt was severely tested. There was, in fact, such an abundance of evidence against him that I began to lean toward the belief in his innocence. When did your opinion change? When I observed that the harder I worked to clear his name, the more diligently he worked to get himself arrested. It was almost as if he enjoyed the spotlight of suspicion, a perverse performance for the police. Then when I uncovered that Inglethorpe had no connection to Mrs. Raikes and that it was, in fact, John Cavendish who was entangled there, I became certain. But why did that confirm it? The logic is simple. If it had been Inglethorpe conducting an affair with Mrs. Raikes, his silence on the matter would have been perfectly understandable. However, when I realized the entire village was aware that John was the one drawn to the farmer's attractive wife, his quiet demeanour took on a whole new meaning. Pretending he feared a scandal was ridiculous. No scandal could possibly touch him. This stance of his made me think intensely, and I gradually arrived at the conviction that Alfred Inglethorpe actually desired to be taken into custody. Well, from that instant, I became just as resolved that he would not be arrested. Hold on. I don't understand why he would want to be arrested. Because, my friend, in your country's legal system, a man acquitted of a crime cannot be tried again for the same charge. Ah, but it was ingenious, his scheme. Truly, he is a meticulous man. Consider this. He knew his situation would inevitably cast suspicion upon him, so he devised the exceedingly clever plan of fabricating a trail of evidence pointing to himself. He wanted to be arrested. He would then present his flawless alibi, and abracadabra, he was secure for life. But I still don't grasp how he could prove that alibi and yet be the one to visit the pharmacy. Poirot looked at me, astonished. Is it possible, my poor friend? You have not yet perceived that it was Miss Howard who went to the chemist's shop. Miss Howard? But of course, who else? It was simplicity itself for her. She is tall enough, her voice is low and quite masculine. Furthermore, recall that she and Inglethorpe are cousins, sharing a noticeable resemblance, particularly in their posture and the way they carry themselves. It was utterly straightforward. They are a cunning pair. I remain somewhat unclear on the precise mechanics of the bromide scheme, I commented. Good. I shall reconstruct it for you as best I can. I am inclined to believe Miss Howard was the architect of that particular affair. You recall her mentioning once that her father was a physician? She likely assisted with his medications, or perhaps she gleaned the idea from one of the many textbooks lying about while Miss Cynthia was studying for her examinations. In any case, she knew that adding a bromide to a mixture containing strychnine would cause the strychnine to separate out. The idea probably struck her quite suddenly. Mrs. Inglethorpe had a box of bromide powders, which she sometimes took at night. What could be simpler than quietly dissolving one or more of those powders into Mrs. Inglethorpe's large bottle of medicine when it arrived from Coots? The risk was nearly non-existent. The tragedy would not occur until nearly 2 weeks later. If anyone had seen either of them near the medicine, they would have forgotten it by then. Miss Howard would have orchestrated her dramatic quarrel and left the house. The passage of time and her absence would prevent any suspicion. Yes, it was a brilliant notion. Had they left well enough alone, the crime might never have been traced to them. But they were not content. They tried to be overly clever, and that was their downfall. Poirot took a puff from his small cigarette, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. They devised a plan to cast suspicion on John Cavendish by purchasing strychnine at the village chemist's and signing the register in his handwriting. On Monday, Mrs. Inglethorpe would take the final dose of her medicine. Therefore, on that Monday at 6 o'clock, Alfred Inglethorpe arranged to be seen by several witnesses in a location far from the village. Miss Howard had already concocted a wild tale about him and Mrs. Rakes to explain his later silence. At 6 o'clock, Miss Howard, disguised as Alfred Inglethorpe, entered the pharmacy with her story about a sick dog, obtained the strychnine, and signed the name Alfred Inglethorpe in John's handwriting, which she had meticulously practiced beforehand. However, to ensure John couldn't provide an alibi either, she pens him an anonymous letter, mimicking his handwriting once more, directing him to an isolated location where he's unlikely to be seen. So far, the plan proceeds smoothly. Miss Howard returns to Midlingham, and Alfred Inglethorpe comes back to Styles. Nothing ties him directly to the crime, especially since Miss Howard holds the strychnine, intended merely as a red herring to cast suspicion upon John Cavendish. But then a complication arises. Mrs. Inglethorpe doesn't take her medicine that evening. The disconnected bell, Cynthia's absence, orchestrated by Inglethorpe through his wife. All these efforts are wasted, and here he makes his critical mistake. With Mrs. Inglethorpe out, he sits down to write to his accomplice, who he fears might be panicking over the plan's failure. It's likely Mrs. Inglethorpe returned earlier than he anticipated. Caught in the act and flustered, he quickly shuts and locks his desk. Fearing that remaining in the room might force him to reopen it, risking his wife glimpsing the letter before he could grab it, he decides to take a walk in the woods. It never occurs to him that Mrs. Inglethorpe would open his desk and discover the damning evidence. Yet that is precisely what happens. Mrs. Inglethorpe reads the letter and uncovers the treachery of her husband and Evelyn Howard. Unfortunately, the mention of bromides doesn't alert her to the immediate danger. She realizes she is threatened but doesn't know where the threat lies. Choosing to say nothing to her husband, she writes to her solicitor, asking him to come the next day, and resolves to destroy the new will she has just made. She keeps the fatal letter. So it was to find that letter that her husband forced the lock on the dispatch case? I asked. Exactly. The tremendous risk he took shows how fully he understood its importance. Without that letter, there was absolutely nothing to connect him to the crime. There's one thing I still don't grasp, I said. Why didn't he destroy it immediately once he had it in his hands? Because he didn't dare take the greatest risk of all carrying it on his person. I'm not following. Consider his perspective. I've determined he had only a brief window of 5 minutes to take it. The 5 minutes just before we arrived on the scene. Before that, Annie was brushing the stairs and would have seen anyone heading toward the right wing. Picture the moment he enters the room, unlocking the door with one of the similar-looking keys. He rushes to the dispatch case, it's locked, and the keys are missing. This is a severe blow, meaning his presence cannot be hidden as he'd hoped. But he sees clearly that everything must be risked for that condemning piece of paper. Swiftly, he forces the lock with a penknife and shuffles through the papers until he finds what he's after. But now a new problem emerges. He can't keep that paper on him. He might be seen leaving the room. He could be searched. If the letter is found on him, it's certain ruin. At this very moment, he probably hears the sounds below of Mr. Wells and John leaving the boudoir. He has to think fast. Where can he hide this terrible slip of paper? The contents of the wastepaper basket are saved and would surely be examined. There's no way to burn it, and he can't keep it. He glances around, and what do you suppose he sees, my friend? I shook my head, puzzled. In an instant, he tears the letter into long, thin strips, rolls them into spills, and hurriedly tucks them among the other spills in the vase on the mantelpiece. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one would think to look there, Poirot concluded with a knowing smile, and so, at his convenience, he could return and eliminate this single piece of incriminating evidence. Then it was in the spill vase in Mrs. Inglethorpe's bedroom the entire time, right under our noses? I exclaimed. Poirot gave a slow nod. Precisely, my friend. That is where I located my final crucial link, and I have your keen observation to thank for that fortunate discovery. Me? Indeed? Do you recall mentioning that my hand trembled while I was adjusting the items on the mantelpiece? Yes, but I failed to see the connection. Naturally, but I saw it clearly. Consider this. Earlier that same morning, when we were in that room together, I had already straightened every object on that mantel. If they were already in order, there would be no reason to rearrange them again, unless someone else had disturbed them in the interim. Good heavens, I murmured. So that explains your odd behavior. You hurried back to Styles and found the papers still there. Correct. And it became a race against the clock. Yet I still cannot grasp why Inglethorpe would be so foolish as to leave it there when he had ample chances to dispose of it. But he had no real opportunity, I ensured that. You? Yes. Remember how you chastised me for taking the household into my confidence regarding the matter? I do. Well, my friend, I recognize one slim chance. I was not yet certain if Inglethorpe was the guilty party, but if he was, I reasoned he would not carry the document on his person. He would have hidden it. By rallying the entire household, I effectively prevented him from destroying it. He was already under suspicion. By making the search public, I enlisted nearly a dozen amateur detectives who watched his every move. Aware of their constant surveillance, he dared not retrieve the paper. Thus, he was compelled to leave the house with it still concealed in the vase. But surely Miss Howard had plenty of opportunities to assist him. True, but Miss Howard was unaware the paper existed. Following their arranged scheme, they maintained a facade of bitter enmity and avoided all contact until John Cavendish was safely convicted. Neither dared risk a meeting. I did have Inglethorpe watched, hoping he might eventually lead me to the hiding spot, but he was too cautious. The document was secure where it was, since no one had thought to look there in the first week. It seemed unlikely anyone would later. Without your fortunate comment, we might never have brought him to justice. I see that now. But when did you first begin to suspect Miss Howard? When I realized she had lied at the inquest about the letter she received from Mrs. Inglethorpe. Why, what was there to lie about? You saw that letter. Do you remember its general appearance? More or less, yes. Then you will recall that Mrs. Inglethorpe had a very distinctive handwriting, with large, clear spaces between her words. Yet, if you examine the date at the top, you will notice July 17th does not match that style. Do you follow? No, I admitted. I'm afraid I don't. You do not see that the letter was not written on the 17th, but on the 7th, the day after Miss Howard departed? The 1 was added before the 7 to alter it to the 17th. But why would she do that? That is exactly what I asked myself. Why would Miss Howard suppress the genuine letter from the 17th and produce this forged one instead? Because she did not wish to show the actual letter dated the 17th. Why not? Immediately, a suspicion took shape. You may remember my saying it is wise to be wary of those who are not telling you the truth. And yet, I protested indignantly. After that, you gave me 2 compelling reasons why Miss Howard could not have committed the crime. And they were very sound reasons, Poirot replied with a faint, knowing smile. For a long while, this pair presented a real puzzle to me. Then I recalled a crucial detail. She and Alfred Inglethorpe were cousins. While she couldn't have acted alone, nothing ruled her out as an accomplice. And that intense, almost theatrical hatred she displayed. It was a perfect cover for a very different feeling. The truth was, a passionate bond had existed between them long before he ever arrived at Styles. They had hatched a vile scheme. He would marry the wealthy, somewhat naive elderly lady, persuade her to leave her fortune to him, and then achieve their goal through a meticulously planned crime. Had everything gone according to their design, they likely would have fled England to live comfortably abroad on their victim's money. They were a cunning and ruthless duo. While all suspicion was meant to fall on him, she was quietly laying the groundwork for a completely different outcome. Arriving from Middlingham, she carried every incriminating item with her. No one paid her any mind as she moved freely through the house. She concealed the strychnine and the glasses in John's room. She planted the false beard in the attic. She would ensure in her own time that each piece was conveniently discovered. I still don't fully understand why they tried to implicate John, I commented. Wouldn't it have been simpler to frame Lawrence? Ah, but that was merely chance, Poirot replied. The evidence that piled up against Lawrence was purely accidental. In fact, it must have been a tremendous nuisance to our scheming couple, throwing a wrench into their carefully laid plans. His behavior was certainly suspicious, I mused. Indeed. But do you realize what was truly behind it? I'm afraid I don't. You did not grasp that he believed Mademoiselle Cynthia was guilty of the murder? No, I exclaimed, utterly shocked. That's impossible. Not at all. I myself entertained the notion briefly. It crossed my mind when I first questioned Mr. Wells about the will. Then there were the bromide powders she had prepared, and those clever impersonations of a man that Dorcas described to us. Frankly, there was more circumstantial evidence pointing to her than to anyone else. You must be joking, Poirot. I'm quite serious. Shall I tell you what caused Monsieur Lawrence to turn so ashen when he first entered his mother's room that terrible night? It was because, as his mother lay there, clearly poisoned, he saw over your shoulder that the door connecting to Mademoiselle Cynthia's room was unbolted. But he insisted he saw it bolted, I cried. Precisely, said Poirot, his tone dry, and that is exactly what confirmed my suspicion that it was not. He was protecting Mademoiselle Cynthia. But why would he shield her? Because he is in love with her. I couldn't help but laugh. There, Poirot, you are completely mistaken. I know for a fact that he doesn't care for her at all. If anything, he actively dislikes her. And who told you that, my friend? Cynthia herself. The poor child. And she was upset by this. She claimed it didn't bother her in the slightest. Then she was deeply bothered, Poirot remarked with a knowing sigh. Women are like that. What you suggest about Lawrence amazes me, I said. But why should it? It was perfectly obvious. Did you not notice Monsieur Lawrence's sour expression every time Mademoiselle Cynthia laughed and chatted with his brother? He had convinced himself that she was in love with John. So when he entered his mother's room and saw the evidence of poisoning, he leapt to the terrible conclusion that Cynthia was involved. He was nearly frantic with worry. First, he ground the coffee cup under his heel, remembering Cynthia had gone upstairs with his mother the previous evening. He was determined there would be no chance of its contents being analysed. From that moment on, he stubbornly, and quite futilely, championed the idea of a natural death. And what of the missing coffee cup? I was reasonably certain Mrs. Cavendish had hidden it, but I needed to be sure. It was, in fact, a clumsy attempt to create confusion, one that only a mind clouded by panic would attempt. Mr. Lawrence was initially baffled by my meaning, but after a moment's thought, he realized that locating a stray coffee cup would be the key to absolving the woman he adored. His instinct was correct. One final point, I pressed. What was the significance of Mrs. Inglethorpe's last words? They were, unmistakably, an indictment of her husband. My dear Poirot, I sighed, feeling a wave of relief. You've unravelled it all. I'm pleased everything concluded so well. Even John and Mary have reconciled. That, he declared with a pointed finger, was my doing. How could it possibly be thanks to you? My friend, can you not see? The trial itself was the catalyst. I was certain John Cavendish still loved his wife, and that her feelings for him were equally profound, yet a profound misunderstanding had driven a wedge between them. She entered the marriage without love, and he, being a sensitive man, would not impose himself where he felt unwelcome. His withdrawal ironically kindled her affection, but their shared and formidable pride kept them bitterly apart. He found solace with Mrs. Raikes, and she, in turn, cultivated the attention of Dr. Bauerstein. Recall the day of John's arrest when you found me wrestling with a significant choice? Yes, I sensed your deep conflict. Forgive me, but you misunderstood entirely. I was weighing whether to exonerate John Cavendish immediately. I could have done so, though it risked allowing the true culprits to escape justice. They remained in the dark about my true intentions until the final moment, which contributed greatly to our success. You're saying you could have spared him the ordeal of a trial? Precisely. But I ultimately chose in favor of a woman's happiness. Only the immense peril of that trial could bridge the gap between two such proud hearts. I stared at Poirot in stunned silence. The sheer audacity of the man. Who else would ever conceive of a murder trial as a therapy for marital strife? I read your thoughts, my friend, Poirot said, a smile touching his lips. No one but Hercule Poirot would dare such a scheme, and you are wrong to judge it harshly. The happiness of one man and one woman is the most precious thing in all the world. His words carried me back to that earlier scene, Mary, pale and drained on the sofa, straining to hear. The sound of the doorbell below. She started. Poirot opened the door and, meeting her desperate gaze, gave a gentle nod. Yes, madame, he had said. I have brought him back to you. He stepped aside, and as I left, I witnessed the look in Mary's eyes as John caught her in his arms. Perhaps you are right, Poirot, I conceded softly. Yes, it is the greatest thing. A sudden tap at the door interrupted us, and Cynthia peered inside. I only meant to... Come in, I said, rising. She entered, but remained standing. I just wanted to tell you both something. Yes. Cynthia nervously toyed with a curtain tassel for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, You dear things. She planted a quick kiss first on my cheek, then on Poirot's, and dashed from the room. What in the world was that about? I asked, astonished. While being kissed by Cynthia was certainly pleasant, The very public nature of the gesture somewhat diminished the charm. It signifies, Poirot replied with a philosophical air, that she has discovered Mr. Lawrence's aversion to her is not nearly as strong as she believed, but, and here he is. Lawrence was passing by the doorway just then. "I say, Mr. Lawrence," Poirot called out. "We must offer our congratulations, must we not?" Lawrence reddened, then offered an awkward smile. A man in love is often a pitiable sight, though Cynthia had looked radiant. I sighed. "What is it, my friend?" "Nothing," I said, a touch mournfully. "They are both such delightful women, and neither," Poirot finished for me, "is for you. Don't worry about it. Take heart, old friend. Perhaps fate will have us partner up on another case someday, and then, well, we shall see." Agatha Christie stands as the most published writer in history, her works translated into countless languages, with sales figures surpassed only by the Bible and the plays of William Shakespeare. Over 1 billion copies of her books have been sold in English, with an additional billion purchased in translations across the globe. Her prolific output includes 80 mysteries and collections of short stories, 19 stage plays, 2 volumes of autobiography, and 6 romantic novels penned under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott. Her foray into detective fiction began unexpectedly while she was employed in a hospital dispensary during the First World War, leading to the creation of the immortal Hercule Poirot in her first novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles. The world welcomed another cherished detective, Miss Jane Marple, with the 1930 publication of The Murder at the Vicarage. Other recurring characters who captured readers' imaginations include the adventurous married duo Tommy and Tuppence Beresford, the unconventional problem solver Parker Pyne, and the steady professionals from Scotland Yard, Superintendent Battle and Inspector Japp. A remarkable number of Christie's tales found new life on stage, film, and television. Her most iconic play, The Mousetrap, which opened in London in 1952, holds the record as the longest-running stage production in the world. On the silver screen, standout adaptations include Murder on the Orient Express, 1974, and Death on the Nile, 1978, featuring Albert Finney and Peter Ustinov as the brilliant Poirot, respectively. Television audiences most fondly remember David Suchet's definitive portrayal of the Belgian detective, while Miss Marple has been memorably brought to life by actresses Joan Hickson, Geraldine McEwen, and Julia Mackenzie. Christie's personal life was as rich as her fiction. Her first marriage was to Archibald Christie, followed by a union with the archaeologist Sir Max Mallowan. She often joined him on his digs across the Middle East, and the exotic locales she visited would later provide vivid backdrops for many of her novels. In 1971, she was appointed a Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire, one of the nation's highest accolades. She passed away in 1976 at the age of 85. In 2010, fans worldwide celebrated the 120th anniversary of her birth, a testament to her enduring legacy.